What's up? Hello. Who jumped? Excuse the traffic noises. How are we doing? How are we doing? It's been a short while. I don't have a huge amount of time to stream at the moment, so it kind of is what it is, but hey. Don't forget to like the stream, etc. I had a couple of things I wanted to talk about. I'll even be on camera. Hello, I'm on camera. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. I should have checked what I looked like before I went on camera. I have a couple of things that I want to talk about today, and if I run out of time, I have other stuff. So don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. We'll be okay. Yeah, if I get extra time, I might watch some stuff about that Jason Arday person, because I've been keeping up with it. I just haven't streamed about it. But that's been quite interesting in a way. It's a very challenging kind of situation. Kind of threading the needle between, you know, the whole trial by social media thing is not great, and also people need to be able to voice their opinions and criticize people who are worthy of criticism. But I will see if we get time for that, I guess. Sound as tired as you feel. I probably look even worse, but it's okay. The heat wave is dying off. Well, now you're saying that, it's just going to end up coming back again, probably. Probably don't need the picture in the background. I really also need to like crop my... Like, it doesn't need to be this wide an angle unless it's full screen. But it's all stuff that I need to fuck around with, and I just never remember to. And then I'm streaming and it's like, I should have fixed this, and I didn't. So yeah, make sure you like the stream. Don't forget you can join the channel for a few pounds a month if you would like to support me further. You can super chat, have your message read out to the entire stream. Helps support the channel, obviously. The more I make... Yeah, Alistair is that person, yeah. Yeah, obviously the more I make, the more I can do this. Obviously the more motivating it is and shit. But whatever. I have Patreon, I have a Discord, I have music. I don't know, if you try and join the Discord and it doesn't work, just tell me, I guess. So I will talk about this Drew Afualo. I don't know how you say that name, so I'm going to say it wrong. We're going to talk about that because it kind of brings up a lot of other things that I've been thinking about, to do with how, well, it was all about someone saying about how trans women have a far more, what was it, beautiful conception of femininity than actual women do. And I hate stuff like that. Like, people who say that kind of shit, I wish they'd just fucking stop. And I have a lot of thoughts about that, and it makes me think about a lot of other stuff. But there was something else I wanted to look at first, to do with this website. So I saw a video that my friend linked to me. There's like so much noise going on outside. Jesus fucking Christ. I don't know, man. Like the stream. So, yeah, it's regarding this website called Understanding Trans Identity. And I was linked this video by my friend from this Turn Left. I mean, it's like far left UK media. Like, usually this kind of stuff is, it's not my thing. Listen, I'm not a Green Party kind of person. And that's what these people tend to be. About this Susan Evans person. They're calling it a fake pro-trans organization. Now, I actually know who Susan Evans is, because I've done at least 2 videos regarding her. And to me, it's kind of like, I don't know how you'd think this person is pretending to be pro-trans. Let me just find it. So this... My understanding about this Susan Evans person, she was one of the Tavistock whistleblowers from back in 2020. She was on a BBC documentary on, what was it called? Was it Newsnight or something? I can't remember what it was called. They did a bunch of documentaries about things like the Tavistock Clinic and all the problems going on there. And this Susan Evans person was on there. She, I think, worked there, was a nurse or something like that, and was one of the whistleblowers. She kind of popped up years later when there was a big scandal about the BBC being supposedly like left-wing bias, pro-trans, anti-Trump, all this kind of shit. I made a video about it even called In Defense of the BBC's pro-trans bias. I think it's a pretty solid video. I don't think the BBC is perfect or anywhere close. But at the same time, there was a lot of nonsense going around. And we had this video. She went on Julia Hartley-Brewer on Talk TV to complain about supposed ideological capture from the BBC, like against people that are critical of trans, which I don't really see much evidence for, to be honest. I think the whole thing was massively overblown. She wrote some kind of article as well, which our good friend Buck Angel read. And this article, again, the case she made was very flimsy in my opinion. And of course, because it's Buck Angel, he just read it, and it aligns with him politically in terms of trans issues, so he just kind of believed everything he saw. Like, everything it said, yeah, that's definitely what's happening. Oh, isn't it shocking? Well, if you think about it for any length of time, it really isn't that shocking. It's people with a bone to pick, pushing a whole bunch of stuff. Tavistock was closed. Yeah. So this woman was talking about Tavistock on the BBC back in 2020. So I happen to know all this kind of stuff about this person. This is her thing now, apparently, called Understanding Trans Identity. I had a quick look through, and it's very kind of non-committal. Like, I don't see how it's like a fake pro-trans organization. They're talking about trying to understand trans better. Well, I mean, you know, you can hear pro-trans people saying that kind of stuff. You can hear TERFy kind of people saying that kind of stuff. You get all these like pretenses of wanting to reach across the aisle. That doesn't mean that you're like faking being pro-trans or whatever. And, you know, like, even looking for any length of time on this website, it becomes pretty clear. Like, if they're trying to pretend to be pro-trans, they're doing a pretty terrible job of it, quite honestly. So they highlight media appearances they've got. We've got this Morning one. We can just have a quick look through them. Apologies if this lags my computer, by the way, or the stream, or whatever. What's up? Hello. Who jumped? Stop. Please stop. Sorry, I didn't realize my thing was open. Yeah, so went on This Morning. Let's let it load. To discuss whether we're overdiagnosing transgender children. Like, they're advertising this. It doesn't seem super like, oh, we're pro-trans now. You'd think someone who used to be kind of more gender critical, who is now turning back on that, you'd think they'd be kind of hiding this kind of stuff rather than advertising it on their website. There's the BBC thing as well. So this is
the gender identity.
This is the BBC documentary that I was talking about. So this Susan Evans person appeared on this.
Then medical director, Dr. David Taylor. It was triggered by a nurse working at the unit, Sue Evans. She was troubled about what she was seeing. My experience of working with most of the young people was that once you assessed them and found out more about them, they had complex backgrounds. It wasn't just the gender dysphoria. Some of them had been sexually abused, some of them had been traumatised in their earlier life, early separations, some had autism. There were other clinicians who seemed confident that they could see someone for about 4 to 6 sessions and then refer them on for hormone treatments. And I just couldn't understand that a satisfactory assessment or any attempt at therapeutic work had been carried out.
Yeah, and advertising this kind of stuff was a whistleblower. Had a lot of questions about how things were going. It seems a little odd, you know. Got something from the Daily Mail. This will crash my computer if I have a look. It's about the same thing. Dallas Morning News. I worked at the Tavistock Clinic. This is why closing it was the right move. I'm confused at the framing, to be honest. Papers and articles. We'll just see what else is on here that might be worth looking at. So for some people, experiences of Hang on, sorry, you can't see. For some people, experience of gender questioning and gender distress emerge within this wider developmental picture. Understanding these experiences requires time, thoughtful assessment, and the willingness to remain open to complexity rather than rushing towards predetermined conclusions. I find it interesting, the autism-trans correlation, thinking of doing research into it. Yeah, that's fair enough. I think it makes a lot of sense, honestly. I think for autistic people, that like unwritten rules can be like confusing and annoying, you know what I mean? And a lot of gender, in terms of like societal gender, a lot of it is like unwritten rules. Like you might have a male child that doesn't really understand why it is that he shouldn't have long hair, for example. That's the kind of unwritten rule. Oh, well, men should have short hair, you know. I think that's probably a part of it. I think obviously being more prone to hyperfixating, being interested in things that you're told that you shouldn't really be interested in. I think there's a lot of stuff that drives autistic people to be more likely to transition than non-autistic people. But yeah, I mean, it is an interesting subject. And there is definitely a case for like talking about it in a way that's a bit less pathologizing. But also not treating it as some kind of innate gender identity that like the two things have to be treated as separate, even when there's clearly this kind of correlation. You know, there's got to be a better way than how a lot of people do it, if that makes sense. Yeah, anyway, our work is grounded in psychoanalytic psychotherapy, our wide experience in adult mental health and forensic settings. This approach is concerned not simply with what people think or feel, but understanding how thoughts, feelings, patterns are relating, come into being, what meaning they hold within an individual's life. Whether you're visiting as someone experiencing whether you're experiencing as someone experiencing questions or distress about your identity or development, parents seeking guidance, a clinician working with patients, a researcher, a student, or someone wishing to understand these issues more deeply, we hope you'll find this website a valuable educational resource. No comma. One that encourages reflection rather than polarization, curiosity rather than certainty, and thoughtful dialogue grounded in compassion, evidence, and intellectual honesty. But I'll be honest, all I'm seeing here, like there's so many of these like orgs and stuff, and I kind of wonder why so many of them exist, honestly. On both sides. Like every other gender critical activist has their own org. Every other trans activist has their own org. I think it's still kind of a hot button topic. And I think everyone wants to be the one that people listen to. Or we're the ones that are correctly identifying this kind of stuff. And you could say the same about me for sure. You know, I come out here saying what I say. Because I think I have a better, like, I think what I'm saying is a lot better than a lot of other trans people. And you should, if you're putting yourself out there in this way, you should feel that way. Like if you think you are correct about stuff, then yeah, you do think that you're doing something better than other people. And you want people to listen to you instead of others, you know? The resources on this website reflect that approach, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I mean, this is very boilerplate. Like, is this honest or is it like hiding its true purpose? Who fucking knows? Does it really matter? Most of these orgs just kind of pop up and don't really do much of anything. It's a resource for some people. It might just get overshadowed by, you know, GenSpect or whatever, as I'm sure many of them do. Let's just see. We're just going to have a quick kind of explore, and then I'm going to watch this turn left thing, because I'm interested in what they're kind of framing it as. Yeah, peer-reviewed papers exploring identity development, psychoanalytic, psychotherapy, mental health and gender distress, blah, blah, blah. Beyond affirmation, lessons from Tavistock. Yeah, again, we're highlighting critiques of identity certainty. Need for thorough assessment. It's pretty clear to me what they're pushing. And that's not what you'd normally call pro-trans. What else we got? You go on the videos tab. You see GenSpect like right at the top. Trans suicide dispelled as a myth. Much pro-trans very well. You know what I mean? Like, the more I look at this, the more I'm a bit baffled as to what we're supposed to take from this. A lot of GenSpect. You got is it Stephanie Wynn? Is that this person? No, Gender a Wider Lens is Stella O'Malley and Sasha Ayed. And then Stephanie Wynn is here. Trigonometry, more gen spec, beyond gender. Like, it's pretty fucking obvious what side these people are on, and I don't see how they're trying to hide it. But I mean, I think we get an idea. We get an idea of what kind of thing this is. So, with all that in mind, and bear in mind, what did that take me? Like, what, 5-10 minutes looking through? Not difficult. It's not this one. Fake pro-trans organization exposed by Turn Left. Let's see what they're talking about, I guess. I'm not... I think this is probably going to be a bit cooked. But there might be stuff that they've seen that I haven't, you know what I mean? Anyway.
Last week, Susan Evans tweeted out about an exciting new educational resource for transgender people, or for the parents of transgender people. Evans tweeted, "We are pleased to launch Understanding Trans Identity, a free educational resource bringing together our books, articles, lectures and interviews developed over decades of clinical work. We hope it contributes to thoughtful inquiry, careful assessment and informed discussion." She then put a link to the website and tags 2 accounts that wouldn't tag properly, the British Psychological Foundation, the Royal College of Psychiatry, and also the Royal College of Nursing, and this is the big one, the one at the end there, J.K. Rowling.
Oh no!
And it's an interesting picture, but of course there is, whenever J.K. Rowling's being tagged in something, you should always treat it with suspicion, and this is no exception. If you go on the website, they claim, "Our aim is simple: to create a place where difficult questions can be explored carefully, respectfully, and without ideological pressure." Now,
I'll kind of give them one thing, I guess. It does kind of seem like there is an ideological bent to this. And I do find it annoying how many people pretend that they're not ideologically motivated when they are. Like, these people have picked a side. This Susan Evans person has picked a specific side, and you can see that in the kind of things they share. To me, it's just not surprising at all that they'd tag someone like J.K. Rowling. Like, they want more publicity. They want, you know, it's kind of a battle for people's ears on this kind of thing. Ears, minds, hearts and souls and whatever else. To be the ones that people listen to and use as a resource. We want to get our foot in the door. We want to be the ones that people view as some kind of expert on this. So I do, this part I do see the kind of issue here. Because truthfully, I think most people that talk about trans are pushing one ideology or another.
Respectfully and without ideological pressure. Now, I don't know about any of you, but I have a little alarm that starts going off whenever anyone talks about being opposed to ideology, because that usually means that they've got an ideology that they consider objective, and that's their objective view of the world and the way that truth is. The most ideological...
Talking about objective, they cite a bunch of evidence and they've written papers and stuff. But often people say that. They're partisans pretending not to be as partisan as they are, potentially. That part I do understand.
People, in my experience, are often those that claim that they don't have an ideology. They also state that understanding these experiences requires time, thoughtful assessment, and the willingness to remain open to complexity rather than rushing towards predetermined conclusions. I wonder what predetermined conclusions they could be. That's mysterious, isn't it? And if you look at the bottom of the page, it gets a bit clearer. It points you to some support links. And these links include the anti-trans hate group Transgender Trend and Bayswater Support Group.
Transgender Trend, a hate group? Which one is Transgender Trend? Isn't that like Stephanie Davis Arai, whatever her name is? I don't know. Yeah. Like, why is this a hate group? I don't know, man. This is what I mean. Like, these kind of lefty... When they talk about, like, trans issues in the UK, I feel like I'm being pandered to, you know? I'm not entirely sure why this is a hate group. Like, they're putting out a different perspective. Yeah, I don't know. It's starting to register on the cringeometer here.
Group, an anti-trans group where members discuss non-affirmative exploratory therapies, otherwise known as conversion therapy.
It's not conversion therapy.
Some of the techniques of non-affirmative approaches being discussed by the Bayswater support group included using isolation to punish them for expressing their gender identity, and putting hot chili sauce in their eyeliner to punish them. We're talking about children, remember?
It's pretty nuts. Why wouldn't you show examples of this? Why don't we see this? Like, I don't know, man. We could spend loads of time looking it up. The thing is, someone might have said something like this, but who was it? How was it taken by other people? I'm just having a look. Like, I googled this, all I can see is Trans Safety Network. Hang on. So, leaks seen from the private Discord forum of pro-conversion therapy organization Bayswater Support Group document case of child abuse, including one parent speculating about carrying out sabotage of a teenager's makeup. Like, someone said this. DIY conversion therapy. Did not see any evidence that any member or moderator of the forum challenged this or pointed it out. Blah, blah, blah. Someone asking for advice. Like, it's a pretty crazy thing to say, for sure. There's also lagging the fuck out of my computer. I'm sorry if the stream's slowing down. Make sure you like the stream, don't forget. That's because I'm on fucking Amazon. Hang on. Like, destroying a daughter's binder and trans flag. I mean, I don't know, man. It's kind of... some of this is like too much. But it is someone like spitballing on Discord. You could find an awful lot of like TRA insanity on Discord and say, well, this reflects broadly on a movement, when, like, does it? Is anyone prominent saying the same kind of shit? And I think it's worth understanding. Fuck me, dude. It's really annoying because I hate the idea that we should just treat any parent that affirms their trans kid as being like an abuser. I don't think that's fair at all. But if we're going to acknowledge that if your kid comes out as trans, it's kind of a scary thing for a lot of reasons, then you kind of have to understand why parents have this kind of response as well as the ultimate affirmation response. And really the way to work through it would not be to push an ideology and not to, oh, well, you have to do this, that, and the other, or they'll kill themselves. Oh, well, you can't do this, that, or the other, or they'll, 41% later in life. I think this kind of speaks to how fucked up the entire conversation around like trans kids has become. It's hard to explain what I mean. And I don't like stuff. I don't like some of this stuff at all. Some of it is like, we're speculating on if we should abuse our kids, like some of that's crazy. But it's kind of, I understand why you get these kind of responses just as much as the ultimate affirmation ones. And then as much as you know, some of these kids get hurt, some of them, they feel they're not able to be themselves. It affects them in whatever way. You get kids on the other side that end up being affirmed into something that later in life they'll wish they didn't. So it's a very complicated and difficult thing, you know what I mean? I think that a lot of the conversion therapy stuff, like I don't know. I'm not sure about framing a lot of this stuff as conversion therapy, you know? Certainly linking it the way we do to like that anti-gay kind of stuff. What the fuck was this? Abigail Schreier. That's about Amazon selling this Abigail Schreier book. I know this seems like ideologue shit. I'm not very interested, to be honest.
For wearing and punish them for expressing their gender identity. And
so yeah, based on Discord leaks, we're saying this about this Bayswater parents group. Maybe a bit of a point in there. I don't know if you get to like tar a whole group with that brush necessarily. And I think there should be more done to try and understand why parents kind of freak out on both sides of the equation.
Putting hot chili sauce in their eyeliner to punish them. We're talking about children, remember, for wearing makeup.
Yeah, but they think that they're going down like a harmful path. And they probably don't know what else to do. Like in all cases, just like so much more empathy is needed for parents on this issue.
That was what was leaked from internal documents of the Bayswater support group, internal forums, I should say. Members.
Internal forums, it's a Discord.
Of the Bayswater support group. So why is this
I'm not even sure if they're actual members of the group.
Resource pointing towards anti-trans hate groups? Well, it's a common technique used by far-right evangelicals when campaigning against abortion in the USA. They'll often set up unwanted pregnancy resources and things of that nature that actually just feed you propaganda. They present this sort of caring image, but
I could take this point, but it's all propaganda. It's all propaganda. Pretty much whatever you're hearing. It is genuinely such a polarized issue. You could say the exact same thing about a lot of pro-trans shit. Like getting funneled towards like utter fucking creeps like Helen Weberly.
It's not a caring image at all. What they're interested in is leading you down a particular path. No, you can't go down that path, the one that would lead you to get an abortion. We're going to take you down this other path. We don't support predetermined conclusions, right? Predetermined conclusions being, of course, when you disagree with them. And this is a similar thing because it all comes from a similar place. Maya, I can see lots of unsuspecting parents being drawn to this site because it does appear at first to be quite compassionate. And if you saw it without knowing that, you might think that, well, you know, they're clearly people who are out to help me. They're talking about understanding and respect and not jumping to conclusions. What did you...
The right wants transitioning gone and the left wants no safeguards. Well, yeah, exactly. And everyone just falls on one side or the other. And I don't think many people actually give a fuck about the people in the middle, you know?
Make of that.
And the people in the middle, in this way, it's like parents who just want the best for their kids. Some of them are going to extremes, like medicalizing their kid who's super young because they think they're going to kill themselves, or wanting to spike their fucking makeup because they think they're going down the wrong path, which will lead them to something they'll regret.
It's like, unfortunately, not particularly shocking. Transphobia is usually like, it's often so nefarious and masked by concern. Like a lot of other forms of bigotry, it's the same repackaged stuff.
I don't even necessarily see like concern for trans people here. I straight away think that this person's kind of talking bollocks. No offense.
From homophobia in the 70s and like in the 80s.
This is such a cliche.
and during the AIDS crisis, and they were worried about our children being gay. And
can we please just talk about the trans issue as being the trans issue? Can we please stop? Oh, well, this vaguely resembles something that people said about gay people in the 70s. Can we just stop talking about two different groups of people as if we can compare the dialogues when they pertain to two completely different things? It's actually so annoying. The left needs like new fucking talking points on this. They needed new talking points on this like fucking 5 years ago, 10 years ago.
And now that like we as a society have like moved on in quotation marks, because we haven't, they've come up with this new ideological enemy of trans people because it's this new trend, despite the fact that like in Judaism, we have the concept of trans people from 5,000 years ago. Trans people have always been around, but suddenly we have had this culture war.
That's what I mean. They're doing propaganda. Let's combat it with our own propaganda.
Stoked by the kind of upper class and by the media for everyone to have these concerns and these worries about their children that they've never had before, because trans people were never ideologically, opposed or opposing like our societal standards. It's really scary.
What does that even mean?
It's really scary that like concerned people can get pulled in.
Do you know why no one used to talk about trans people? Because there was about fucking 5 of us 20 years ago. There was like none of us. A waste of energy to do so. I agree. It's so fucking annoying. Let's just talk about it as its own issue and actually try and understand both sides. Everyone just wants, oh, don't listen to that side because of these reasons. Oh, don't listen to that side. Well, no, you should listen to everyone and come to your own conclusion.
But that's how these ideologies work, is that they often mask bigotry behind concern.
I'm also tired of like the whole bigotry thing. I don't really care about bigotry. I don't even care if something is motivated by bigotry. I just want to know why it's wrong. I just want an actual argument. This is transphobic is not really an argument. You're saying, well, you just hate trans people, so I don't have to listen to what you say. I don't want to see people looking for reasons to not listen to each other. That doesn't help anyone. Doesn't matter who's doing it. Like the amount of people, I'll come across people on the right, or even people on the left that are like kind of transphobic, who will just take one look at me and like they'll never listen to a word I say. It's the same shit. Everyone just wants to find a reason why they don't have to listen to someone else, instead of taking what someone says at face value and saying, well, is it correct? Is it not? Here's why,
It's a very, very hard country to be transgender in, with a lot of scary policies coming out, with such long wait lists. And in some areas of the UK, you can wait.
Using Jewishness to promote trans issues. Yeah. How long before it's... well, actually, Israel is the gay and trans capital of the Middle East.
40 years before you get one appointment at a gender clinic. It is just reflecting attitudes in society as a whole.
Wait.
You can wait 40 years to be transgender in, with a lot of scary policies coming out, with such long wait lists. And in some areas of the UK, you can wait 40 years.
Sorry, I'm just trying to get the start of this thought. She takes fucking forever to say anything.
Mask bigotry behind concern. It's a very, very hard country to be transgender in, with a lot of scary policies coming out, with such long wait lists. And in some areas of the UK, you can wait 40 years before you get one appointment at a gender.
Well, why is this? It's more complicated than just, well, on the NHS you have to wait ages. Well, the number of people wanting care just fucking exploded, like around 2015-ish. And I was one of the lucky ones. That's when I started. And I think if I'd have waited like a couple of months later, it would have been a much longer wait. It would have been a lot more than 2 months extra me waiting just to see someone for the first time, I think. And it just goes up and up and up. But like so many more people started taking this on. There's so much more demand suddenly. And it's a nationalized service. You're saying that means the government has to pay a shit ton of money to get so much more infrastructure put together so that more people can transition. You know what I mean? Like, we kind of have a certain amount of resources to spend on a certain amount of things. I just don't think our system would ever have been prepared for the kind of explosion in demand that we saw.
Gender clinic.
And like when you talk about them allocating like extra resources towards gender clinics, it's like, well, the NHS needs a lot of help in a lot of areas. Plenty of areas are much more important to the general public, to society, than allowing people like me to get their dicks cut off. You know what I mean? Like it's kind of harsh, but it's true, unfortunately. The people who wait 40 years are probably because of significant reasons. Yeah, I imagine they're exaggerating somewhat. I know someone who's been waiting 15 years. This person has serious mental health and lifestyle issues. Yeah, I've known people who've complained about like people who started before me, complaining about their wait times and going to gender clinics and not hearing what they wanted to hear and it being a problem and then being treated wrong. And it's like, well, you know, as someone who kind of understands why my life is the way it is, because I'm extremely mentally ill and not good at getting people to like me, I can look at other people and say, well, it's probably not just like some kind of transphobia. You probably are behaving in a way that is not helping your cause. You know what I mean?
It is just reflecting attitudes in society as a whole.
I think this is completely nonsense. You want to say that the wait times reflect attitudes in society? Well, I don't know, man. Does it reflect an attitude in society that we're not like building enough new homes for people? I think we're probably just kind of broke. I think we probably just don't really have the budget. We definitely don't have the infrastructure, and we don't necessarily have the budget to just update the whole thing to help a pretty tiny percentage of the population for something that I guess in some cases is productive, in some cases is not. It really depends. Like, I don't know. It's very easy when not only have you never had any part in running a country, but you also support people like the Green Party who've never really run the country and who promise all kinds of things.
And it's really scary and it's very concerning, and this will do so much damage. There is just no...
So what will do so much damage? What are we talking about? General attitudes? Well, if we want general attitudes to improve, might we want to consider the way that we advocate for our shit? Might we want to consider not pushing the trans kids stuff because it freaks people out? Not pushing the trans sports thing because nobody fucking wants it, you know? But it never occurs to any of these people. Or it does, but they know that their viewer base are not going to be amenable to those arguments.
Rigorously peer-reviewed scientific articles are coming out that don't have ulterior motives, that are affirming any...
That's what everyone says. Of course, because they affirm what you want it to affirm, there's no bias. Well, someone like Joanna Olson Kennedy has a heavy pro-trans bias, is a WPATH member, did some research where they found basically no real, mental health benefit to giving children puberty blockers for this issue, and had to kind of twist it around to, oh, well, it doesn't seem like it's not helping, and then sat on that research, and you can find it. You know what I mean? Like, you could say that person doesn't have an ulterior motive when they then find what you don't want it to find. Yeah, I think it was this one here. It went unpublished because she was worried about how it would be used politically. When what this actually means is they didn't find what they wanted. And it suggests that maybe this just isn't a good use of like the medical system. Yeah, I'm just trying to find, because the conclusion was, it was something like, well, it doesn't seem like it doesn't help them. I'm sure it was this one. I'm sure it was this one. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. This is the same shit. We have another partisan telling us, well, when people do shit that favors our side, it's not partisanry, it's genuine. When it favors the other side, there's an agenda. There's probably just a fucking agenda both ways, let's be honest. These people have the agenda of, they want trans people to watch them and support them and, you know, join the channel, subscribe, all that kind of shit. Help us get ad revenue, help us get fucking membership money. Support us at Turn Left Media. Like, let's be honest. You have your own agenda. Okay. It'll be some kind of give us money.
Anything said by these transphobic charities and these transphobic organizations, we know that the most effective way to improve the outcome of children that face gender
We don't know this. Seems to help some people, probably doesn't help others. Detransitioners exist. There's a high suicide rate. It's not cut and dry.
dysphoria is by allowing them to transition, is early access to things like puberty blockers, and is to have hormones that align with their gender to allow them to transition. That saves
hormones that align with their gender just means what sex they think they are versus what they actually are.
Lives. We know that for a fact that
if gender is different from sex, why would there be hormones that align with the gender? That means that you're tying it back to sex.
Is the way that you can give these children the best outcome of their lives is to support.
Oh, hi GM, by the way. Hope you're good.
Support them in their transition, and that's it. And anyone who disagrees with that,
being supportive to a child in general tends to make them feel better. In the short term, if you don't affirm your child, then yeah, it's going to make their mental health worse, obviously. In the long term, if you affirm your child and they then change their mind later down the line, and they made massive decisions about their body at an age where they really couldn't, you know, they couldn't tell what they're going to want later in life, that's going to cause its own problems. We're trying to simplify something that is incredibly complicated.
Is disagreeing with vigorously researched science that we know for a fact that is how you help these children.
This is ridiculous. What you're saying is fucking ridiculous. We don't know for a fact. I would be willing to bet this person is one of those people, when they read a study that they agree with, they don't do any kind of like diligence. They don't scrutinize anything. Suddenly when they read some other kind of study that disagrees with them, suddenly they became a master, like fucking, oh, well, you've got all these kind of biases to worry about. You've got this, that, or the other. But then they're not even showing signs of thinking that deeply. It's just, well, anything that disagrees is transphobic. That doesn't work anymore. It's 2026. It ain't fucking 2018. That shit doesn't work anymore. These people need to move with the times. It might not be working as well as we think it does.
It's the same, as I said, it's repackaged homophobia.
There we go. It's just fucking brain dead. This person is brain dead. Like, Jesus Christ. What is the point in watching this? I take some of their points with a website like this, claiming to be free of ideology, ideological pressure. I think there is ideological pressure. I think they're showing that through the kinds of people that they work with and the kind of things they're pushing. And it's unfortunately almost completely unavoidable because of how polarized this kind of shit is. I mean, I would like to think that kind of my shit is not ideologically pressured because I have a very centrist view and I agree with some things on one side and some things from another. But it's still extremely, I wouldn't ever I'm not free from ideology. I just, take things from both sides. So I understand the kind of fake, non-partisan kind of stuff, finding that a bit galling. But I just feel like these people are doing the same thing on the other side. Well, no, we're not ideologues, we're just dealing in facts. Well, that's what everyone says. Everyone thinks that they're dealing in facts. Gender criticals think they're dealing in facts, and in some cases they are. TRAs think they're dealing with facts, and occasionally they are, you know what I mean? This isn't a good way to talk about this kind of shit. It doesn't help trans people at all. In a way, you are kind of pressuring them into the thing that you think is right. And suggesting that any alternative is bad when everyone's different. Everyone needs different things. Every trans person needs different things, And every person that thinks they're trans but is not, or is going to change their mind down the line, has very different needs to someone who isn't going to change their mind. And when it's kids, you don't know who's who,
It's about children when we know what's best for our children, and it's to let them transition if they wish to.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just not founded. It's just unfounded. This depends on the child. The one-size-fits-all thing doesn't work on either side. To say that none of these children are going to benefit from transitioning is not accurate. To say that all of them are going to benefit from this, should they show any interest in it, is unfounded. Both sides lead to harm. I think this side is probably a bit worse because you're saying these children should make these everlasting changes to their body, make these decisions at ages where they don't really understand what they're doing necessarily. They don't know what they're going to want long term. They don't know that they're not going to want their own kids one day. It's reckless and it's insane to me. And it needs to stop. It needs, the left needs a better perspective on this kind of stuff. But the way they do it is just, pandering. It's just, we've decided we're right. We've read a few studies that some WPATH member, peer-reviewed on behalf of another WPATH member, a group that has a very vested interest in pushing a particular ideology, by the way. And that's all we're going to say. And this is pro-trans, apparently. I think Turn Left is a fake pro-trans organization. I think Turn Left are pushing propaganda, trying to convince you that they are pro-trans, they are pushing for what's best for trans people, when actually they're pushing for attitudes and beliefs that are probably going to get some people hurt. Just like some of the ultra TERF shit is going to get some people hurt. Do I have to watch the rest of it? Do I have to watch all of this? This is insufferable. This is really dumb. Let me just read the transcript. Literature review by Cornell University. 96% of studies found that transition positively impacts people. I'd need to read it for myself. The problem is, so many of these studies, it's are you happier? Yes. There we go, that's one for this was positive. And if so many of these studies are finding this, why is trans people's quality of life so shit? You can't just blame it on societal transphobia. Especially not in the UK. These people are cis. These people don't understand. I do understand. Because I've been trans for a very long time. I worked in a Weatherspoon. Most of the people there didn't give a fuck I was trans. They wanted someone to sell them beer or food or whatever. And I did. I worked in an office. No one gave a fuck that I was trans. I wasn't popular. I didn't get on with a lot of people. It wasn't because I was trans. It's because of a lot of other stuff to do with what kind of person I am, personally, Having a lot of extra mental health issues, stuff that is far more important as to why I find it hard to fit in and I find it hard to socialize than being trans, Yeah, we'll vaguely cite some studies. Not really. Harry Potter fans, who fucking cares? Who gives a shit? J.K. Rowling mention. Let's just end the ridiculous Twitter war against J.K. Rowling. Let her spout off whatever crazy shit she wants. No one cares. No one cares. No one cares. I am bored. Yeah, there we go. That's the Turn Left, understanding trans identity thing. I think everyone involved is grifting on both sides. I think that this is a bit of a grift. because everyone wants their voice to be heard, and everyone wants to be the expert that people listen to on this ridiculously over fucking blown issue that shouldn't be a thing. It shouldn't matter. It shouldn't be a culture war thing. And these people are just as complicit. You're also making it a fucking culture war issue by pushing stuff that's just blatantly untrue. It doesn't help trans people. It makes things worse. Because now, instead of trans people just getting on with their lives, they're being pulled fucking pillar to post by both sides constantly. And it's not helping. Anyway, I'm very bored of this. Fuck turn left. Enjoy sucking off Zach Polanski. He will never be Prime Minister, and that's a good job because he sucks. Where are we? Bayswater Group. Not a fan of them either, to be quite honest. Sorry, there's so much noise outside. I do apologize. It's just like every fucking day there's like fucking work going on for some reason. What? I mean, I'll say one thing. I think that calling like transgender trend or whatever a hate group is retarded. It's a ideologue group. It's a political organization in the same way that anyone is that talks about this kind of shit so much. It is weird they've got all these like kids groups, kids books and stuff. Like, what is this? I don't know about this, man. I don't know about this. I don't know about this. I'm introverted. I'm very introverted. I'm also like openly and visibly very mentally ill in a lot of ways that make me come across as like erratic and like angry when I'm not necessarily usually that kind of person. Like it gets exaggerated live because it's like, you know, you're on your own. You don't really have the same kind of, when you're on the internet, you're not regulating yourself in the same kind of way or whatever. But I understand why it is, and it's not because I'm trans. I've known other trans people that have become extremely popular in like a big office that I was working in for like years and years and years. There was a trans woman that was there that everyone loved because she was like outgoing and like, you know, likable and stuff. It can happen. We can't really say that trans people's lives are shit because of societal transphobia. It's just a lot more complicated than that, you know? Non-binary students in university. Yeah, most likely. I mean, to me, non-binary is just female. I'm sorry. You get the odd non-binary man, but it really is mostly just women. And I bet half of the non-binary men just want to fuck some of the non-binary women. Anyway, make sure you like the stream. Don't forget, you can join the channel on YouTube. You can super chat via Streamlabs. Lots of stuff. So we've got this Drew Afualo thing. The comment section with Drew Afualo. So this kind of is going to be a bit stream of consciousness because it made me think of a lot of other stuff. And I guess we'll get through it as we get through it. And hopefully my thought process will make sense. And if it doesn't, then I don't know, tell me I'm a fucking idiot or something. But yeah, so they had this conversation with some woman called ER Fight Master. I don't know what the fuck kind of name this is. Like this person either, well, I even know what to say. Really stupid name. You can already tell what kind of pronouns and gender identity this person has. But yeah, so this is an old conversation that they've reposted. It's just from a few weeks ago. But it was actually originally posted in April 2025. Now this kind of surprises me because it sounds like a conversation you'd hear in like 2019 or something. Like the kind of thing people were saying when the left was on top in the culture war, that kind of shit. And there was a part of this that became extremely controversial, shall we say. And because this person reposted it, a bunch of people heard some of the takes being espoused here and weren't super happy about it. And I'll be honest, knowing what I know about this conversation, I think this whole thing is like cringe and retarded, quite frankly. Anyway, let's have a look.
I was like, the only like, you want me to validate you and your transphobia? I'm not going to. I hate TERFs. I hate transphobes. I've been that way forever. And I've, like, obviously I have many.
The pandering straight away is on full show. Neither of these people are trans. One of them claims to be non-binary. That's not trans. You're a woman. Don't care.
Many followers who are trans, and so a lot of them were like, thank you for always defending us. And I
hate it. Sorry, this shit gets my goat. I'm sorry. This isn't the part that matters. We're very close to it.
TERFs, I hate transphobes. I've been that way forever.
Like, I think trans people are a bit desperate to hear like more positive things, to the point where they will hear like obvious pandering like this, and that's the reaction they'll get. When to me, this is a grift, you know? There's a person that wants attention. There's a person that wants your support. I hate this kind of stuff.
And I've, like, obviously I have many followers who are trans, and so a lot of them were like, thank you for always defending us. And I was like, you guys stand behind me as long as you want, bitch. I don't give a fuck. Till you feel brave enough to come out, I don't care. Right?
Yeah. I hate it.
I was like, and also, I've told people before, it's imperative that cis women have this conversation with each other. It's imperative that cis women hold other cis women accountable for being transphobic. It's imperative because no one's free till we're all free. Yeah. And also to think that transphobia will not
annoy the piss out of people into liking trans people. It's not going to happen.
Affect cis women at all is insane. It's already affecting cis women.
I mean, especially we can obviously see it in the sports space.
Exactly. And women of color especially. And that's the part that I was like, you think I don't know? I experience it all the fucking time. Like, and it's because I don't fit into these Eurocentric beauty standards. But see, what
the fuck does that mean? I don't fit into these Eurocentric beauty standards. Bro, you'd fit right in fucking Essex or some shit. Dye your hair blonde. You'd fit fucking right in. The difference is your skin tone might actually be real. The rest of them fucking skin tone, that isn't real. What do you mean, Eurocentric beauty standards? I'm brown, so I don't fit Western beauty ideals. Bro, what are you fucking talking about?
And it's because I don't fit into these Eurocentric beauty standards. But see, I've unpacked...
Massively beg to differ. You got the hair, you got the eyelashes, the makeup, all this kind of stuff. Complete cap.
All of my internalized transphobia and biases, so it doesn't
How can a cis person have internalized How can anyone have internalized transphobia? If it's not innate, can you have internalized transphobia? She's admitting she thinks white people are prettier than her. In a way, yeah.
I've unpacked all of my internalized transphobia and biases, so it doesn't offend me when people try to...
If you're not trans, you can't have internalized transphobia. I don't even know if internalized transphobia exists. You know? Like, I guess maybe, but... like, it's just nonsense. People feel pandered to by this shit, and they feel included by this shit. But when you actually listen to it, and divorce yourself from all the virtue signaling, it's just nonsense. This is what I mean. I thought this was like 2018 or something. It's from last year. Who is talking like this now?
Call me a trans person or a man to insult me, that doesn't offend me. And also, I do have a huge dick. And you're going to suck it from the back.
And I would.
And that's a fact, bitch.
Yeah, and I'm down with it, actually. I'm like stuttering. I'm like, wait, are we doing that now?
Getting nervous.
Yeah, no, like, okay. You know what? My truest thought on this is that I think that trans women have a more beautiful understanding what womanhood is.
There it is. So trans women have a more beautiful understanding of what womanhood is. Do we think this trans woman has a more beautiful understanding of what womanhood is?
University. Can we get another unit to deal with Jay Lee here? He is having a breakdown.
That is the most beautiful understanding of womanhood that I've ever seen. I don't know about anyone else. What does that mean? What does that mean? Trans women have a more beautiful understanding of womanhood than women. What does that even mean? What the fuck are you saying? Why do we constantly have to make out that actually trans is some kind of ultimate expression of womanhood or manhood? I think you could make a case that it's an ultimate expression of like stereotypes and stuff. I don't actually even see that as a bad thing. I do follow some stereotypes because that's like my preferences, you know. And there's that part of me that will always just, I would rather have been female. And the next best thing is people thinking I am when I'm not. The way you're going to achieve that is by following stereotypes. If you can at all. You know what I mean? That doesn't have to be a bad thing. But I don't think it's right, therefore, to then double womanhood back and define it off of those stereotypes. It's like, it's something that goes forward. You can't bring it back again, you know? Does that make sense? What trans women are they talking about? I bet if you asked any of these people what kind of trans women they're talking about, the kind of examples you get are the ultra rich, ultra passoid, ultra hot kind of people. And we just conveniently ignore all the seedy underbelly of like AGP shit and like special needs fucking insanity that you see just under the fucking shoe of the more glamorous side of trans, which is like a tiny amount of us. But it's just utter nonsense, you know? And we need to stop with this kind of shit. Why would you say that? Why would you have said this a year ago? And why do we need to hear it again now?
I agree. I think that...
I agree. There we go. Wow. Bear in mind, this person claims to be non-binary, so rejecting your own womanhood. And now you want to throw other women under the bus. Well, I don't even want to be a woman, but other women, their conception of womanhood is kind of shit compared to what men's is. You know what I mean? It's not great, is it? It's not great.
Unfortunately, the programming for cis women it's kind of sad sometimes.
Yeah, it is.
And
yeah.
I'm like, actually...
Another what the fuck does that mean? Like, generalizing any group is a risky business, but generalizing female people that know that they are a female person and aren't trying to socially reject that is risky business, you know?
No, your womanhood is not your role.
Mm-hmm.
Your womanhood is not your status in society. And your womanhood is not your ability to be sexually assaulted.
Yeah.
Fucking hell, bro. Jesus, I wouldn't want to be this person. I wouldn't want to be this person. Like, what the fuck are we saying?
And this trans debate.
Yeah, Chris Chan. This person believes that Chris Chan has a beautiful understanding of what it means to be a woman. That's what they're saying. That's what they're saying. That's what she's saying. Sorry, fuck you.
Like centering all on, well, like if a quote unquote man in a dress is in a bathroom, he will rape me. I'm like, okay, well,
said almost no one ever.
Then it sounds like the problem that we have is that men are going to rape and women are fearing rape their whole lives.
Right.
And when you talk to...
Yes. And most people see men as male people. So you see a male person, even if they're dressed a bit fruity in your bathroom, you probably just see that as a man. Like, they almost come close to like squaring the circle and actually developing some kind of empathy for other people. Instead of doing the standard fucking dipshit progressive thing of, well, if you disagree, you're just wrong and you need to change yourself. I'll just go to therapy, you know, we get the ICO rules or whatever that other dipshit was that I talked to that wouldn't let me fucking speak more than 5 words in a fucking concurrent way. Well, if they disagree, they should just go to therapy. Okay, wow, you're not interested in understanding other people's perspective. That to me suggests that those are the kinds of people that need shutting out of the conversation. Not these women that feel uncomfortable with certain kinds of male people in their bathroom.
Trans women about their womanhood, they talk about it, like, almost gets me choked up. They talk about it in such this like beautiful,
non-binary, by the way,
expansive way.
Yeah.
Of like, it's this feeling I always had.
Yeah.
You know, it's this truth I've always known. It's the most beautiful parts of me. It's my softest self. And
it's like the most stereotypical shit ever. It's like nonsense.
I don't feel that from cis women right now because I think the propaganda is so strong.
I agree. Yeah.
And yeah,
cis women, they're just being brainwashed by propaganda. Wow.
I love women.
So taking away women's agency as well. Taking away women's agency to think for themselves. If you disagree, you're brainwashed by propaganda. I bet these retards call themselves feminists. I bet they do. Women and more clearly trans women don't live our lives expecting to be raped. Well, yeah, exactly. That's not even really the conversation around like bathrooms and stuff. You don't know who is like a sex offender and who isn't, and men are more likely to be. But really the issue is, more than anything, is that women feel uncomfortable with certain people in their bathroom. Like, that's where the harm usually is.
Oh my God, I'm so obsessed with women. I'm obsessed with
Me too.
all women. I really am obsessed
Me
with all
too,
women.
yeah.
And I want cis women to stop letting men be a barrier to their identity.
Yeah.
What does that even mean? Men be a barrier to their identity? They just speak in these like fucking wokeisms that mean nothing but sound cool to pretentious fucking losers, you know?
Absolutely. I've even told cis women when I was I've defended Dylan many times, but I defended her when she put out her song because TERFs, once again, were attacking her and saying that her song was like basically saying she's vapid. It was like
derivative.
Yeah, it was a
But it is vapid and derivative.
Derivative of womanhood. I said that's her experience with womanhood. Notice how she never said this is the experience of all women. That's
Defending more stereotype shit.
her experience as a woman. But even like,
Whilst being a stereotype who thinks she isn't a stereotype, by the way. I can't believe I get called like a pick-me and shit when people like this exist. I really can't. What the fuck is this? If someone like me is a pick-me, what the fuck is this, you know?
let's just say that is what she was saying. She's talking about taking her meds, right? She's talking about both for her transition, but also for her mental health. She's talking about having a one-night stand, right? Are any of those things bad? And I told them like, because when Sabrina Carpenter she was saying, she's talking about taking her meds, right? She's talking about both for her transition, but also for her mental health. She's talking about having a one-night stand, right? Are any of those things bad? And I told them like, because when Sabrina Carpenter makes
Are any of those things that you should base womanhood on though?
jokes about getting Eiffel Towered on her fucking tour, everyone's like, I love when women are sexual. And me too. I love it. But see, when trans women have the exact same conversation, all of a sudden you want to talk about we're more than just a pair of tits. No shit, bitch. I know that. Dylan knows that. Sabrina Carpenter knows that. We all know that. It seems like you're the only person who doesn't know that.
Yeah.
And I was like, there is nothing wrong with any of those things. Just because women are engaging in them doesn't make them bad. But it speaks to what you said, which is like, it's almost like that's the most like convicted they feel in themselves is their womanhood, what their idea of femininity is, what their idea of womanhood is. And I was explaining to even me, I was like, I am a cis woman, right? I identify with the gender that was assigned to me, but I am not a thin white woman, right? So my experience with womanhood is going to be different from a cis thin white woman. We're going to have two different very experiences of womanhood. Is yours?
Yeah, this is like fucking brain rot. Again, like what year is this, you know? I'm kind of surprised these kind of people still exist. Just give me one sec. I'm going to have to stop face camming because it's way too fucking hot in here. It's like getting ridiculous. Yeah, girlhood as an adult. That's the thing. Too many trans people use really weird, like childish language. And I think that makes a lot of people uncomfortable. Like, you hear all these like 40-year-old like AGPs talking about like not wearing boy clothes anymore. They disavowed Sabrina Carpenter because she dissed a yodeler in her audience. Fair enough. I don't like Sabrina Carpenter. I think her music sucks. But I don't like most popular music because it just doesn't do anything for me. This is like ultimate wokeoid vapid fucking slop. We can have a quick look at the comments section. Wow, that's suddenly really loud. It's because my hair isn't in the way anymore. Yeah, I'm like, listen, I'm sorry, I was on cam for a bit, but it's so fucking hot in here, man. It's ridiculous. Yeah, so the comments aren't being super kind. So whole conversation was Delulu. I mean, I didn't watch the whole thing. I'll be completely fair. What I watched was utterly brain dead. Sexual assault comment was such a distasteful and ugly thing to say. Yeah, agree. Why would anyone say this? I'm not like, this is fucking true. This is true. It's the most pick-me shit I've ever heard in my life. For some reason, it doesn't count as pick-me when you're like sucking off like trans people. You know? Like you're literally telling women why they should accept like male people. And I think some trans women, it's probably fine to accept them in as long as they know their differences and know their place and shit. But like, how is this not the most pick-me shit I've ever seen? Thanks for letting me know it's a privilege to be sexually assaulted. You don't have to put down cis women to show how great and strong trans women are. Acknowledging cis women and trans women have different experiences, not TERF behavior. Yeah, listen, I'm glad that people are looking at this and realizing how fucking stupid it is. But yeah, I don't know. I can't bear any more of it. A non-binary person speaking on the womanhood experience is comedic. That's the thing. You get these people that like, they reject their own womanhood and then want to lecture you on how you should see your own womanhood and tell you that actually the people that have the best understanding of it are people that took it on, who haven't had that same experience their whole lives, who haven't been shaped by having been a child and growing up as a girl and then becoming a woman versus having the opposite experience and then moving over. Because being the wrong type of guy is not the same as being a woman, you know what I mean? Being the kind of guy that other guys don't respect is its own kind of thing. But I ain't a woman because of that. That's just why, it's a part of why I got pushed towards being trans. I say got pushed towards. I made that decision for myself. They said that trans women are the most vulnerable female. That's fucking retarded, man. That's fucking retarded. Like, this sounds like a really horrible example. But let's say we're going to say that trans women are the most vulnerable kinds of women. If you took me and another woman, and an actual woman, should I say, who's able to have kids, and forcefully penetrated both of us to completion, one of us don't have to worry about fucking getting pregnant. However horrible the rest of the fucking experience is going to be for both of us. There's just so many things wrong with this kind of shit. And they say this because it sounds woke and like cool and radical and shit. Because it panders. We're so desperate for pandering. There's a better way than this, you know? Anyway, so there was a response to all the controversy around this. There's been a lot of YouTubers that have responded to this kind of thing. Like, some of them are like full-on TERF types. You know, you've got your Amy Souzas and stuff like that. She made a response. I watched a bit of that Ready to Glare person who sometimes I like her and sometimes I don't, I guess. Yeah, response to Drew Afualo. It's been on the wrong thing.
Hey friends, so people are asking me to respond to this Drew Afualo thing where she had this conversation on a podcast talking about how trans women are having a better experience of womanhood than women.
Women have a more beautiful understanding what womanhood is. I agree.
Kind of miscited it. You can tell what kind of thing this person's going to say, and there's every chance, to be honest, that I agree. Don't really want to spend loads of time on this kind of stuff. But yeah, quite a few people not very happy. Ooh. There's loads of fucking noise upstairs. I've been on HRT 4 years. I bet I could still beat up a cis woman. Dude, I have been on HRT for 10 years. Like, my last proper job I had was a few years ago. So that would have been about 7-8 years maximum. I was still way stronger than women I knew that I worked with and stuff that were the same kind of size as me. There was one job I did where we had to move loads of stuff. You know, we had to move loads of stuff from one site to another. I was kind of keeping up with the guys, even though I've been on HRT for like 7 or 8 years. I was able to hold my own and kind of lift the same kind of shit as like all the guys were doing. At one point, this one woman was like, oh, do you want help lifting that? So I'm like, yeah, okay, yeah. She goes to try and help me lift this fucking box. And she almost fucking drops it straight away. Like, oh, I don't think I can do that. Because I find I'll just do it by myself then. It's easier. I'm sorry. I'm sure some trans women do genuinely lose that much strength, that they're very much either comparable with women or maybe even slightly below them. But that's not all of us. Plenty of us actually keep our strength. And regardless of the strength, we still have the kind of, you know, a lot of us are bigger and still very masculine looking, sounding, seeming in some ways. We'd still have that kind of intimidation factor, even if we might be not as strong as we appear, you know? So yeah, there was all this stuff on Reddit. Some of the responses to this shit. So they did a video, which I guess we'll have a look at in a sec. I had to find it on some article or something. So disagreement is not transphobic, Queen, but the clip alone was alarming. No need to see the full video if the statement was harmful for ER to say. I love your takes, but this is an agree to disagree. She responds, y'all are not disagreeing, you're getting angry because you believe trans women cannot relate to us because they don't have periods or babies. Well, we can't relate to that experience for sure. I can't relate to lots of women experiences. I can't relate to being 13 years old and getting fucking wolf whistled by a guy on a fucking construction site on my way to work, you know what I mean? I can't relate to panicking about like about getting pregnant because I had a one night stand or something like that. There's lots of shit I can't relate to. This does not make you more of a feminist, it makes you more of a TERF, just like explained in this video. So completely delusional already. More beautiful understanding of womanhood is a bold claim though. I don't see why it's wrong for cis women to clock that, to be honest. I don't either. Let me know if you want me to actually answer this for you if you want to be a TERF. Wow, incredible. I've never heard someone say trans men understood I've never heard someone say trans men understood manhood better than cis men. I'll be honest, we're going to get to it because people say all kinds of weird shit about trans men and like masculinity and manhood. And we'll get to it, don't worry. It's just a weird thing to claim. Why is it always a competition? Oh, well, that's because men are more privileged. Again, 2018 fucking talking points. Get in the fucking bin, bro. Get in the fucking bin. There's like popular, good-looking, rich as fuck woman. Literally thinks she's brown and a bit fat. Therefore, she's like not privileged and she can speak truth to power. Like, nah, it don't work that way, bro. Don't work that way. And you're a transphobe, by the way. That's like, how is this person a transphobe? You could say that trans women have a different experience of womanhood than cis women. I don't even think so. I don't think it is really an experience of womanhood. I think we experience some of the same things, and we're all humans, so everyone's going to experience some of the same thing. I don't think womanhood is actually attainable for trans women. I think the illusion of womanhood maybe. But it's not real in a way. That I agree with, but they don't have a superior perspective whatsoever. Nobody ever said the word superior. What does she think more beautiful means? More beautiful understanding of what womanhood is. That implies superiority. That's just fucking obvious. You'd have thought I'd have been wolf whistled. I mean, I was just a boy. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I didn't live in a place where that was going to happen anyway. Like, people weren't hitting on me and like making weird sexual comments towards me when I was like younger. They were just like being rude to me for no reason. Like, I just got called gay an awful lot. I just had it suggested to me that I was not very masculine. Yeah, you all are feeling that insecurity because of how you view trans women, which is part of transphobia. Brain dead nonsense. If that's your perspective, that's yours to have. What ER said was not misogyny or offensive. Disagree. That person seems pretty misogynistic. It's ruffled the feathers of TERFs because their femininity and womanhood is severely threatened by trans women, which is misogyny. Hands up, all you TERFs, hands up. Hands up who is threatened by the femininity of trans women. Handles criticism poorly. Build an echo chamber of people praising you, think you're never wrong. That's the thing. Like, I've said the same thing about someone like Billboard Steve. I think his content kind of sucks and he's really shit at debating. But because he's saying things people agree with, people come to his shit to, like, give him praise. And so he thinks that what he's doing is good and that he's good at this, when actually he fucking isn't, you know? But it gives that feedback loop. So the more, like, how do I put this? Fuck. You put out delusional shit and people give you attention for it. You think you're correct. You think you're doing the right thing. When actually, like, I think a lot of people just don't understand. Especially as, like, someone making YouTube videos. People don't necessarily like you because they think you're correct or because you are correct about something. You're just pandering to people. You're just confirming people's, like, instincts. So I guess I was wrong. They do think you're correct, but, like, you're just confirming what people already think. And that's not the same as you doing something good. You know, it's hard. I'm not wording it well, but, you know. You are homophobically bullied. Yeah, I'm straight as well. I don't find men attractive. I never have. I could find the odd trans woman attractive, but they'd resemble a woman so much that to me that's still straight, you know. That's still what I'm attracted to. That chubby brown woman is normal looking to live in a different universe. Well, yeah, it's all that 2018 era, like, what's the word? Intersectionality kind of shit. Intersectionality. Where it's like everything is just based on how many minority points you have. That's how privileged you are. So these people who are, like, rich and attractive and popular, because they're a bit fat and a bit brown or whatever, that means suddenly they lack privilege, even compared to, like, a white homeless man or some shit, because they're white and male. And so they have this kind of authority, when actually their whole lives they have known nothing but privilege, a lot of these people. Actually, a lot of them, they've only experienced getting on well with people, probably having a decent amount of money. And, like, if anything, like, shit like class matters far more than identity group anyway. You get rich black people, you get rich trans people. You get people who are all kinds of minorities but have good lives. But yeah, there's more. Feminists like her love throwing around the word TERF or bioessentialism at you once they realize they aren't smart enough to engage. I don't think anyone's ever accused this person of being smart, hopefully. Save a deer, that is the best username ever. I love deer. I have one here, look. It's not mine. I just nicked it from somewhere. Yeah, it's very silly. It's very silly. We'll look at the response video quickly, I guess. We're having to load TikToks, so bear with me. I don't know what this platform is either. Just Jared. I've never even heard of it. Okay. How does TikTok work? Do I get sound? Make sure you like the stream, don't forget.
Just now finding me. I'm in a very bad mood right now, so forgive me if it's crass. Video that you guys are getting fake outraged over with my friend ER.
People aren't getting fake outrage. They actually feel genuinely perturbed by it, but okay.
Fight Master is over a year old. The fact that you're pretending to give a fuck now means that you guys saw one alt-right, MAGA-loving creator make a video espousing...
There you go. Once again, if you're a woman and you don't like this, you don't have agency. You don't have agency. You don't think your own thoughts. You've been brainwashed by someone else, and that's the only reason you could possibly disagree with anything I say or find it objectionable. So-called feminist, by the way.
Turf rhetoric, and now you want to get clicks and likes too. Which means you didn't go and watch the episode, you didn't do any of your own research, and that's embarrassing. So I'll go ahead and catch you up. The conversation being had is about how trans women, most oftentimes, identify with femininity and womanhood, sometimes even better than cis women do.
That makes it worse. That makes it worse. Again, I will get on to another example that I see of like this idea that trans people are somehow doing their gender better than the actual like gender or the actual sex. Because I fucking hate this kind of shit. But it's like that's literally what the problem is. You're telling women basically they're doing womanhood better than you. Male people are doing womanhood better than you. Like, that ain't your place to say, and it ain't my place to say that I'm a better woman than fucking women are. Just because I go by the name fucking Mary, you know what I mean? And I have, like, long hair and wear a bit of makeup. It's ridiculous.
Higher discussion to it, maybe you should go watch it before you pretend to get mad. Either way, saying it's...
To clarify, she meant better. Yeah, before, hang on. Wasn't one of the comments saying otherwise? Yeah, no one ever said the word superior. What does superior mean? What's a synonym? Better, right? Like, a thing is better than another thing. It is superior to that thing. No one ever said the word superior. Oh, you're upset because we said that trans women have like a better conception of like, bro, she's like fucking dumb.
It's misogynistic to agree with a trans woman on what it means to be a woman, and then in your
no one's saying that.
Defense of that talking point, saying things like they don't know what periods feel like or they don't know what childbirth feels like is really fucking stupid and embarrassing for multiple reasons.
Well, no, it means that there are pretty core aspects of womanhood that the vast majority of women experience, or at least have to think about even though they don't experience. Like if you're a woman and you never have kids in your life, you still might have to worry about things like pregnancy, you know what I mean? That just ain't a element of being a trans woman. That's something I never have to worry about. No one's ever getting me pregnant, you know what I mean?
Overarching though, it's...
And what it means is just like, don't be insane. Don't have like a... You know, if you lack so many of those kinds of things, then don't act like you're better than those people. When that's just not your experience. Like, I think some trans women do integrate into womanhood quite well, even if it's not, to me, it's not, like, real, technically. You can still integrate those kinds of people. But don't pretend it's some kind of superior kind of thing. Don't pretend that you should put them on the same fucking level. And that women now should shut the fuck up and listen to trans women or something. Or be cool with people like this. Trashing women in aid of trans people. You never asked her, by the way. Who the fuck, which fucking trans people are asking this person to put down women on our behalf? I don't want anyone to put down women on my behalf.
It's bigoted and transphobic. Ironically, though, it's also misogynistic. Reducing womanhood down to your...
There we go. Everything's just an ism. Everything's just an ism. We don't need to make actual arguments. Everything's just an ism. Actually, no, you're the one doing the ism. The right have been doing this, like, more recently as well. It's fucking annoying. Actually, you're the racist. Actually, you're the homophobe. Like, all that kind of shit. It's not an argument. Like, you have to actually say why something is wrong, not just, that's transphobic. That's misogynistic. Well, why? And why is that bad? What if sometimes something that's transphobic is also correct? How do you, like, square that then?
uterus and what it does is quite literally a pillar in misogyny. That is quite literally a tenet of patriarchy. Reducing women down to being able to have periods and create babies is a huge...
That's fucking retarded. That's not what people are saying. It's not reducing it down to say that trans women don't have the same core experiences that women do. That's not reducing women down to that. That's just saying that certain things are a common experience of female people, aka women, adult human females, you know?
Huge misogynistic talking point. Weaponizing it to discredit and invalidate trans women also makes you a transphobe. Believing in feminism unless trans women are included makes you a TERF. TERF stands for Trans Exclusive Radical Feminist. J.K.
Exclusionary.
Rowling, ever heard of her? That's what she is, and that's what you sound like when you say shit like that. All of that to say...
Yes, you can't express your opinion just in case you sound like J.K. Rowling. Congratulations, you're a moron.
What's even funnier about these ridiculous videos being made mad at me is that ER is not a man. ER...
Even women don't get periods that have a medical reason behind it, still worry about it. Well, yeah, exactly. Like, there are just certain things that most women experience. So it's valid to kind of... Well, if this is something that most women experience, and no trans women do, then that's like a clear difference that you should be kind of sensitive about, you know? You can say all that kind of stuff without it being, well, that's what womanhood is, you know? Womanhood isn't having a period, it's being female.
ER was assigned female at birth. ER is a non-binary lesbian. ER knows all about...
AKA a woman. Congratulations.
About periods because ER has had them before. You guys really need to work.
Why is she rejecting her own womanhood then? Is that misogynistic? Is it misogynistic to have such an issue with womanhood that you as a female person reject your womanhood?
On taking 15 seconds and trying to go viral off of it. It's fucking embarrassing and it's annoying. My stance on supporting trans people has been consistent through the fucking years.
You're a grifter, shut the fuck up. You don't support trans people. You say insane things on our behalf that we don't ask you to. And you want the brownie points for it. And you want to shame anyone that thinks differently to you because you want to be some kind of authority. I ain't fucking down with that.
If you followed me for...
This is what I mean. Why don't more trans people hear this and say, we don't want that kind of representation. We don't want that kind of like pandering bullshit speaking for us. Because that's what you're doing. You're fucking speaking for us. When you whine about transphobia that's like completely bogus, you're trying to speak for us. Like erroneously. Who's asking for this?
For real, you should fucking know that. My feminism is intersectional, unlike a lot of women who...
Hey, Mr. Clacker, there you go. You got bingo, there you go. Intersectional feminism, aka I'm a slightly brown, slightly chubby woman, therefore I know all about hardship and you fucking pathetic fucking white women. You ain't got a fucking clue. So if two men identify as non-binary and start having intercourse, are they lesbian? I'm sure at least some of these people think it probably is, yes.
Who claim to be feminists when...
Why is she acting like we couldn't tell ER is a woman? I think these people, I think they've lost touch so much with people that think differently from them that all they can do is like, they can't actually listen to what other people are saying. All they can do is come up with a reason in their mind as to why that person is saying something that's to them blatantly untrue. Even when it's no one's thought process at all. And that's the only way they can conceive of it. Some of these people have become so like fucking self-centered and like narcissistic and high on their own supply that people can't speak for themselves. These people have to come up with a version of their argument that debunks itself. Even if it's a version of the argument that no one is fucking saying. I hope that made sense.
They make videos like that. This entire conversation is stupid, bigoted, and transphobic.
And the truth is, when people do that kind of thing, when people just kind of make up other people's intentions, To me, that actually reflects poorly on the person doing that. It doesn't reflect poorly on the person that they're trying to say is doing this, that, or the other. To me, that's like, well, you can only conceive of thinking a certain thing for like the most retarded reason ever, because that's how you'd think if you thought that. That just kind of makes you sound like the stupid one, you know?
If you don't like that I support trans women with my whole fucking chest, unfollow.
No, I don't like that you're a fucking grifter. I don't like that you're pretending to by saying ridiculous fucking shit that should have been put in the dirt 10 years ago.
Me then, bitch. It's imperative cis women support trans women for fucking real, because
I think it's good to support trans women, just not like this. Not like this. Don't do it like this. Do it another way. Do it in a way that is cognizant of the truth and doesn't make you a massive fucking pick-me. Apparently she made another video. That's probably an advert. Oh, it's this one.
and clear up some stuff. First things first, after conversations I've had with a lot of my trans friends, TS Doc Batty, Kay Poyer, Zaya, Selena.
So yeah, all these like famous, like rich, like very specific kind of experience that these people have had. For all I know, we'll see, but like quite possibly have their own kind of warped perspective from being like quasi-famous on the internet, having a lot of people blowing smoke up their ass. But let's see.
I'll tag all of them below. What they've shared with me is that the biggest issue and critique they have with all of this is, first of all, that trans women are taking the absolute brunt of all of this. At the end of this entire discourse, trans women are being harmed and targeted, and I'm the metaphorical gun pointing at them. And the main critique that they have shared with me is that there should have been a trans woman in the room if you're going to talk about trans women's experiences.
Nope, wrong. What you should have done is not had such a retarded perspective. What you should do is acknowledge that womanhood is of being female. We are at best like guests in that. We shouldn't be going around saying that we're better than women at womanhood. And the fact that you're doing so on our behalf, that makes you a massive fucking pick-me.
Which is extremely fair to say. Obviously, in the context of the situation, ER was trying to talk about how TERF rhetoric is specifically targeting trans women, obviously, and weaponizing a very real fear that cis women also deal with. And the entire
So why is the answer to tell women that men are better at womanhood than them?
intention behind the conversation was obviously to have an open discussion about trans rights, which even ER has said themselves they probably could have worded better. I think if you watch the full episode, you can understand it a little bit better, at least what they were trying to say. But all that being said, I have expressed to all of the women that I already mentioned, publicly and privately, that I am so incredibly sorry to the trans women who are now being targeted because of this entire discourse. That is.
What about all the women you falsely labelled as TERFs and shamed and took the agency away from when responding to them?
Is not something that should have ever happened, especially when they were not involved. As far as speaking to the perspective of womanhood, I'm just going to tell y'all what I think. I feel like, personally, trans women have a much more beautiful outlook on womanhood than myself. The key word being than myself. You don't have to agree with that. The reason why I feel that way, though, is because for me, a lot of my...
Yeah, which trans women? It's all going to be these, like, ultra-passoid famous ones. She don't mean Chris Chan. She don't mean the one screaming it's she in the fucking college as she getting arrested, you know?
Womanhood has been rooted in my fear and anger towards the systemic oppression that we face, towards the violence that we suffer at the hands of men. So my perception...
Yeah, which you experience generally on the basis of, like, your biology. Why were women historically oppressed? They're the ones that had the kids and should stay home and look after them. It's got nothing to do with trans, it's got nothing to do with gender identity. Historically, it's about sex, and it still is to a great extent.
Of my womanhood has been rooted in suffering a lot, and finding community with trans people, and more specifically trans women, has completely shifted how I see womanhood. It has added color and life to what I perceive to be
I needed men to stop being so internally misogynistic. Great job.
endurance, if that makes sense. What women have to endure, both cis and trans, is a lot. And it is heavy and it is hard, but it is also so beautiful. I know that love is real.
What everyone has to endure is difficult. Life is hard. being a man is not some kind of fucking cheat code.
Because I've been loved by women, both cis and trans. And that is how I feel about the perception of my womanhood personally. Again, you don't have to feel that way. But all of that being said, I appreciate my trans friends coming to me and talking to me about this and having this discussion with me. As someone who is a staunch and steadfast ally, obviously y'all know that, I know that I will...
Stop being an ally. Be friendly to your trans friends. Be there for them. Stop being an ally. Stop blowing smoke up your ass. Stop pretending that you're doing something good by going around saying that we're so much better than women are.
Continue to grow and evolve in my advocacy and the way I can show up for trans people and trans women specifically. But to everyone that is being a TERF, you are not welcome on my page. My feminism includes trans women.
There you go. And if you're a woman who disagrees with this person, then you're a TERF. Like what we saw is a whole bunch of people not really being TERFs at all, being called TERFs. So there you go.
I do not weigh one over the other. I weigh cis and trans women the same. And I will continue to fight for both cis and trans women.
Stop doing it. Stop fighting for us. What are you fighting anyway? You do a fucking podcast. Like, I'm sorry. What the fuck kind of activism does this person do? What fighting are you doing on our behalf? Like, these people, somehow we have allowed these kinds of people to think that being an internet, like, quasi-celebrity is activism and fighting for people. You want to be a celebrity. This is like, what are we fucking saying? What are we fucking saying? Who are you fighting for? You bring fellow woke people on and sit there and giggle with them and stuff. You get the odd celebrity come on. What fighting is this? I don't fucking get it. Why do these people exist? How have we allowed this to happen?
If your feminism is not intersectional, it does not help all women. And just to reiterate, I'm so sorry again to all the trans women that are being affected by this. That is not something I ever wanted to happen. And I'm sorry that it did. Anyways, that's it. Make sure y'all follow all of the people I tagged. Thanks, y'all. Love you. Bye. Hey, y'all.
Wait, no, it's helping her trans quasi-celebrity friends become slightly more famous. That's fighting for trans people. You take the trans people at the very top and shout them out, which does fuck all for, like, genuinely impoverished trans people that have difficult lives. And that's what that's fighting for trans people, I guess. That's being a trans ally. Like, actually fuck yourself. I hate these people so much, man. So this person weighed in.
An argument for excluding trans women from womanhood. You focus on the bathroom debate, i.e. like trans women are biological males, and if you allow a biological male into a bathroom with a biological female, there's a guaranteed risk of sexual violence.
Whose take is that, genuinely? Again, we get the whole, well, I have to make up other people's takes for them. Instead of, I don't know, finding the best version of the take you can find. Actually quoting it directly or even just fucking playing it. You can't misquote someone who is speaking for themselves. And saying why you think it's wrong. Why not do it that way? Instead it's all this like straw man shit.
Then you are equating womanhood with the inevitability of being sexually assaulted, and you are...
That's very retarded. That's not an entire... That's not like a... To say that you're concerned about trans women sexually assaulting women in the bathroom is not saying that womanhood is therefore your ability to get sexually assaulted. That's a leap of logic.
Equating manhood with the inevitability of sexually assaulting a woman. If you believe that it's a guarantee that allowing a biological male into the bathroom with women is going to lead to sexual assault, then your problem is with men. It is not with trans women. Trans women make up a very minuscule percentage of biological males. So if you are focusing...
Okay, listen. I'm genuinely concerned that if I watch this, I'll be committing some kind of, like, ableism. Because this person actually just seems genuinely retarded. I think this woman is actually just far too stupid to talk about this shit. I'm sorry, man. Good luck in your non-binary fucking transition. Whatever the fuck. You seem like you're famous and rich and well-known and privileged in your own fucking way, and good luck to you. Just shut the fuck up. I beg you. So many trans people just don't want to be misrepresented in this way. More and more of us, I think. More and more of us are realizing this fucking ultimate pandering wokeoid bullshit is unhelpful and pits us against women when I don't know about anyone. I don't want pitting against anyone. That didn't help me. There you go. Was on Grey's Anatomy. This is who we should listen to, is fucking actors and musicians who are famous for not thinking, usually. Need to keep watching to get to the racist part. What does this person say about racism?
Focusing on them instead of the perpetrators of rape culture, you might be a transphobe, or you might have been cleverly distracted by a power structure that benefits from you not addressing it head on.
No agency, you just have been duped by other people, once again.
Womanhood is a beautiful and expansive thing that blooms far beyond its relationship to oppression. And when we have these debates...
I've just noticed this person talks out the side of their mouth. Never trust anyone that talks out the side of their mouth. We make womanhood all about sexual assault. That was my point. It was poorly made, and I'm sorry for that. Yeah, massive straw man. No one thinks that.
Cis women lose nothing by supporting and loving trans women. They lose everything by not addressing rape culture for exactly what the fuck it is. Drew Afualo is a friend of mine and an icon, and I love her. And she does a lot of work to fucking take to task and shut down the men in your comment section that you protect when you shift the argument from...
How so?
Rape culture to trans womanhood.
They make TikToks and they make a podcast. It's not activism.
It's totally okay for you to have a critique about my whiteness. I fucking get it. Whiteness often sucks. But if you have a bunch of thoughts and opinions on...
What year is it again?
Drew, because you don't like her tone or her behavior or her existence, I do wonder if it is just racism.
Oh, actually just fuck off. Actually just fuck this person. What a fucking loser. What a fucking actual loser. What a piece of shit. Yeah, this person says performative ally shit.
About this Drew Afualo issue. For those of you who don't know, Drew had a white person who I believe was assigned female at birth and who may be a part of the trans community, who said some frankly stupid stuff. On her podcast, she made this comment, or they made this comment, this white person, that trans women have a greater understanding of womanhood, implying that their womanhood somehow superseded the womanhood of cis women. And at face value, I believe this person thought they were making some big, profound gesture, as a lot of white liberals do, to like throw themselves at the feet of trans women and exalt it.
You say white liberals, but the woman who was not white on there immediately agreed to everything and has like doubled down, clearly showing that she doesn't understand why people don't like that kind of thing.
Our divinity, and show that we should be protected and honored and respected. But it's actually bullshit. Like, this person didn't even believe that. None of them believe that kind of crap. They just want to outwoke the world.
I actually agree. No. You know what? This person's starting to spit. I thought it was going to annoy me, but I kind of feel this. I don't think these people know what they're saying with most of this shit. They just spit out shit that sounds woke and like cool and like poetic and stuff. They don't fucking care what it means. They don't mean any of it. They just want people to think they're cool.
Woke and to see more down than the down. And it's strictly performative, and it's utter nonsense. Because if you scratch and sniff under it just a little bit, you realize you're actually backing into misogyny. How can you say that cis women need another person's womanhood to access the like higher forms of womanness? Now, simple rephrases can turn this into a meaningful and true statement, saying that inclusion of trans women gives it a more expanded and liberated version of womanhood because it strips it away.
I'm not sure about this. You are kind of saying that to fully liberate womanhood, you have to include men.
Away from some of the chains of patriarchy. Maybe that's true, and even that
sounds a bit contradictory. It sounds a bit patriarchal to me. Like, it's okay for something to just be for female people. That male people can never truly have for themselves and can never truly experience. It's okay to allow female people to have something, you know what I mean? It does sometimes feel like we're just colonialists, that we just have to have that for ourselves. We have to be included. Everyone has to be included in everything to some degree. That doesn't have to be the case.
It has to be workshopped a bit to be something that isn't harmful, I think, to cis women. But at its simplest form, it's easy enough to say that womanhood has diversity. It's inclusive of trans women and cis women and people who don't use those labels, and that acknowledging those differences does not erase or negate the experiences of anyone under the woman umbrella. And you can say that, and it can be that simple. You don't have to make it more profound. But what this white lady did, a white person did, I don't really know their gender identity. They're like a butch-presenting lesbian, as far as I can tell. Again, I'm not going to bother to learn more about them because I think they fake as shit. What this person did,
I don't agree with all this, but it's kind of funny.
It was actually put us at harm's way, because they created a conversation that has become a lightning rod for all the anti-trans rhetoric. See, it's pitting cis women against trans women. It's saying, how dare somebody assigned male at birth think that they can tell women how to be women? That's what's happening in the comments. That's how people are running with it. And what's important to know is that there's not a single trans woman involved in this conversation. And she definitely didn't workshop this with other trans people or another trans woman, because they would have known that this is such a stupid thing to say and can only lead to our harm. And my issue with Drew is that in the wake of this and the backlash, rather than taking the opportunity to be called in, because other trans people have said stuff that this is problematic, she has sat on it, and she has even doubled down and done well, I'm trying to defend trans people, so I couldn't have been wrong. And allyship that cannot be critiqued is not meaningful. Allyship that cannot be shaped by the people you are trying to be allied to is actually not about them, but it's about you. And so
it's true. You know what? I feel like I get made out to be a transphobe even for like criticizing allies. But you need to be able to. If you feel like people are doing stuff on your behalf that is not helpful, you need to be able to fucking say something. I think we're so like we've successfully like entangled being trans and being woke and progressive to such an extent that you can't criticize like cis wokeness and shit without falling into the like trans pick me like fucking self-hating kind of umbrella. And that's not fair, you know? That's ultimately like my shit and not theirs.
Platforming this stupid thing that this person said while they were trying to sound woker than the woke, when it really just sounded dumber than a dumb, you put us in harm's way. And you put us in a place where we're going to get treated in the same brutal and cruel and both misogynistic and transphobic ways that we've always been. And that is not allyship. That is performance at our detriment. And so this is where I'm going to pivot and say we got to stop taking our political commentary for people who aren't in politics or who aren't trained in commentating.
There we go. No, listen, I don't agree with everything being said, but this is fucking true. This is fucking true. Everyone talks about politics now. Almost no one knows what the fuck they're talking about. I try and be careful. I weigh in on some things and not others, because, like, I'm only so knowledgeable, but most people just fucking spout all kinds of shit. Most of them, I think, have just picked a politician and be like, yeah, I agree with everything they're saying. I just rattle off the same talking points because it makes me feel good. But almost none of them know fucking anything. People don't think of the implications of pushing, like, weird fucking economic shit, like what is it called? MMT kind of shit, taxing the rich, like, you know, rent caps and all that shit that people like Zach Polanski want. People don't think of the implications of, like, just kicking out millions of fucking foreigners over the course of a couple of years. It just sounds good, so people just parrot it with insane levels of confidence. It doesn't work. And because it makes people feel good, people will listen to that shit and not critique it in that way. But you need to. You need to critique everything.
This is just a lady with a microphone who was loud, and I respect her for being loud, and who said some witty stuff. She's not all that smart, and she don't have to be, but that means we don't have to listen.
Very, very true. There we go. Yeah, in general, I think they made some good points. Who is this? NB therapist. Okay, I don't know if I quite have the stomach for that, to be honest.
This really has been on my mind for days, and I've never been a coward. I am going to offer my thoughts on the conversation that came from Drew's podcast and the conversation with ER. And I'm not really going to focus on the deep pieces of the pod. I'm going to focus on what I've seen consistently be a point of contention, specifically when when Black women have shared how the clip and the pod made them feel, which is the idea of understanding more, having a deeper or better understanding, and all of that. Listen, complicated and necessary.
Can I be honest? That person said literally nothing. Do Labour have any chance of getting back into the next election? Maybe. The stuff with Farage isn't over. He won the by-election with Binface. But the investigation into all his, like, weird, like, gifts and shit is still ongoing. There might just be another one. Whatever comes of that is still to be determined. You know, it depends, I think, on a lot of things. Hopefully Burnham is a bit more palatable to people than Keir was. And I say that as someone who I thought Keir was actually quite good. I was okay with him. Didn't agree with everything they pushed. Like, in some ways I see why people didn't like him, but it remains to be seen. But, like, the Greens are never going to fucking get in. Like, not that many people are that fucking gullible. I think it probably will. Even then, though, the Tories have been coming back a bit. There's every chance that they might just re-overtake Reform, depending on what happens with all this shit going on with Farage. Who knows? We'll see nearer the time.
She built her whole empire off of being pro-women, but she's starting to act a lot like how men act when they're called out and they know they're wrong. The baseless name-calling, replacing emotional intelligence with being condescending.
I don't quite know how this is something that men do that women don't, but sure.
When the other person is either asking for clarity or trying to address the issue. And then
she is right with this kind of stuff, though. Like, making it out to be male behavior is a bit ridiculous, but the point remains.
Backpedaling with a half-assed apology because she can't control the situation. If a man was...
Oh, thank you so much, Nupikiskorpi. Sorry, I can't read your name very well, but thank you so much. Thank you. Binface or PM. I'd vote for Binface or PM. I probably wouldn't actually. I'd vote. I think I'd just vote Labour. But yeah, I don't know. He did quite well. He did quite well in Clacton.
Was responding to her in the same way that she's responding to some of the women in her comments, we would see a very long video of her cackling at him on our For You page. This whole situation.
Yeah, I guess I agree with some of it. I don't know why we're talking about straight women.
Being taken out of context, and then I'm going to explain to you what the context was.
Drew's thought on this is that I think that...
To be honest, I don't know. Oh, this might be interesting.
Apology video, but she only apologized to trans women because she said that trans women are being harmed by this conversation, and there should have been a trans woman in the room, and they can't speak for trans women, and so and trans women have been harmed. So she's only apologizing to trans women, and I think that is so interesting because at the end of the day, you offended natural born women, and a lot of them. So much so that a lot of people are unfollowing you. It's like, this is like even more of a double down because she really just could have gotten on the internet and said, I apologize because I shouldn't be comparing experiences. And I feel like a lot of people would have been satisfied with that. But she refuses to apologize, and then to do this is just honestly even more insulting because at this point it's just like, okay, you are unrepentant, you refuse to listen to people, and you just don't care. And honestly, I think that she's doubling down for two different reasons. Number one is straight up pride. Like, it's just her own pride issues have led her to not be able to apologize, even when it is literally the most logical thing to do, because at the end of the day, you did in fact insult people. It just is what it is. You insulted people. Because why are you comparing in the first place? I think that we can say that without being accused of being TERFs and trans, whatever. Like, I think that we can say that at the very least. But she refuses to do that because she has as much pride as she has, which has been very evident in her content. Let's be honest, right? But I think the other thing is that she will not apologize because if she apologizes, she ceases to be the moral authority that she...
I agree with this. This is a grift. I'm sorry. She's never gonna like take it back. Because that's what her audience would want her to do. The audience for this is like the most insane kind of woke people imaginable. The kind that would just see it as weakness and would throw this person away in a heartbeat if she goes back on literally anything. Because those people exist, and they exist on both sides for sure. But they sure as fuck exist on this side, you know?
Presents herself to be on social media. Different influencers do different things. I go to Jackie Aina for makeup. I go to Drewski when I want to laugh. People go to certain people that influence those spaces. Drew is an influencer in like the activism space and like comedy, I guess. But really, she's an activist. Sure, whatever. So if she's an influencer in the activism space, you look at her as almost like an authority because so many people listen to her, just like how people look at Jackie Aina as an authority when it comes to makeup, or Drewski as an authority to what's funny. You know, people look at people who have really influenced that space as now an authority in that space. So when Jackie Aina does bad makeup, we gonna stop looking at her as much of an authority. If Drewski makes a skit that's not as funny, we stop looking at him as an authority. You know what I'm saying?
Nah, I think most people will convince themselves that it's good regardless.
They lose the influence that they need to keep their platform going, to keep the money going, to keep the whole thing going. So
I think I know what this person is saying, but it's taking her like too long. I'm sorry. I'm losing patience. I don't know. There ain't much else to say. It's ridiculous. It is truly the kind of woke version of like pick-meism. And I think I get maligned with that shit an awful lot myself. But I don't think it's true at all. I think I take people as they come. And there's trans people that I agree with on stuff. And ultimately I do want like trans people to get on as much as anyone else. I just think we're doing an awful lot of shit wrong. And rather than actually grapple with anything I'm saying, people's way of like not having to grapple with it while still asserting that I'm wrong is to like call me a pick-me or whatever. Whereas I think this Drew person, genuinely that is the kind of shit they're doing. And I don't know why more people wouldn't call that out if they'd call out someone like me, but hey, listen. Partisanry, very fun, very fun. Yeah, I mean, I feel like now and then we always get these things where we try and act like trans people are like a better version of the thing that they're going into. It kind of made me think a lot, you know, things like fucking Caitlyn Jenner winning like an award and shit like that. What'd she win? I googled it. Like winning Glamour's Woman of the Year. Like shit like this. You know, we're saying that this is a better woman than actual women. I don't think this is ever good for women or trans people. And it goes both ways. Like you had what was it? I read about some school that was like teaching its kids that an example of positive masculinity was Elliot Page, which I'm going to be honest, I think you have to actually possess any masculinity to be an example of positive masculinity. I'm not sure what masculinity Elliot Page possesses. I mean, to me, they seem like the most wimpy. If they do seem like a guy, it's like the most wimpy fucking guy ever. Like, basically what we're telling boys. Like, we have this, like, we have this tendency to treat men as if they're just a problem. Like, de facto a problem. And I even take some of the TERF stuff to be like that sometimes. Where we do kind of treat men as if they're, like, predisposed, like, rapists or whatever, just because, like, statistics point a certain way. I don't think that's necessarily fair. And we treat men and masculinity as if it's like a problem to be solved. And some people's solution is, be like females. Be like females disguised as males. But like, what men? What men does this appeal to? Like, you're gonna get men looking at Elliot Page and being like, yeah, that's what I want to be like. It just doesn't work that way. I don't think a lot of these people really listen to men and then tell them what they should be like, and then tell them who they should look up to. Like, I might quickly show a thing about, like, red pill and stuff, and as to why, you know, kind of thinking about why it is men get pushed that way. And I agree with people that say that the left has, like, fuck all to say to men a lot of the time. And often what they do say is not positive. Jason Arday, I probably will, actually, to be honest. I've got ages. I probably will kind of go over my thoughts and maybe look at a few things. I think I will have time for that. But yeah, that's kind of what I think. We're telling men what they should like. I just don't think that works. I don't know who the fuck is looking at Elliot Page and saying, that's the kind of man I want to be. And I don't like the implication of telling guys, especially young guys, like, you should look up to these women and you should want to be like these women. I just don't think that works, man. I don't think that works. I mean, oh, sorry, one sec. Imagine if they tried to use Hunter Schafer as a positive example of femininity for little girls. Yeah, exactly. I'd find that galling too. Like, I would not be happy seeing that kind of thing. I think that we're kind of taking on something. We shouldn't then start defining it. It becomes, like, how do I explain this? Jeez, it's difficult. Like, we take on certain traits and then redefine it based upon what we're able to take on, when there's so much other shit that also defines womanhood that is just not accessible to male people like myself. Which is why I would never want to put myself out there as some kind of example of, like, femininity. I mean, I'm not a very feminine person anyway, in a lot of ways. But I mean, what men...
Welcome to It's Open with Alana Glazer.
Sorry, fuck's sake, I lost the part that I was going to watch. Let me just find it, fuck's sake. What men find this?
To me,
What men find this kind of shit appealing? Because I'll say something. I'm still fairly in touch with my masculine side. I have quite a masculine personality. I actually still care about a lot of this shit, even if I did kind of leave my malehood behind in some symbolic way by transitioning, to suggest that I kind of rejected all that, but I still kind of feel it. Because I'm still in touch with all that shit, and I haven't forgotten what my sex is. And I still recognize a lot of very, like, masculine, like, personality traits and stuff. Like, what men would watch this and say, Yeah, this is what masculinity should be about. Two women talking, like one of them's technically a trans man, whatever. I'm being transphobic. Who fucking cares? This isn't helpful, okay?
And like having that moment where I'm like, oh, should I also not? Like, should I also be
closed off?
It's just like, what the fuck, Elliot? What are you talking?
I don't think we should encourage kids to look up to celebrities at all. I don't know if I fully agree, but I think in lots of cases you're probably right.
Talking about like, oh, honey, you're the part of the problem.
Oh, honey, come on, man.
So I think it's, to me, healthy masculinity would be, well, you know what, healthiness for anyone to just, you know, love themselves, be able to care for themselves, ideally get rest when they can, you know, like just the practical basic, drink water, like eat a banana, you know, and also just, you know, doing what you can to be intentionally and mindfully.
They're not looking up to Buck Angel. To be fair, though, Buck Angel isn't the one that people are saying, this is healthy masculinity, this is positive masculinity, this is what men should be like. That's basically what that means. I agree. Like, people do look up to Buck Angel, but it's like more detransitioners and people that, the kind of person that I might have turned out to be, but I kind of didn't. But this is the kind of person that we're actually telling men, this is what you should be like. You're basically saying, be a woman. Be a woman. Still look like a man on the outside, to the extent this person even fucking does. But no, we want men to be women. And like, I start to understand why men find this kind of shit galling and why they end up turning to like the Joe Rogans and like the fucking Andrew Tates and stuff. I fucking despise Andrew Tate. I think he's a piece of shit. Fucking rapist, fucking loser. But I get why that happens, because this is what we're telling men that they should be like. And it's just got nothing to do with most men. Like, I'm sorry. It's like a bad joke.
Not letting yourself get like swayed or twisted by the rules that I feel like end up like leading to so many of the problems that we see that are, you know, do get inflicted by toxic masculinity.
There we go. Men are a problem to be solved. What we need is this caricature of the wimpiest man alive who's actually a female to explain this to us. And for teachers to tell young boys, look up to people like this.
Violence and abuse, just general cruelty. And yeah, I think it's just like healthy masculinity could just mean a really good cry. And like,
I'm sorry, man. I didn't lose touch with my manhood that much that I don't listen to this and just want to fucking die. Yeah, okay, I'll just cry more often. That'll do it. That'll do it, man. That'll do it. Fuck me, dude.
I just want to make sure I'm always like leaning away from that pull to shut off emotionally.
I'm hearing like an openness.
Yeah.
Practicing opening.
Yeah.
Because it's so true, like a closed off. And
it happened, and the closed off could lead to just impatience.
He cried when England lost. There we go. Elliot Page approves. Okay. And you didn't beat your wife when England lost, which is a good sign, you know. As was it that Sarah Pochin or something? One of those reform MPs talking about what happens when England lose. I mean, she was right, but it was a bit on the nose. Not even women are like this, to be fair. Yeah. This is kind of even on the feminine end of like womanhood, let alone manhood. And he's a trans man.
It could lead to whatever it is. I'm trying so much to just be like, when that happens, it's like, Elliot, shoulders back, take a few breaths. It really makes a difference.
But when we are organized through this such a strict, rigid system, the pressure to conform, we don't realize how that pressure to conform is suppressing our health, restricting our nervous system. This is kind of what I was like thinking about being in love and the relaxation. And my journey with gender and sexuality has like opened up so much since becoming a parent. The physical experience of making a person and then getting that person out of my body, like that has been a huge touchstone for me.
Yeah, I think I'm doing a service here. Guys who are a bit kind of insecure about their manliness watch this kind of stuff. It's like, you know what? I'm actually doing okay. Maybe I'm not like low T.
Opening up my own.
Maybe I'm not an absolute pussy.
Pressure to conform. Like
this shit makes me feel like masculine. like I'm wearing fucking mascara today. You know what I mean?
It was in my pregnancy that I realized I identify as non-binary, as a non-binary woman in pregnancy.
And like, what men are listening to this? I think this got memed on like heavily. And like, I don't know. I think people take it a bit too far with like, you know, they cast Elliot Page as like some random person in the Odyssey, where back in the day, a man that was like Elliot Page would not have been in the fucking army. They'd have been left on a fucking hillside. And if they come back, maybe they get a place in society. But most likely they're getting ripped apart by wolves, you know? But like, I kind of get that it's a bit ridiculous to like lose your shit this much over like some trans guy being cast in a movie. At the same time, the kind of lengths it gets taken to, sometimes I kind of feel why men rebel against this shit so much. And why they feel it's kind of an erasure of like manhood. This is kind of a waste of time, to be honest. Like, the only men watching this are here to like take the piss out of it. Like, let's be honest. If you put this on, let's say some fucking teacher put this on in school to tell men or to tell like teenage boys, well, this is like a positive role model you can have. You know, don't watch Andrew Tate. You can watch this and like be a positive man. Them fucking boys are like laughing at this shit, okay? They think this shit's gay as fuck. I'm sorry. Like, you have to be able to get through to the people you're trying to appeal to. And maybe there are trans men that could do it. That ain't fucking Elliot Page. That ain't Elliot Page. Elliot Page ain't doing that. He comes across like a pussy. The difference is he still also has one, you know? Like, guys just don't want this shit. I wanted to quickly look at, it's a bit older, but there's an Abbott and Preach video about why they see it as necessary. I think some of the points here are quite interesting. So I guess I'll go through this quickly. Probably mostly freeboot it, to be honest. And then we'll see if there's any Jason Arday stuff worth looking at. And I can kind of go through my thought process, because I'm still trying to work out my own feelings around it. It's a very complex thing for me.
Today's topic. I disagree with the red pill community, but I 100%
Why is it on?
understand that there's an absolute need for it. People often complain about like the rhetoric that comes out of like the manosphere or whatever, and I understand some of those because I disagree with a lot of the sentiments that they share. I've been called a blue pill and purple pill and whatever the term that they have. Honestly, I find the whole Matrix reference is super cringy, but it's 100% necessary. And I think one thing that people don't understand is that there's a lot of expectations placed on men in regards to the roles that they have to play in society, in regards to the roles that they have to play within the dating sphere. You know, the idea that we have to approach, the idea that we have to be the one putting the foot forward and doing all this stuff. I'm not saying that women don't have the responsibilities. I'm just saying there's a lot placed on us, right? The big problem is that we have zero resources in the mainstream to know how to do these things. We don't learn it from our parents because our parents oftentimes don't know what the they do. We don't learn at school, and our friends are just as clueless as we are. So what ends up happening is that we look towards media. But the thing is, men don't have shows like The View. Men don't have shows like women do where they get to learn all the next beauty tips and have all their problems constantly talked about other than sports shows. And so what ends up happening is that men turn towards alternative media. Joe Rogan is a perfect example of that. He blew up, but when he was just back in it was just a bunch of guys watching him all the time because it's like the first time that they watched someone speak in long form about that they were going through. I'm talking back in 2013 when his podcast was like setup. Right? I used to watch it back then. I was like, oh, okay, cool. One thing I've learned, like, just coming to realize with myself is, like, I remember when we first started doing videos, I used to be, like, way more angry about a lot of stuff, right? And looking back now, I used to ask myself why I was so angry covering some of these topics. Wow. And it dawned on me that for so long, I've been having lived experiences with women that were either negative or super toxic. And when I would bring this up to people around me, they would gaslight me, or they'd be like, well, as a man, that's not a real thing. So, right, whether it be being hit, whether it be like women doing weird stuff.
Yeah, we talk about like, oh, don't keep it in. You have to express your feelings. Well, sometimes you try and you just get like shot down. Like you have a bad experience. Like you've experienced like domestic violence or something. But I kind of know this shit. I've like experienced it myself. And you just feel like you have to shut the fuck up because you're not like the norm. You're like an exception. So like people have got no space for you. If you're like a man that's had like bad experiences with women sometimes. And then the only people like highlighting, sometimes women are toxic towards men. They're the ones getting told like, well, you're an MRA, you're a fucking misogynist, you know?
Saying terrible things, and like just the lack of accountability that society seems to place on women in those kind of scenarios threw me.
Do you know what? I think that a really good way of like pushing, like for example, men into misogyny is to insist that they're a misogynist when they don't feel like they are and they're trying to talk about something real. I think that goes in a lot of ways. I bet there were a lot of like very turfy women who initially, they probably weren't very turfy. They were probably just trying to express, well, I see a kind of issue with this. We're erasing sex from any kind of equation when it's a very fundamental part of any one person's existence, unless you're like very, very intersex, which is not very many people. I think that's how you push people into that kind of shit. And no one seems to care about like trying to retain people on what we're saying is like the light side, you know what I mean? Like, I found that when I started questioning stuff about, like, trans, like, ideology or whatever, when you start raising things that you see as issues, you just get shamed for it. But that just pushes you into it. And it's like, well, you start thinking about this. There's no fucking wonder that we're now in a place where people are saying, oh, well, men have all the wrong, like, role models. Well, it's because you fucked them off, you know?
For a loop. I couldn't believe it. And so I used to build up a certain level of resentment to the idea like they can just get away with this, and that we just constantly reinforce these ideas, right? And I would look towards media and I would watch, shows like I'm pretty sure it's The View, I can't remember what it was, but a girl just talking about like cutting off a dude's penile and throwing it in garbage dispenser. Everyone laughs and claps.
I don't know the circumstances. I don't know why he filed for divorce. I don't know what was going on between them. However, I do think it's quite fabulous. I mean, can you just imagine that thing whizzing around the disposal? It's like...
You know, I'm okay with this, because joke about anything. You can either joke about everything or nothing to me. And I prefer everything. But then, don't have a problem with it if this is okay. With a man making some joke about cutting like a woman's tits off or something, you know? But that would never fly.
Hysterical. But however, I think I would have just, depending on why she cut it off. I mean, it does depend on the reasons why.
Does it?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. She's on the TV for the next couple. Like, imagine a dude.
It's always the people telling you you're not allowed to make jokes about them that are the ones making like all these insane jokes about you. I think that's why it's annoying. I don't care about the joke itself. Like, that's fine. But then they're the same people that will say, oh no, you can't say that about us. It's got like an implication of like violence. Well, it's like, well, violence happens all across the fucking spectrum, man. Happens from all kinds of people to all kinds of other people.
Dude getting on a round table and everyone laughing about a girl's like pieces getting cut off down there. Never would happen. And I would constantly see this reinforced in media where women could touch dudes, grope them, do whatever they want, where they could hit dudes, and it's very popular and it's fine. But then anything that happens to us, we're just supposed to endure it because we're men. And over time, I used to get annoyed with like a lot of this stuff that was just commonplace. And you know, the crazy thing is, these women weren't bad people. They weren't people that were like extremely malicious, but they're raised in an environment that's told them this kind of stuff is acceptable. Yep. So you're talking about the norm. As I started doing these videos and I started venting, all that pent up resentment, all that anger coming out, I could feel it. All of it just pop, pop, pop. For a period, I actually went to the red pill stuff. I was watching that. I think probably from the ages of like 18 to 25, like, you know, because as a young man, you're told you have to do the approach, you have to do all this stuff, right? But I don't know what I'm doing. It's awkward. I go up to these ladies and hard rejections and self-esteem. So I'm like, yo, I need help. So what did I do? Pickup artist. I read the book, The Game. I watched Keys to the VIP, which is oddly enough a show that was shut down just for teaching dudes game, right? I would watch all these stuff and I was like, cool, I'm learning. But they also had some toxic ideas, terrible ideas. But I'm like, I have no alternative. Where else am I going to learn? Who's talking about it? Who? Nobody. Then I go on YouTube, find Joe Rogan.
Yeah, misogynistic jokes are out there. Again, I think all of it is fine. But I don't know how many of them go to like the same level. And like, I don't know what jokes would be as extreme as what we saw on like The View. On like a mainstream platform that's about women that would be accepted, you know. It's all like alternative media.
I find a couple of other red pill folks. I'm like, oh, okay, I'm learning some stuff, but I'm indoctrinating this thing. You know, by the time I started 24, 25, I started to realize some of this stuff is bad, and I took myself from that environment. But I also recognized it filled a void in my life that no one else was able to fill. There are no resources to teach young men these skills, none whatsoever. But we expect them to be good at it.
It's not only that, is they expect all these men to do all these things, and the price for failure is so big. The price of failure, not only for your self-esteem, but just you being labeled a creep, it costs a lot.
Yeah.
It's really the cost as well about it. I realized, I mean, one of my friends...
Dude, I was always like terrified of people thinking I was a creep. I guess I always, you know, I've always been like openly and like very obviously like mentally ill. So I think I've always felt like I had to worry about that more than other people. But it's like it was at the point when I was younger, I didn't want to talk to like women because it's like, well, they're going to think I'm like a creep or like trying to sexually harass them or something. Whereas I don't know what I'm fucking doing. I just want to meet people, you know. It's like hard, and I think that like the kind of expectations I felt I could never live up to were a big part of why I kind of ended up this way, I guess. I don't know. I'm trying to work through my feelings on this. But I think it affected my want to just be anything else because I couldn't live up. And what I felt I could live up to was like, you know, it was something I would never want to be. You know, being the wrong type of man is not great. And it's not a privileged position the way that people pretend it is. Like, it's just automatically, you know. Like, life is good, yeah, but you have to be the right kind of man. You have to be able to live up, you know.
And realize how much the cost was. That whenever she was talking that, oh yeah, man, I was at the pharmacy, and I saw my boyfriend, so I tapped it on the ass, and it was not my boyfriend. And they're like, oops, and then I left, and my boyfriend was there, and we all laughed, and I was like, if I think I spot my girlfriend turned in a public environment, I'm gonna make sure it's my girlfriend. I can't just, because I cannot afford as a man, as a black man, to just tap the booty of just some random girl. And be like, oh, sorry. Because the cost of that is potentially bigger than just, oops.
You know, Jordan Peterson comes on the scene and he says to men, clean your room, and he turns into this huge sensation. And a lot of people just don't understand, especially women. They're like, what is so poignant about this? And I'm like, do you not recognize that men were so much in need of that kind of stuff, about telling them to take responsibility for their own lives and how to do it, that they turned to just even that simple piece of advice became so important? Do you not understand that there's such a need for dudes to have their issues addressed? It's not to say that women don't deal with a lot of terrible stuff. And I agree with you. If you want to say that you are more disadvantaged, I would probably agree with you. But people don't live on a macro scale. I do not live as a black man thinking about all black people all the time. I'm thinking about my personal experiences. I'm walking through life. So when you go up to a man and you say your opinions are invalid and your issues are invalid because women suffer more, well, on a macro scale, I could understand what you're trying to say, but on a micro scale, which is how most people assimilate their experiences, I'm like, well, you're just telling me I don't matter. You're telling me my problems don't matter. So then I'm going to turn away from you. And then f***ers love to jump in. They'll be like, we as a community have created environments where...
Yeah, I agree. You throw these people away because they're not the right kind of people. And then you wonder why they end up turning to people that you don't like. You know, if you know, I used to have like trans friends and shit around here. I don't anymore. Unfortunately, there was like a massive TRA hive around here, so a lot of the local trans people ended up fucking insane. It just kind of is what it is. And I'm sure to someone like me, they just think, oh, you know, you just turned into a TERF, you got brainwashed. Well, no, I tried to talk about how I felt. I tried to explain some of the shit I had issues with, and you all told me to fuck off. So it's like, well, I'm hearing other shit from these people that at least makes a bit more sense, and at least acknowledges the shit that I wish those fucking people would acknowledge. So it was like, well, yeah, you end up getting pushed towards other people. You end up perhaps taking on more like problematic belief systems. Because they at least aren't telling you to fuck off, you know? They at least are acknowledging shit that's important to you.
Stop lying. First off, when you go into those environments, they start looking at you like, you better keep quiet, say only the right things, and say the right way. That's not inviting. That's not appealing. So then men have turned towards men's circles to find people who understand them and speak the way that they do and resonate with their problems. So when you sit there from afar, you're like, man, this red pill community is trash. Well, great. I think it's great that you keep saying that, but here's the problem. What's the alternative? We can't be on TV talking about our problems because nobody cares and we'll get canceled. I've seen so many men's dude when I was from the early 2000s to like mid 2010, right?
Well, the alternative is you're privileged. Stop fucking whining. That's what people would say. I think maybe less so nowadays. But that's what intersectionality turned into. I think there's probably some value in kind of examining, like, how minority status affects privilege and how different kinds of things can come together and affect it in different ways. But it shouldn't then become, well, that means that I can add up any person that I meet as an equation. Like, that's just one part of that person. That's just one part of their experience. You know, I go out around here. There's loads of homeless people where I live. Fucking loads of them. They're all fucking white men. And you get, like, you know, the odd prostitute around here. Like, they're all fucking white women. They're all from, like, the local area. But these people are supposed to be privileged. It doesn't make any fucking sense.
Destroyed and taken off the air because they were toxic and unacceptable, right? But women's TV shows, they can go on for years. They can say the craziest stuff, the most foul things, fine for television. But we have no spaces like that.
It's not even that you didn't present no alternative. I don't believe that it was for them to present them, because they have their own issues. But when others presented other alternatives for other people, they got shut down. Yep. It's not so much it was like it's like it was your job to present something other. No, it's like asking for men to present alternatives for women. No, we don't know the reality, and you are better placed to know that.
Wait, what are you talking about? Derek Jackson?
Sure, but because Derek Jackson happened and was in line with what you were saying, you let him slide, right? But other people, you shut that down real quick. I don't think that it's for you to give other alternatives, but whenever that alternative happens, you shut it down and you cancel it. Yep. And then it just gets worse. What you do by doing that is that you create martyrs. And then they get to evolve and to evolve. Every time Jordan Peterson they tried to cancel him, or they tried to do something like that, or they tried to shut them down, he gained more power and more people.
Yeah, it's the same people canceling him that are telling men that you can't do this, that, and the other. You can't be this, that, and the other. Oh, just be like Elliot Page, you know?
Every time you do that, you're doing a disservice to your own self.
Yep.
But whatever.
So listen, whether you're a woman, whatever, like listen, it behooves you to acknowledge the fact that men deal with problems. All right? It does not take away from your issues. It does not mean that you're invalidated, but men are struggling and suffering from certain things. And there's a hard knock life out there. You know, just because we're not as vocal about it as you guys are, we don't talk about it the same way you do, doesn't mean it's not there. It doesn't mean it's not there. Even this channel, all right? I don't think you throw us in the red pill area, but, you know, we definitely have some ideas that congregate with them as well, right? Even this channel, do you not recognize why we got so popular so fast, aside from the fact that we got decent commentary? Part of it is we filled the void. So yeah, as far as the red pill stuff and all this whole manosphere and stuff like that, men need their outlets. And I'm not saying it's necessarily the most positive one. I'm not saying that, but until there's resources to tell men how to do this stuff effectively and do it well, until women in society in general stops invalidating what men go through, right? We're not going to fix these issues.
Red Pill Way. Is that Abba and Preach or someone else? See if I can find it. Okay. I don't think I've heard this.
Guys, yo! We got a banger coming on! The best song ever! You gotta play it right now! I want everybody to the dance floor! No women!
Oh, so you got a girl now. You change, make self-improvement, takes all day. Spend time with your girl, that's gay. Spend time with your boys, the red pill way. No, I don't want no women, no. No, I don't want no woman. No, I don't want your cuddles, no. I'd rather sleep with the boys. No, I don't want to meet girls, no. I don't want no women. Boys is the ones that get love from me. Spending time with my boys behind, rubbing on their thighs. That's the red pill way. No, just no. No, I don't want no women. Boys is the ones that get love from me. Spending time with my boys behind, rubbing on their thighs. That's the red pill way. If you feel at home with your mom, oh yes, bro, I'm talking to you. If you're broken, hate these women, that's the red pill way. Yes, bro, I'm talking to you, baby. If you're ready to find your virgin, oh yeah, I'm talking to you. Wanna buy cash with no expertise, no.
That was Hassan for a second. It was pretty cool. I've never seen this before. I don't know. Hopefully it makes sense. Like, it probably seems weird that I care about any of this shit as someone who, like, you know, I go around, I'm a trans woman or whatever shit. You think I've just kind of left this shit behind, but I kind of feel like a failed transitioner, if anything. And my only way of, like, keeping sane was to stay in touch with my sex and understand that, you know, that still is me, ultimately. And that's why it just rubs me the wrong way so fucking much. The idea that men should look up to people like Elliot Page. And that's why I'd never sit there when women hear someone saying how trans women have this like more beautiful like conception of womanhood. I can't sit there and judge women that think that that's like the most fucked up shit, to be honest. I think that there's people that got like rage baited by it. And that's its own kind of thing, like these like so-called fucking ally types. Rage baiting people into having more of a problem with us. And I think some people made that kind of point on those TikToks we watched. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe there's a point in there somewhere. It's fucking hot as shit. I probably should. I've got like well over 2 hours. Fucking hell. I think I'll watch the rest of this because it's quite interesting, and then we'll look at some Jason Arday stuff.
We're just not. So it's a two-part thing.
It's not getting solved.
Here's why I disagree. I think men for the first time are like venting on a loud platform and very directly, and they've been holding it in for so long that some of it's very toxic.
Mm-hmm.
So get it out. Get it all out. And then after you've chilled out, we've calmed down, and then, you know, some of this has taken some time, that we could breathe and like talk about it some more and get deeper in there, right? Because a lot of these problems are super valid. You know, like I said, but you cannot discount all of it. So that was my thoughts about the red pill community. People have been asking me about that for a while. I'm glad I went through that phase because it helped me out, and I'm glad I started doing these videos because I got to vent that shit out. Because I'm telling you,
yeah, rage bait is a fucking problem. Like, there's something that people need to seriously like think about and confront about the fact that outrage is so popular and like sells so well. And that all this shit on Facebook nowadays, it's all designed to make you mad. You're supposed to get angry with TERFs or trans people. You're supposed to get angry with like foreigners because you point out every single example of them doing the slightest thing wrong, as if no one else ever does anything wrong. You know? You're supposed to get angry about fucking Elliot Page having some bit part in fucking The Odyssey. Like, who fucking cares, man? There's real issues to see with how we're told that we should look up to like women instead of other men, and that their conception of manhood is positive and ours is not so much. I say ours because I'm still a fucking male person. I understand that. You know, I don't know. Maybe there's a point in there somewhere. Fuck me, dude, it's hot.
I was made to feel crazy my whole life, even by other men. Other men was like, you're supposed to bear it. I'm like, why are we tolerating this? I would never think of like doing that to somebody else, but we as men. And everyone just made me think like, yo, it's not important. I'm like, no, this is real. This is real. And when you guys make people feel like their things are, or their problems are not real, they become angry because their problems on the inside just fester. And I still get it sometimes.
This is 2021, by the way. It's like scary how much this completely reflects my experience over the last few years. Changing my mind on some stuff. Not being taken seriously. People just wanting to find reasons to dismiss me instead of just fucking listening. Just fucking listen. You'd have to agree. You can say, well, hey, I see this, that, and the other problem with me, with what you're saying. That's not what people fucking do. It's just, well, this reflects as you as a person in some way. And I may use that to say, that means that you're a bad person who shouldn't be listened to. But when you tell people that they shouldn't be listened to, or you don't listen to people who feel like they're talking about something important, you know, it just drives them insane. It just drives them fucking insane.
You know, sometimes I talk about these problems and I can start to feel again the issues that I had back then, and it kind of comes out of me, and I'm just like, where's this coming from? I'm like, I still need more time to get it all out. So yeah, once again, I'll just say this to end. Ladies, I recognize y'all have real problems, and I'll never stop, you know, try to defend y'all from those issues, and if I can, I want to help, you know, but I think there has to be room for men to be able to deal with those issues without everyone trying to interfere, because we just don't have outlets. Not the way y'all do. Not the way y'all do. And if you don't believe me, try to find outlets on mainstream media for men to talk about their stuff candidly. You won't. You know where we turn to? Podcasts. C'est pas ça?
That's what it is. That's why there's a lot more men podcasts than women. I saw this meme. Why do men don't deal with the issue?
I don't know if that's true anymore. There's a lot of like female-centered podcasts now.
Issues, but instead they just do podcasts because that's the outlet. That's where we could talk it out.
Yeah.
Podcast is very niche. Mm-hmm. It's very niche.
But then it makes sense. It makes sense that podcasts has become more of a general thing. Like, people are just turning away from like mainstream media, like television and stuff. It's just less and less. It's less and less like relevant, and it will continue being so.
So if it's niche, I can find a group of niche people that go through the same shit that I'm going, and it's free. I'm not gonna be, you know, I got less chances of being canceled. So that's why they do it.
Yeah. So that's my thoughts on this topic. We want to hear what you guys think. Do you guys agree?
Yeah. So there you go. I mean, did anything I'm saying make sense? And if you're like trans and watching, you want your trans friends that are starting to question some shit. You want them to not turn into like Blair White or Buck Angel or some shit, or become some kind of trans TERF. Then at least fucking do the courtesy of fucking listening to them, you know? At least do the courtesy of taking people's concerns seriously and responding, even if to be true to yourself is to disagree. You know? It just drives people insane. I think it's fairly normal that it has a negative effect on you when you feel you're not being listened to. Yeah, I know. It's this whatever the fuck the last 2 hours or so has been all over the place. I understand. Hang on a sec. Yeah, so I'll see. Just give me a sec, and because I do want to look at some of this Jason Arday stuff. We could look at some of these articles. There's a couple of Guardian articles about him that were actually very interesting. There's a fair number of trans people in the anti-SJW movement back in 2016. Well, yeah, it's the same thing. Things like trans get dominated by a certain ideology. And if you disagree with the ideology, you get ousted. You know what I mean? Well, where do those people go? What happens to people that you oust? Because they're not living up to something that really has nothing to do with being trans in abstract. They go somewhere else. Well, there's somewhere that I will fit in. You feed people to other groups that you don't like. But I have a feeling that it's one of those things I'm just going to be saying until the end of fucking time, and probably most people aren't going to listen. Enough people do, but I'm preaching to the choir, probably. I do hope I can convince at least a small amount of like more woke-leaning trans people to at least fucking listen to some other people, to at least treat people that disagree with them as people as much as they can. And it's always going to be hard. And there's always going to be stuff that you get sick of hearing. But everyone is not, like, you know, everyone is not like the worst version of whatever's being pushed. And maybe, you know, I'm sure I'm probably not perfect in that regard either, but yeah. So yeah, there was a couple of articles about this Jason Arday person. When was this from? 1st of August. This was before he died. So I'll try and summarize this. So this person called Jason Arday was a Cambridge professor. Cambridge is like one of the top 2 universities in UK. You've got Oxford and Cambridge. Those are the big 2. Most of the people that go there are very rich, very, very prestigious. You know, you get degrees from there. That's extremely well regarded. So becoming a professor at a place like this is like, it's not a small feat. And Jason Arday, I believe, like he was touted as like the youngest black professor. And I even, more to the point, he was touted as the youngest black professor. He supposedly, like, he's like autistic and stuff like that. Like, couldn't speak until a certain age, couldn't read until a certain age. You know, he was hired a few years ago, and at the time it was very much publicized. All this kind of stuff about him. You know, you've got all these kind of things, Beacon College. I'm trying to find. Yeah, so it was this kind of thing.
Oh, it was a privilege to.
Man who learned to read at 18 becomes Cambridge University's youngest ever black professor. So there's been a big... Basically what's happened is it's come out that he lied about a ton of stuff to do with his life. Some of it came out in his memoir that I think is still about to come out, which is very dark now. The other thing was there were like allegations of plagiarism that stretched back to around 2023. And my understanding is there were a couple of attempts to like expose this and kind of bring this to a broader kind of consciousness or whatever that got shut down. There was a publication that tried to, like, he threatened them with the police or something, and they ended up just canning the whole story when it seemed like there was some credible accusations of plagiarism. And the university kind of stood by him and stuff. So yeah, it became basically what ended up happening. It's a whole DEI scandal. Like, he got hired for a job that he arguably wasn't really up to. You know, there were people saying that, you know, he was made out to be like the best in the world at his field or whatever. And even Novara Media did a segment where they were watching some of his stuff and they couldn't really square it with what they were watching. You know what I mean? It's a big DEI kind of thing. I think there is something to it. And there was an interesting article that I read, this one here, actually kind of suggesting that the left might want to start taking some of the DEI stuff more seriously. And I agree to an extent. Like, if I was hired for a job strictly because I'm trans and mental, and it's got nothing to do with me being any good at it, that wouldn't really feel good, you know what I mean? And as much as I think that some people have gone insane over DEI, and I really kind of reject a lot of this kind of Charlie Kirk kind of, you know, oh, well, you know, you get a black pilot, maybe he's not qualified and stuff. Well, it's like, well, white people get jobs based on like nepotism and based on being mates with someone all the time that maybe they shouldn't have gotten. I think that kind of stuff is pretty ridiculous. But at the same time, this guy, some of the stuff that's come out, it does seem like he was genuinely not up to the job. So yeah, we've got, I'll just look through some of this. So there was a previous article where he was kind of grilled on a lot of these like weird claims he made and some of the plagiarism stuff. To be honest with you, I just thought you'd believe me. That was the breathtaking response of Jason Arday when The Guardian interrogated the details he provided of an alleged racist campaign of intimidation against him. I saw stuff about this as well. There seems to be this kind of thing where, I don't know if a lot of black professors have actually been accused of plagiarism, but enough that there's like a pattern. And he seems to have used this as like a defense. Anyway. Alleged racist campaign of intimidation against him, which involved a severed pig's head, a masked man wielding a knife, and bullets in the post. Like, some of this, I think there was, like, no evidence for. Yeah, well, there we go. Arday has been unable to provide evidence, and when The Guardian contacted the relevant parties, including a South London butcher and the police, his claims were either refuted or could not be verified. Yeah, I mean, this is all in here. I'm not going to read this whole thing. It's quite long, but it's a good article. I recommend it. It does kind of go somewhere to explaining why people had a problem with this guy, and there is like valid criticism due. Were they just allegations or were they confirmed? There were allegations, but from what I've seen, there's reasons why there's being allegations made. It's not just, well, this guy's black, so he must have plagiarized, you know what I mean? There's actual, like, there's reasons as to why people think he might have done so. Yeah, so it became a professor of sociology and sociology of education at Cambridge, became a widely lauded moment in the aftermath of Black Lives Matter, found himself in the eye of the storm. Yeah, I mean, like, we saw articles like this, we see videos like this. I think a big part of why they would have hired someone like this is because of publicity. Like, this is, you know, they can, like, Cambridge will have a very posh, like, white image, you know what I mean? So to hire someone who's kind of disabled and black, not the kind of person you'd expect, that's gonna appeal to a new group. They might want to update their image for the 21st century. It was pointed out to me as well that foreign students tend to pay a lot more than native students in the UK, which is true. There's a cap on student fees for British students in British universities. That doesn't really exist for like foreign students. So you can see why universities would want to promote a kind of diverse image, even if it means that they hire someone that they probably shouldn't have. Which means it's a very complicated case, ultimately. So yeah. Allegations of extensive plagiarism in his doctoral thesis, completed at Liverpool John Moores University, recently made their way from Substack of self-described race realist Nathan Kofnas into the national press. So yeah, this is another thing. What's kind of lit the fuse has been this new allegation of plagiarism from this Nathan Kofnas, who is genuinely like kind of a racist. Like says things like, you know, in a true meritocracy, there'd be almost no black professors. I don't know if that's true at all. And a true meritocracy is not a realistic thing. You know what I mean? Use someone else's survey and passed off his own. Yeah, I saw something about that. I saw there was like comparisons. It was like a certain amount of people that were surveyed on something, and it looked very similar to someone else's. And when they put them next to each other, it's like the allegations are credible. You know what I mean? I think there's a case to be made for it. It's more than just like racism in that way. Yeah, the defense of Arday rested on the fact that investigation had already been conducted and cleared him of plagiarism, yet the case has taken a life of its own. It's a PR move to appear progressive when it's not. Yeah, exactly. Like that's exactly why it makes sense that the left should be against DEI for its own reasons. And I think it's become like an insane like moral panic in some ways, where there's problems with it, but we treat it as if it's far more damaging than it really is. But that doesn't mean that there aren't problems. That doesn't mean that it's always a good idea. Like sometimes you're going to hire someone on DEI grounds and they're going to be good at their job and stuff. Something like this, it looked like it was always going to be a publicity thing, and there was always a chance it was going to blow up, and the due diligence was not done. And in some ways, I don't know if I'd go as far as saying that Jason Arday is kind of a victim of this, but it's not entirely fair on the person that you're hiring that isn't up for the job, you know what I mean? It isn't entirely fair on them. You are going to play your part in creating a shitstorm. And obviously that's what's happened. He's killed himself over it, you know? So yeah, an investigation already conducted, cleared him of plagiarism. I think there is another investigation. In recent weeks, more of Arday's story has come under scrutiny from claims of having installed water points in South America and West Africa with the charity Water Aid, who said it doesn't send volunteers abroad, to having run 30 marathons in 35 days, the last dozen or so after suffering a hairline fracture in his leg. That's nuts, you know what I mean? That's fucking nuts. A marathon is like 26 miles. That's insane. After mounting pressure, Cambridge announced it had launched a formal investigation. Yeah, so another one. Following this announcement, Arday resigned from his positions at university. Though he's chosen to step aside to preserve his well-being, this has become a national story that will not go away. I will say as well, I'm very torn on it's become like a massive dog pile, or it had become a massive dog pile. I'm quite torn on the idea that something like this should have become such a huge shitstorm as it did. Like, plagiarism kind of stuff isn't normally big news. There was some professor who, I think he was like gay or something. Fuck, what was his name? Can't remember what his name was now. Fuck. There was another professor that was accused quite a few times of William O'Reilly. It literally it's in my fucking face. Bro, I'm retarded. I'm actually fucking disabled. So yeah, another professor got this kind of scrutiny, but it didn't turn into this massive shitstorm. I think there's more reasons why as to just Jason Arday being black, but I do think the DEI angle made this much easier, because this guy's just gay. I mean, you know, he's still a white guy. You don't even know that someone's gay until you find out. So I do think the DEI angle caused this to become overblown. And there is like an element of racism to that, I guess. But at the same time, it's more than that. It's the crazy lies he's telling, the kind of attention seeking. It kind of took on a life of its own for a lot of reasons, unfortunately. But yeah. Allegations of plagiarism in a doctoral thesis do not usually make for riveting front page news. when Cambridge history professor William O'Reilly faced allegations of plagiarizing student essays. Press coverage was half a dozen articles. Few people could care less what academics get up to. And yeah, there's probably loads of this shit. There's probably loads of professors taking shit their students said and passing it off as their own. There's probably way more to look at in this respect, you know? But Arday could not be expected to be similarly insulated by academia's remoteness. This story has endured stubbornly because it is so perfectly calibrated for some of the most combustible charges of Britain's culture wars. Namely, that academic standards have been surrendered to a woke orthodoxy and that minorities are unfairly advanced in the name of diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives. I know it. To me, the DEI stuff, it's an example of woke being kind of folded into like capitalism. It's a example of. It really is about making money at the end of the day. It's about being able to advertise as a more diverse place, that's more disability friendly, more ethnic minority friendly. Encourage more people to try and come over, especially like foreign students who have to pay more. Anyway. The instinct of progressives has been to defend Arday. Indeed, many went on to sign an open letter of support to him. This was the Good Law Project, by the way. If you've watched me any length of time, you know that I fucking hate the Good Law Project. Their shit was to say there's no evidence of plagiarism, which isn't true. This is just racism. Like, that's a pretty retarded response to something like this, I'm afraid to say. Seeing as simply another black man under a sustained press attack, this was not least because the charges against him originated from Coffness, who is a massive racist, blah blah blah. Didn't help for sure. As for so many in the right-wing press, this is their victory lap, their vindication. The spectacle of it is too grim to behold. The headlines of DEI darling and diversity poster boy barely conceal their excitement. Gotcha. Again, this is about making money as well. I do not care to examine the quality of Arday's scholarship, research, or life story beyond what has already been written elsewhere. What concerns me is how little space remains for a genuine progressive critique of institutional diversity practices, one capable of scrutinizing how, for many organizations and corporations, symbolic representation has been a substitute for deeper reform, leaving it vulnerable to just this kind of backlash. It's also meant that the right has enjoyed a near monopoly on criticism of DEI, leaving to frame it entirely in its own terms. Yeah, I feel this. Yo, what's up? Hope you're good. We don't get many kick chatters. Most of them on YouTube. What happened to this guy? Did he self-delete? He did self-delete, yes, unfortunately. Yeah, I mean, it should be obvious to anyone that this DEI shit can end up being, like, racist in its own way, you know? I think no one wants to think that they got a job because of, like, their skin color or their sexuality or whatever else. And at the same time, we've not been able to square that with, well, maybe this kind of practice is not good for those people then and warrants criticism, you know? Instead it's, well, no, it just doesn't happen, and, you know, these people get these jobs on merit, and if you criticize that, then you're a racist. And that doesn't really work. That doesn't really work. And you can talk about this and also say, well, yeah, white people get fucking jobs all the time for the wrong reasons. You know, white people get jobs that they're not suitable for all the time. You know, you get Nepo babies, you get people that are just mates with people. It's possible to have, like, a more nuanced take on this kind of shit. But that's not how we operate, I guess. How's my streaming journey? You know, goes on, it's something to do, right? Passes the time. I mostly use it to get, like, clips for my YouTube channel, to be honest. Police haven't said it's a suicide, but it's basically a given. Did they say it was a suicide? It was extremely heavily implied just by circumstance. Yeah, I don't know that it was ever confirmed. But I mean, if someone ends their own life, you're not always going to know. You're just going to intuit because it's not suspicious in any other way. I mean, I don't know who would go around trying to kill off someone like this, you know. Seen thumbnails, yeah. There's so much shit. There's an awful lot of this, oh, who's to blame? Well, it's complicated, isn't it? It's complicated. I think the media played a part. I think obviously he made his own bed to an extent. I think Cambridge University deserves a lot of criticism. I remember a guy complaining that Apple hires a black guy, then are they racist against whites? You know, they use DEI. Yeah. It's about profit. It's about generating an appearance that will be appealing to more people. Therefore, you generate more profit. It's about making money. It's always about making money. And it's at these people's expense as well in some ways, even if he very much did not help himself, like Arday in particular. Like it's easy to turn it on its head and be like, oh well, actually the real victims of racism are whites. Well, no, like everyone's like victims of like predatory business tactics that exist to make money. Everyone gets fucked over by that shit in their own way, right? Anyway, sorry, where was I? Yeah. Let's take a look back at the coverage of Arday's appointment. The headline was that Arday, then 37, was to become the youngest black professor. His feat was particularly remarkable since he supposedly only learned to speak at 11, read and write at 18. Having been diagnosed with global developmental delay and autism spectrum disorder as a child, the media circus around this appointment rivaled Hollywood press junkets. Yeah, they lift it up. It sells. It's so obvious. I'm not privy to the hiring process for a professorial chair at Cambridge. I do not know exactly why and how Arday got the job or who else was in the running. But what happens when an academic story is sold through him being the youngest black professor, sitting alongside familiar monikers such as First Black, Black Excellence, and asterisks by a tale of hardship? You're not encouraged or invited to engage with the substance of their scholarship, instead you're invited to clap. Instead of his appointment conjuring the question, what new opportunities for research will this lead to? It'd be, doesn't this make you feel good? No, I agree with all this. What this means is that Arday was treated not as a scholar but as a mascot, one who was particularly expedient for an institution that had been regularly embarrassed by its historical record on race. Too few black students. In my cohort in Cambridge, matriculating, well, whatever that means, in 2015 there were only 15 black males out of 3,449 students. Single-figure black academics, which is still the case, allegations of institutional racism. Independent of the merits or pitfalls of his own scholarship, what success looked like for Arday in this role was limited. What accountability could look like if misconduct occurred was constrained by him being a vehicle for Cambridge to signal its institutional progress. Yeah, it's a massive virtue signal, for sure. These are not arguments that progressives should shy away from. Instead, they should own them. There is a real risk of this case being used to undermine black academics and others in positions of seniority. Well, yeah, this is true. You'll get this whole moral panic. Well, who else is a DEI hire? Who else was brought in just to make them look good? Well, potentially plenty of these other academics are actually very well qualified and actually very good at their jobs. You know? For all the talk of preferential treatment for black people in academia, it remains true that there are documented systemic barriers for black students, including in their access to funding to advance their studies. The mass investigation into Arday's PhD may be presented as the pursuit of public and intellectual integrity, yet the origin of this is grievance politics from those who feel that diversity has blocked their own advancement. It comes with that malign charge of being a DEI hire. I tell you what, there's something else I'm thinking about. Like, it's kind of hard in another way, because someone like Jason Arday is never going to want to think that they're a DEI hire or admit to it or acknowledge that might be the case. So it kind of, when it came to people questioning him, there was always going to be a resistance, and it's understandable as to why there would be. And it's kind of understandable in a way that it'd play the race card in response. I did download something that I need to find. Because he, fuck. Where was it? Where did I read this? Yeah, so he gave a talk this year at the British Sociological Association and kind of raised the alarm about like racist attacks against black academics. And this article in The Guardian framed it interestingly, because it was like, keynotes are usually places where academics talk about their work and discuss breakthroughs, yet here was Arday talking about racism and harassment. And bear in mind, so there'd been accusations of, this was before the most recent one, but there'd been accusations of plagiarism going back a few years by then. Where were we? Was there anything else here? Comes with that malign charge. Okay, sorry. The mass investigation to Arday's PhD may be presented as the pursuit of public and intellectual integrity, yet the origin of this is grievance politics and those who feel diversity has blocked their own advancement. It comes with that malign charge of being a DEI hire or being in your position to fill a quota. The accusation that so often stalks black people elevated to senior positions. And so with Arday as an avatar for the black colleague who was promoted over you, the black child who was made head boy over your son, that process turbocharges. I mean, again, we come back to the Charlie Kirk shit. I think the idea that you should see a black pilot in your fucking plane and be like, oh shit, I hope he's qualified. I think that's like irrational and crazy. That doesn't mean that you should necessarily encourage that kind of shit, you know? You shouldn't give those people reasons to like make that seem rational, if that makes sense. In our day, those on the right feel they had found what they were looking for. This is why that is why every drop is being run out of this story. Yeah, you can politicize it. You can sell it. Outrage sells. Very, very, very obvious as to why this exploded the way it did. And it's not necessarily proportionate. It's not necessarily fair, I don't think. His resignation will not end that. The next step will be to make this single case bear the weight of the ideological arguments they pile on it. How do you resist that? By embracing and learning from the mistakes that were made here, not avoiding them out of discomfort. That means advocating for diversity without tokenism, the celebration of excellent black scholarship without the need for exceptionalism or academic celebrity. If we let only our opponents tell the story, then it becomes a parable about the hazards of striving for progress and equality, rather than about the institutions that reduced equality to mere PR exercise. Yeah, so I have a lot of agreements with this article, to be honest. And yeah, like I said, this one was very interesting. Yeah, it was kind of warning. I don't know if this is the same one. He wrote some kind of an article or like opinion piece. Sorry, I'm in a lot of pain for a reason I don't want to go into. Hang on. This might be the same thing even. Self-awareness from The Guardian. Yeah, I don't know, man. Sometimes The Guardian's alright. There's worse outlets out there. Yeah, he wrote... Where was it? Caleb Benson. Should have done that straight away. Yeah, this is kind of mad. You'd think this would be about the subject itself. Well, the thing is, like, just because DEI exists, it doesn't mean that it's rational to worry that someone is, like, unqualified because of their skin color. Like, truthfully, you could worry about anyone being unqualified. You could think that your white pilot got the job because his brother runs the airline. You know what I mean? That kind of shit happens. And we focus specifically on like the DEI stuff because it's shit that can be weaponized by the right specifically. So I don't like to legitimize that kind of shit because I don't think it is legitimate. But at the same time, that doesn't mean we should give them ammunition. That doesn't mean we should help that kind of narrative. We don't need to give them examples. The problem is, if it's profitable, then a company's going to do it. And ultimately, it's the kind of the seeking of profits above everything, including performance of your own staff. That's what really matters. That's what really is the problem. I also remember seeing a commercial for joining the CIA. That sounds really familiar. Fuck, what did I watch? Shit, that sounds really familiar. I'm sure I watched some woman talking about... Ah, that really sounds familiar. Oh, Humans of CIA. I've seen this. I've seen this before. It's fucking nuts.
When I was 17, I quoted Zora Neale Hurston's How It Feels to Be Colored Me in my college application essay. The line that spoke to me stated simply, I am not tragically colored. There is no sorrow dammed up in my soul nor lurking behind my eyes. I do not mind at all. At 17, I had no idea what life would bring, but Zora's sentiment articulated so beautifully how I felt as a daughter of immigrants then and now. Nothing about me was or is tragic. I am perfectly made. I can wax eloquent on complex legal issues in English while also belting Guayaquil de mis amores in Spanish. I can change a diaper with one hand and console a crying toddler with the other. I am a woman of color. I am a mom. I am a cisgender millennial who's been diagnosed...
I find this really difficult to believe that this is real, that this exists, and that this is what I'm being presented.
with generalized anxiety disorder.
It's like, what the fuck is going on?
A crying toddler with the other. I am a woman of color. I am a mom. I am a cisgender millennial who's been diagnosed with generalized anxiety disorder. I am intersectional, but my existence is not a box-checking exercise. I am a walking declaration, a woman whose inflection does not rise at the end of her sentences, suggesting that a question has been asked. I did not sneak into CIA. My employment was not and is not the result of a fluke or slip through the cracks. I earned my way in, and I not the result of a fluke or slip through the...
What is the Donald R. Cryer Award for Diversity and Inclusion? I'm gonna end up rabbit holing on this shit, man. Fuck, what was it? Cryer. My memory is awful. It just gets weirder and weirder. Remembering the life of CIA trailblazer Don Cryer. Nearly 5 years ago, CIA lost one of its greatest champions of diversity and inclusion. Donald R. Cryer, He was a CIA trailblazer, an individual whose leadership, achievements, and dedication to mission had a significant and lasting impact on the agency's history. He understood the crucial role diversity and inclusion play in mission success long before the agency articulated this goal. It's just weird. It's just fucking nuts. I have trouble believing that some of this isn't some like elaborate like parody or something.
The the cracks. I earned my way in, and I earned my way up the ranks of this organization.
She wasn't a DEI hire. She earned it. She specifically earned it, for sure.
I am educated, qualified, and competent, and sometimes I struggle. I
am competent.
Feeling like I could do more, be more to my two sons, and I struggle leaving the office when I feel there's so much more.
What is this t-shirt? Got this like female power like thing going on.
More to do. I used to struggle with imposter syndrome, but at 36, I refuse to internalize misguided patriarchal ideas of what a woman can or should be.
Hey, woke people, don't you want to subvert third world countries too? Well, I'm a millennial intersectional with ADHD.
I am tired of feeling like I'm supposed to apologize for the space I occupy rather than intoxicate people with my effort, my brilliance. I am proud of me, full stop. My parents left everything they knew and loved to expose me to opportunities they never had. Because of them, I stand here today a proud first-generation Latina and officer at CIA. I am unapologetically me. I want you to be unapologetically you, whoever you are.
Listen, I'm always unapologetically me. How do I join the CIA? I would need like my own office and shit, because I can't deal with like other people being around me and like noise and stuff. I'll fucking join, I don't mind. I'll fucking subvert the hell out of a third world country.
Know your worth, command your space. Mija, you're worth it.
I still have little notes I wrote on in 3rd grade where I said I wanted to be an Olympic runner. I remember watching Olympic icons on TV and wanting to be just like them. Fast forward 20 years and I'm fortunate enough to have competed in 3 Olympic marathon trials. My first, in 2012, was a dream. I finished 25th place and set a personal record. 2016 was a different story. I returned from deployment and had my second child 7 months before the trials. I injured myself while training and made it 3 miles before my coach pulled me from the race. It was...
The plot twist here is that she didn't want to compete against males.
Devastating. My race at the 2020 marathon trials in Atlanta, Georgia, was the last big race before the pandemic. I was seriously ill about a week before the race, and though I gave it my best shot, I had to make the conscious decision to slow down around mile 10. I had to listen to my body. It was hard to watch people flying by me, but I was so proud to be in such an incredible field of elite women. It was a childhood dream come true and an opportunity to show my own daughters that you should never give up on your dreams. I burst into tears as soon as I crossed the finish line. When my oldest daughter was 6 weeks old, my spouse was deployed and I was a full-time lieutenant. I had to learn pretty early how to incorporate flexibility into my training regimen. I had to look for those holes in my schedule that would allow me to get my training in. Opportunities like the one here that allow us 3 hours a week to work out have been incredibly helpful. Knowing that agency leadership supports a healthy lifestyle has been unbelievable. I don't think I'd be living a fulfilled life if I wasn't doing this kind of work. As an Army brat, service to our country was instilled in me at an early age, so when I had the chance to come to the CIA, I jumped at it. And I've been so impressed with the caliber of people here. The dedication to our country and service is incredible. The people here are extremely intelligent and talented, and they've chosen this life of service. I've been in the military my whole career.
I just realized something. Do you think the CIA is like censorious? Do you think they mind people just like playing their videos? Oh, we got one for Muslims here. Holy shit. There's like loads in different languages and stuff. Oh, I don't think she was actually competing against males. I was just joking. Can I be honest? I don't know what any of this says. I don't read Arabic, and I'm assuming that it is even Arabic. What does this mean? Oh, it's the other way around. Forgot. Just interested. Like, what are they? The CIA invites individuals possessing sensitive, non-public information or unique skills to contact us regarding potential collaboration. Oh, this is Persian. This is for, like, Iranians. Something's wrong with this, man. This is, like, fucking weird. All information received from volunteers will be kept strictly confidential. Please sell your country out. Please tell us where to bomb. I didn't know about this, man. So this is for Iranians. This is fucking weird. I feel like I got sidetracked somewhat. There's a lot of these. Got one in Korean, you've got what I think is Chinese. CIA artist.
I'm Rob Beyer, the director of CIA Museum. The CIA Intelligence Art Collection at headquarters features artwork that reflects a broad range of activities by agency.
This isn't even a conspiracy. This is like literal CIA DEI.
Officers at different times.
But what the fuck is a CIA artist?
And places throughout its history. What most people don't know is that 2 of the paintings in the collection are by a Directorate of Science and Technology officer, Deborah Dismuke, the first agency officer to be featured in the CIA Intelligence Art Program. Message from Moscow is the first of Deborah's paintings to be commissioned by CIA in 2010. The painting reflects a pivotal moment in the Cold War. Her second painting, commissioned 2 years later, shows legendary officer Tony Mendez and Ed Johnson altering documents to ensure the escape of 6 Americans hiding in the homes of Canadian diplomats after the takeover of the U.S. Embassy in Iran. Although Deborah's agency work doesn't involve painting, she makes time to channel her passion and dedication to CIA's mission by creating art to inform, instruct, and inspire. Let's get to know Deborah Dismuke.
I do remember as I was growing up, I loved looking at pictures. I got my first drawing lessons from a priest who studied in Italy. So he would look at my
MK Ultra, yeah, and paintings, I guess. I'm having a lot of trouble squaring that this is the CIA. This is who this video has come from.
Drawings, and then he would tell me this is where we need to clean up and pay close attention to values and so on. So I've learned a lot from him. My background at first was painting, and I did get a Centaurea Scholarship from Senator Clarence Blount, and he said, let me be honest here. If you study to be a painter, you're gonna starve. So,
she joined the CIA to make ends meet. It's a bit like the kind of jobs that I used to do. I wasn't like passionate about like being a letting agent or whatever. I wanted to be a musician, so it was letting agent by day and then like musician by night, you know. Just funded my true passion.
I did change my major from being a painter to an illustrator and designer. And I feel to this day, if I did not change, I would not have gotten into the CIA. I got my first break at DS&T. It was called the George Methley School. We were looking to celebrate, the opening of the school, and we had mentioned, well, it would be nice if we could do a portrait of him. They had no idea that I was an artist that could do that. I did a picture, a drawing of George Methley, and presented to the director of the school, and she loved it. I also did a drawing of John McCone. The DS&T was celebrating their 50th anniversary, and at the time they were looking to see what mission that the agency has done that they want to highlight or focus on. So they mentioned Argo. We were trying to figure out what would be the best scene or concept. I believe it was like a day before that they were documenting the documents and everything. They had all the tradecraft there. I could not go in full detail with his face, even though I get feedback from folks, oh my gosh, it looks like a photograph. But I cannot have the face look realistic and everything on the table is not. It's more like impressionist, using the vivid colors and the light and the darks and values. I still had the look and feel of it looking realistic. I know they put the unveiling of Argo on hold till the Academy Awards night. And sure enough,
Was that a CIA movie? I don't get it. Maybe I just don't have a very sophisticated understanding of the CIA. Oh, so it was a... Oh, this is also about Iran. AI generated. That I'm just having a huge amount of trouble believing that this is real. I feel like I'm watching something like designed to fuck with my brain.
I was watching the awards and it came in.
So there was that film was about some CIA operation to do with some hostages in Iran, apparently.
Best picture and all. And I went, oh my gosh, I can't wait to unveil this painting now. And I was so excited that Tony was there. Two of the folks that were hostages that was also there during the unveiling. And I just felt so...
The next CIA painting is the Kennedy assassination. It just makes you think, like, what kind of other shit did they get up to that you know she's never going to be able to, like, paint, you know? I don't even know how I got onto this. Like, there's videos like a day in the life at CIA. 75th anniversary mural or something. We are CIA. I feel like there's going to be a knock on my door any minute. I should probably stop looking at this kind of stuff. What's popular? Okay, the most popular stuff is all like Asian stuff. Your nation is counting on you.
It only takes one new piece of forward intelligence, and everything can change in an instant.
Hey, I think I found something.
Most people will never see your work.
Only 3 people in the world have access to the information we need.
Notify the field.
Your greatest strength will be the people around you.
You're going to be able to see the whole thing?
Yep, gonna be in the roof right here. Best seat in the house.
And your greatest reward is knowing your efforts will help keep every American safe. Your achievements, while unknown to the public, are critical to our national security.
This translation is technically accurate, but in this context, it really means this.
The nation,
we got it,
is counting on you to discover the truth.
I'll call the White House.
Ladies and gentlemen.
PR stunt, yeah, I'd agree with that. To me, like, I see it ultimately as about profit. A means to an end or whatever. If it's businesses, it's usually just about making money. Anyway. I should probably stop looking at CIA propaganda. That's what I mean, though. Like, why would you have that? Aren't they supposed to be, like, secret? Aren't they supposed to... Oh, I don't know. I'm confused. So yeah, this Jason Arday had written, like, a We'd done a speech, I think. Yeah. EDI is the reason why certain people of color obtain certain positions. I'm going to unravel that conundrum by showing these people are inadequate. Yeah, I think they talk about people like that Claudine Gay, and I think, well, the things I've read, like there are some kind of credible allegations about her and some that were a bit less so. I can't remember specifics. I was reading a lot of this stuff like a few nights ago. Kind of rabbit holing. I should stream more often when I'm rabbit holing, to be honest. It's probably far more interesting than just me watching some retarded shit on YouTube and being like, I think this person is incorrect. It's probably far more interesting. I don't think Arday was a CIA spy, but the CIA probably would have wanted people like him. But yeah, it does seem like this is a what is this actually? Yeah, we're talking about the working lives of sociologists. This doesn't seem like it's about the field at all. This seems extremely generalized to this person's, like a threat to this person specifically. But you know what else I wonder? So, what was it? Fuck. Who was the person that initially I should have prepared all this kind of shit. I didn't even know if I'd talk about this. There was initially someone else that looked into this. It's something Harris, I think it was Dave Harris. Yeah, Dr. David Harris. And there was what was the outlet? Yeah, this guy had written to Cambridge, and I think he was one of the ones that Jason Arday called the police on. To hide their racism. Well, yeah, I mean, I guess they see it as a cheap and easy way to kind of shed a sort of elitist, like white image. Fuck's sake, dude. It's like people don't want to read like their writing anymore. Everything's like paywall. It's like you don't want people to hear what you have to say. You know what I mean? Like Jesus fucking Christ. You know, there was him and someone else that were bringing this up like ages ago. It wasn't Financial Times, it was someone else. Shit, I can't remember, but what I wonder is it kind of started, it could have resolved much sooner. But didn't. There's something about the police. I really don't know if I'm going to be able to find it. Because whenever people would bring it up before, it'd just go to the police and shit would get shut down. Jack Grove. Yeah, that was it. Fuck. Sorry, I'm not making any sense right now. Yeah, this Jack Grove person contacted him last year, offering him right of reply for an article that ended up getting canned. It was Times Higher Education, that's the one. Times Higher Education were going to run a story about him, like either last year or like even longer ago. And it all got canned, and like he was reporting them to police and shit. Like the fact that that was allowed to happen, it kind of seemed like it, like when it's only one media outlet pushing this and no one else really cares, I suppose it's easier to kind of squash it. And again, like I don't like the kind of media dogpile that ended up happening over a guy that basically was like lying and plagiarizing and stuff. It's not good, but he's not a pedophile, you know what I mean? He's not like a fucking murderer. But it almost seems like in a way it was like necessary. Because previously, like when it could have been a much smaller deal, it was shut down. You know? Like, where is it? But this Jack Grove had the police called on him. When I rang back, the officer expressed a complaint made against me regarding the University of Cambridge professor Jason Arday, but the matter was now closed. But it was important I not contact him again because it was affecting his mental health. However, I hadn't emailed Arday in 4 months. My last direct email had been in September, offering formal right of reply to allegations he had plagiarized his PhD. This is long before the shitstorm happened. The focus should be on Cambridge. I do agree. But I think, I don't know. I'm still trying to get my thoughts together. I think that maybe people like Jason Arday were probably kind of... There's a cultural thing where they're kind of encouraged to make out that people criticizing are engaging in some form of like, you know, bigotry or something. And potentially even to go to the media. I think you have to kind of understand, like, this person to understand why it became such a huge media shit show. Despite how disproportionate it all is. Anyway, I had assembled a 63-page report which detailed how he apparently used that proper citation huge chunks from a thesis written in 2009 by another student, Paula Zwozdiak Myers, I don't know how to say that. Now a highly respected education academic at Brunel University of London. Won't solve the problem of something that's institutional. Well, that's the thing. Someone raised these issues. It could have been taken seriously at the time. Cambridge could have looked into it properly at the time, and it wouldn't have blown up the way it did. Like, he would have seen, you know, he might well have like lost his job and shit like that much sooner. But it would have been far less of a big deal, and it would have exploded less into a massive deal about DEI and like racism and stuff. Does anyone know what scran is? Scran means food. Use mental health as an excuse is very telling. Yeah, I mean, listen, it all points back to he got a job that he wasn't really suited for. But we're in a place where we kind of... He probably would not accept that he had been given a job that he wasn't suited for. I think people that are DEI hires are not going to want to admit to themselves they're DEI hires. Everyone wants to think that they got jobs on merit. And they're probably being told they get jobs on merit. Like, yeah, you've got this story and shit, but we really think you're, like, good and stuff, you know? So yeah, I don't know, everything we uncover, it's kind of... It does raise more implications for how the university handle it, for sure. And I hope, like, I do hope that more of the focus becomes on the university. But, like, I feel like I have to kind of look through a lot of this shit to really understand the scope of what went wrong at Cambridge, as well as, you know, as well as what Jason Arday got up to, if that makes sense. Is it true he wasn't qualified? Well, I don't know about not qualified, but it's pretty clear to me that he was hired. It was almost like a stunt. It was almost like a publicity stunt. Well, you know, we're this prestigious university with a very white, elitist kind of image. But here we are with this, black professor in his 30s who had a disability and stuff. It's hard not to see it as like cynical and basically about business, And he didn't actually matter all that much. It was just that he had the story that they could use. And there are extents to which I feel bad for him because of it. And obviously, he died and shit. That's not good. You'd like to think that, this kind of shit dies down. You'd like to think that he could have survived it, but it's not the timeline we live in, unfortunately. And no one deserves to be driven to that kind of extent.
You're anti-trans.
Thank you for following. Thank you so much. What was the disability? He couldn't speak. Well, actually, no, it's contested because he had like classmates coming out saying, I knew him, he was talking all the time. Supposedly he couldn't read and couldn't speak. Like, he couldn't speak till he was about 11 and couldn't read till he was about 18. And all of this is contested, and there's a lot of stuff that has been told different ways at different times. But that's what was pushed. It was like publicized. Oh, here's this professor with these disabilities that's black and the youngest professor. It's a publicity stunt, It was a publicity stunt. Where are we? Further checks found passages that seem to be lifted from the work of researchers based in US, Australia, UAE, UK. In total, I submitted 97 pages of evidence to both Cambridge and Arday's awarding institution, Liverpool John Moores University, for their investigations. I read something about that he was not really supervised at Liverpool John Moores. That apparently he had barely any meetings with supervisors the entire time doing his dissertation and stuff, which doesn't sound right. But at the same time, I can 100% believe it happened, unfortunately. Serious allegations, certainly. Deeply embarrassing, distressing, definitely. Although he was eventually cleared of plagiarism by a Liverpool review, a frenzy of coverage led to Cambridge opening an investigation into Arday's academic record and CV, followed shortly afterwards by Arday announcing his resignation. But were my inquiries grounds for a criminal complaint, that was hugely troubling to me as a reporter who specialises in examining issues of research integrity and ethics. Oh yeah, he was autistic as well, yeah. Sorry, I forgot. In June, a French science communicator was stripped of his PhD and we covered the matter. Protracted little complaint, expert checks have been done, misconduct established, decision confirmed publicly. General retractions, inappropriate use of artificial intelligence, breach of ethical norms are part of the diet for THE readers. Maybe my journalistic pursuit of this story was too incessant as Arday has claimed, hounding him about details of his personal biography that had little bearing on his academic role. In fact, prior to the letter that garnered a response from his solicitors, I submitted only 3 polite emails directed to Arday, asking about suspicions raised by multiple professors about plagiarisms or odd data in his 2018 social sciences paper, then a further one about discrepancies in his CV, and finally when and where his much vaunted running achievements and charity activities took place. Discipline has prioritized lived experience over empirical evidence in the last decade. Yeah, I can see that being true. You don't get paid anything extra to supervise PhD students, so most academics will minimize the time as much as possible. Yeah, I can imagine that as well, to be honest. Yeah, a lot of crazy shit that he was saying. The thing is, you're going to get criticized if you say crazy things. You make claims that people find fantastical, sadly. Yes, and there was something from this David Harris. Only when a different professor raised concerns relating to ethics clearance on other papers in June 2025 that I looked properly at the inconsistencies, and then at Arday's CV and his inspiring personal biography, fuck me. The discrepancies felt compelling, and it led me to review his PhD thesis. Despite the thoroughness of my investigation, THG did not run the story. By this point, Arday's solicitors had been in touch. Yeah, he very much shut this down, it sounds like. You wonder how much he was, like, advised by Cambridge as well. But the thing is, you shut something like this down, it just keeps spreading in the background. Someone else will find it. Especially someone else that might push the kind of DEI stuff that everyone's so sensitive about at the moment. So much else here, I'm not sure. COVID era showing up, the shortcuts that were made, yeah. Yeah, this is the thing, and there was a lot of, like, the amount of coverage of this was insane. But again, like, I don't know. Perhaps the coverage of this would have been less insane if there were more kind of sane conversations about things like DEI. And there's kind of a middle ground between none of it's happening and anyone of color we should assume is probably a DEI hire. There is like an actual point in there, unfortunately. Do you think Arday knew he was being used if he had mental health issues? I don't know. The thing is, you're not going to want to think that you're being used. Like, if I get hired for a job, I'm not going to want to think that I might have got hired just because I'm trans and mental. You know what I mean? Like, I'm going to want to think that despite everything, I'm still good enough. So it kind of, there's a kind of insidious thing on the other side. It has like a psychological effect on the person who is the DEI hire, if someone is a DEI hire. Because they're going to deny it as well. Because it's like personal pride, if that makes sense. Back to Morsi, I was planning on looking at other stuff, to be honest. Because yeah, I'm sure the Telegraph, like, there were like fucking endless videos about Jason Arday. And I watched some stuff that I thought was very gratuitous. Like, you had like Camilla Tominey and like what's that dude's name? Jacob Rees-Mogg and stuff. Almost gleeful about, like, you know, further negativity coming on. It's like so much here, so much stuff. We're starting to get to irrelevant stuff.
How does someone become a professor at Cambridge after?
I fucking hate this person, by the way. He was one of the ones pushing the BBC bias stuff, which was largely overblown as fuck.
Lying about publishing a book, seemingly plagiarizing a student's work, and making false claims about volunteering for charity. These are the questions a Telegraph investigation has raised about Jason Arday, the Cambridge professor and diversity poster boy who has since resigned. From the moment Professor Arday was appointed as Cambridge's youngest black professor at the age of 37, fellow academics raised concerns about the claims made on his CV. But despite issues with his work and overwhelming evidence of plagiarism, the university continued to stand by Arday. Throughout the Telegraph's reporting, the university has repeatedly stood by the professor, going so far as to say a Telegraph investigation into allegations of plagiarism was a vile campaign to undermine his credibility. Cambridge only launched an investigation into Arday after the Telegraph revealed he had falsely claimed to have published a book. After
Well, if that was Charlie Kirk's point, what did Charlie Kirk do to, like, try and quell that kind of shit? What did he do to say, well, you know, this shouldn't be the thought process. This shouldn't be... what am I trying to say? Fuck. I had the words on the tip of my tongue and I can't think of it now. You know, did he not scaremonger about this kind of shit as much as anyone else? Did he not play the part in, like, pushing it as this, like, huge deal? I think it's a bad thing, but I think the way it's become this, like, insane... Like, there's such an overreaction to it. Was he really, like, saying that there was an overreaction? Or was he contributing to that, you know?
weeks of reporting into his conduct. So
if he truly had a point, he would have been criticizing a lot of the moral outrage over it, I would have thought.
What's next for Professor Arday and the University of Cambridge? When Professor Arday announced his resignation, there was no admission of guilt, no apology for his falsehoods, just an attack on what he called relentless accusations, speculation, and public commentary. Until now, the scrutiny has focused on Arday himself, but the questions are only just beginning for those who appointed him, those who defended him, and those who chose to attack the whistleblowers.
Yeah, this is being treated like some kind of life or death thing. I do think that a lot of this media coverage was like nuts, to be clear. I don't think it was really necessary.
Rather than getting their house in order.
Wow, that said fucking nothing. Okay, great. I don't like that Gordon Rayner person. I think he's a loser. Well, I don't know about a loser, but I've seen him engage in other stuff that I don't like very much. Yeah, that's a good point as well. Like, some of the DEI practices, it functions as like a facade, right? It's like, we can't be racist, we've got this guy on the staff, when that's literally the reason they're there, you know? Before he's deleting it, presumably, yeah. Yeah, sorry, I'm all over the place at the moment. There's an awful lot of stuff. Harmful opinion. Yeah, I saw harmful opinions. I think I agreed with him. Like, he said something about it kind of looking like kind of lolcow coverage, which is kind of a terminally online way of looking at it, but it kind of makes sense in some ways. It kind of, yeah. It's not easy to turn into a definite POV. Yeah, of course. That's the thing. Very complicated. And, like, I think the thing I'm struggling with most is, like, I do think that the insane amount of coverage, like negative attention brought onto this, was like too much and probably contributed to him like ending his own life and stuff. Like the kind of trial by social media shit. The kind of endless dogpile. I do think it was like disproportionate. But I'm also not sure what you do about something like that, because I firmly believe that people, including media outlets, should be able to criticize things that they want to criticize. You know, I made a video about like the Tattle Life website that celebrities are trying to get shut down because people are saying things that they don't like about them. And I'm very staunchly of the opinion that, like, well, people should be allowed to say what they want to say on the internet and in the media. You know, the fact that the media are able to run the stories they want to, that's part of free speech. So it's difficult to know what to do about it. You like the translation from real life to retard lingo? No, I know what you mean. I do. I definitely got his point. Like, you look at the kind of things he was saying, and there is an element of that, you know. We can watch that quickly as well. I haven't really planned much out, to be honest. Harmful opinion. I do like his videos in general, by the way. I don't always agree with him. I think politically he's probably right of me, but yeah.
This dog has been barking literally all day, hours and hours and hours, and it didn't stop, so I'm recording at night. Anyway.
Is it the role of the media to deny the public's interest in a case? Well, that's it's so difficult to square, man. I do think that they have some part to play in why he ended his own life. But what do you do about that, you know? Do you tell people you can only run a certain amount of stories? Do you increase the kind of restrictions on what you can and can't say about people? I feel uncomfortable about all that kind of shit.
Jason Arday is dead. Thank God. What a relief, is what I imagine his enablers, peers and business partners must be saying to each other right about now. The back and forth argument over who's to blame is
true. Probably not much point in Cambridge doing much of a investigation into it anymore. I mean, well, there is, but it isn't going to make him look good.
The people criticizing him, is the people making fun of him, or is it the people who enabled him and put him in this position to begin with? That seems pretty serious, but it's not what really stings. No, what really stings is the kind of thing Jason ended it all over. At least for a certain kind of person. Well, for him, I mean, there was being found out, getting caught. But what comes along with that? Massive, massive ego damage, obliteration of self-image, loss of being able to feel above other people, at least to the same degree as you might have before. But it's not just
yeah, he lost control of the narrative for sure. I think, like I said, when it was one outlet, it's easy to shut them up, and that makes it even harder. That makes it even harder because it's like, was the media dogpile necessary? Because when it was just one, they got shut up, you know? Like, how do you square that? It's like, what do you do if there's a significant problem that people probably should know about? But like, it's being prevented from coming out by the person, you know, there's a petition for a public inquiry. Yeah, I hope they do one. I don't know. It's so complicated. I think, I don't know, man. I might never fall on a strong take on some of this stuff because it's very hard to. There's a lot of needles that are hard to thread all at once.
A fraud who gets hit by that, right? It's anyone who fell for it. And this applies many times over. If the person who fell for it isn't some random bum, it's Cambridge. It's Simon & Schuster. Now, I've heard about this Jason Arday guy for a little while, but only vaguely. Something to do with plagiarism. Well, plagiarism plus some other stuff, and that's always, you know, thrown in like an extra. After his recent death,
I'll say one other thing as well. Like, plagiarism is taken like crazy seriously on YouTube. I don't know if anyone remembers that that James Somerton person. Like, he got like raked over the coals. Like, massively. Like, he was exposed by that H-bomber guy in this video. Because it turned out that basically he'd stolen a whole bunch of like queeroid fucking essays and shit. And like, I'd heard the odd video by him, and my immediate thought was, I don't know who would be that proud of the kind of utter shit that he was stealing. To complain about it, but it doesn't make it okay, you know what I mean? It doesn't make stealing this shit okay, you know? And like, this guy, it got to the point, like, he got run off the internet for it, and that's fair enough. He shouldn't really have an online career when it comes out that this is what he's been doing, like stealing other people's shit. But it got to the point where I think he was trying to run like a photography business. And like some YouTubers, and this is like left-leaning people, by the way, and some YouTubers like tracked him down and started hassling him there. It's like, at what point do you just let it go, you know? Like, he's done some pretty wrong shit. He doesn't have the career that he once had. But I mean, he wasn't a pedophile. He wasn't a murderer. He was someone that nicked some shit, and it got found out. Yeah, this kind of shit. Like, does this mention the photography stuff?
Hi, Quest.
Does this mention the photography stuff? Yeah, he started trying to do like wedding photography, and people would be like, "Oh, he's like taking pictures he didn't own," and it's like, well, maybe he hasn't, you know. Maybe it's like placeholder shit until he is able to. Like, tracking this kind of shit down, it's a bit much, man. It's a bit much. So I do think we kind of go insane over like plagiarism a little bit. It's bad, you know. But yeah, I don't know. Finish that sentence for me. I don't know.
So a ton of tweets from people saying like he's not a public figure, there's no element of public interest in the coverage of him, so on and so forth. And I tweeted about it myself when I was saying, what are you talking about? Okay.
Yeah, there's public interest. If you've got big, supposedly reputable universities hiring people they shouldn't be hiring just to look good, yeah, that's in the public interest. It says something about that institution when that institution is like feeding like the government. Like people fucking, what am I trying to say? People graduate Cambridge and like then run the country and shit like that. That's the kind of place it is. So yeah, of course it's in the public interest.
Professor at Cambridge is a fraud. Yeah, it is to some degree a matter of public.
He wasn't even well paid. I think he had like property in London as well as Cambridge. I think he did pretty decently. And he had like books and stuff. Like it wasn't just that he was a professor.
Interest, okay? Especially when he got his professorship.
Hellraiser is a gay icon when the movie is about addiction and desire. Trumping morality is a horrific take. That's what I mean. When I first heard about him being a plagiarist, my first instinct was, who the fuck would admit to that being their work that he stole? It's like the biggest load of shit ever. Anyway, I do take plagiarism seriously. I'm not like fucking around with that.
Was bigged up in the media. They suck this guy off. If it turns out he's not legit, they should cover it, and they should cover that, right? Especially since they bigged him up before. I think that just makes sense. However, I did decide today to actually look at some of the media coverage of this guy, and the picture you get from looking at people talking about it, a little bit warped. A little bit blurry, a little bit twisted. You hear things along the lines of, yeah, he did wrong, but this level of scrutiny is insane, right? If he was a different person, he wouldn't be scrutinized this much. Look, there are some other frauds and stuff. Okay. Have these people read the articles I've read? This isn't coverage of academic fraud or plagiarism or whatever gone a bit too far. This is lolcow content. Just, like published in The Guardian or The Times. This nut allegedly told The Guardian that Simon & Schuster paid him $1.4 million up front for his memoir. I'd love to believe that. I'd love to believe that's true, because that's even funnier than him just telling these crazy lies. But I bring up this on its face ludicrous claim in particular when there are so many to choose from for a specific reason. Like with lolcows who get a...
I almost wonder, maybe my question with the media coverage and how much of it there was. Like, this guy lies and maybe plagiarizes and stuff. Like, how much humiliation do you give someone for that,
A lot of coverage. Every time they do something, every time they move, every time they sneeze, they get a bunch of videos on them. People are talking about how the amount of coverage is disproportionate. And the platform, because it's newspapers or whatever. However, while it was being covered, he was going to have a book out, and now he does, and it's a memoir. People are trying real hard to say he's a private individual, but this guy has a book about his...
People saying that he's a private individual, that is, like, actually retarded. Whoever's saying that, like, needs their head checked. Maybe just sit this one out, I don't know.
His life published.
I don't know who he's referring to. I wish I did, in a way. But I'm sure there's people going around saying that kind of shit.
Decided to sacrifice that when he turned his existence into media. To say there's a limit on what you can say about all these claims, how many times you can cover it, where you can cover it, is to put a limitation on talking about a book that's being sold. No. You drop a memoir in an alleged 7-figure deal, and your shit is wide open, fair game for any commentary from any...
The memoir is, like, super relevant, because I'm pretty sure a draft was leaked, and there was a bunch of, like, crazy things, like being in a car accident and almost dying, being in a coma and stuff, that ended up getting left out. And it's like, this guy's life has been so movie-like and insane that they're leaving out, like, things that would be, like, life-defining, like, traumatic things to most people, you know? So the book is, like, very relevant. And again, this is the thing. You can think that it's, like, gratuitous how much it was covered, and I agree, and I think it was disproportionate. But it's like, well, what do you do? Tell people not to talk about something? Like, that's what Jason Arday did. He told someone not to talk about it. He got fucking lawyers involved. He got the police involved. It's like Streisand effect shit, you know? That's what happened.
Wherever, forever, you have, in the pursuit of money and fame, made yourself beyond fair game. It's part of the trade when you do that. But that also meant something else. Anyone who picked him up, anyone who helped him get into higher and higher positions, all of his enablers, everyone who fell for him, they're going to get ripped on forever. Because to talk about how much of a ridiculous lying freak this guy is to also rub in their faces that they didn't see it. In the case of academia, in the case of Cambridge, takes a bit of the shine off. That, like, really stings, I think, at least for relevant faculty.
Oh, sorry for his kids. Yeah, of course. Yeah, Jesus.
And so that's why I say, what a relief it must be that he's offed himself and the focus has shifted. But to be fair, I do find myself questioning how much people must have believed him. Because if you look at his life story, he's clearly disabled. He is a vulnerable adult, severely developmentally delayed. He's 41. Well, he was 41, so, you know, he had time to catch up, but there's always going to be a lag in certain aspects. And I would say there very clearly was a lag in the social side of things and his resilience. The people around him would have known that he does not deal with scrutiny very well. He's dealt with it for 3 years, possibly more, and his reactions have been quite extreme. If you look at the...
Cambridge knew but didn't care. Yeah, true. I still wonder. Him getting the police involved on a journalist, him, like, lawyering up and stuff. I still wonder if any of that was kind of on the advice of people at Cambridge. If he's, like, quite vulnerable and, like, socially delayed in some ways, might he be asking for advice from, like, the institution he works at that is well regarded?
The coverage that's been documented. He's tried to use lawfare against people. You know, he's reported people for relatively minor things, claiming they're racist or whatever, and it clearly freaks him out a lot. And
like the racism claim, again, is this a learned thing? Is this a learned thing from all the, you know, the way culture has been for the last 10 years or so?
People around him will know that. Well, you know what? Let me revise something. I started this little section by saying I think they don't actually believe him. What I mean is, I hope they didn't actually...
Good Law Project. I mean, I don't know how involved were they? I just mostly remember the letter they wrote. There was someone... Fuck. Who did she... Demand a public inquiry. Oh, fucking hell, man. The Good Law Project fucking sucks, man. They get everything wrong. We don't need a public inquiry into the press Because I don't think you can do much about that without being kind of draconian and anti-free speech. The inquiry needs to be... It needs to be into Cambridge. This fucking Zach Polanski signs it. Fucking loser. Yeah, I don't like how the media handled this, but I can't... Black people are fearful on the evidence they are right to be. Like, this dude lied and, like, plagiarized and stuff. I don't know about this. Like, making it all about harassment. I wouldn't be surprised. Like, that Apsana Begum, is she here? That Apsana Begum signed the other letter, and she was one of the ones pushing the tattle life stuff. Like, using harassment as a way of trying to curtail free speech. I can't get down with that shit. But no, they, yeah, there was they just immediately, it's like, no evidence whatsoever. Well, could that be the academics? Could that be the institutions protecting themselves? Yeah, who was it who signed this? So yeah, that Apsana Begum did. I don't trust this fucking person whatsoever. This person seems exceptionally dodgy. And if you have seen my video about Tattle Life, you'll understand why. Was it Jacqueline McKenzie? What was her name? Fuck. Yeah, there was at least one person who went on an interview saying, "Oh, I signed this before the truth fully came out." A lot of people remove their names. Well, I think this person did. But yeah, Abbott and Preach did a video about this. Like, kind of covering mostly the dishonesty and stuff and kind of laughing at him and stuff. I only really started watching stuff after he died. And I had to keep reminding myself, he wasn't dead yet. He wasn't dead yet. Like, it's a bit different. No, I'm not looking at the right thing. Yeah, this person, I think it was Jacqueline McKenzie. Yeah, it was this.
Arday. Story has been reported.
So this lady was saying that she signed this, and then kind of, you know, when questioned, it was like, oh, well, this was before we kind of knew the extent of it and stuff. But her name's still on there. And from what I remember, like, you know, fair enough, you know, you're going to be concerned about how he's doing. What was all this? Culture war issue of people versus other people of the masses. The systemic issue. Yeah, I'd agree. It is ultimately the institution that needs scrutinizing in this case. The media are going to pick on something if they get it. The institution created the situation. It's them, like, this is what I mean. Like, I fucking hate the Good Law Project. The Good Law Project is like a perfect symbol of like the retarded part of the left. There's no shortage of that shit on the right. People like the Good Law Project. That's the left. That's the left's version of that. Just picking up the entirely wrong fucking side of the stick every single fucking time. Like, complaining about the media being mean. Well, it's Cambridge that you need to look at, man. Anyway.
Fully believe him, because they're kind of monsters.
Surprise, surprise reboot. I don't know what that is. Oh, I think I maybe know what you're talking about, but I can't see it. He was on some TV show. I'm not sure. Sorry, there's loads of noise outside. I'm sorry if it's coming through. or if the journalists are black. I mean, what I've seen, it's mostly white people. It doesn't really matter. I mean, it's going to be black people and white people and all kinds of people. Largely, it's going to get jumped on by people that oppose things like DEI. The problem is we kind of have to admit that there is a point in there and focus on what really matters instead of the media were mean. Well, yeah, the media were mean. The media are going to be mean. That's the shit that sells for them. And the shit that sells for Cambridge is pretending to be woke by hiring a guy that shouldn't have been there.
If they did believe everything. Because you see, my question is, where most people seem to be asking, where does the blame lie? I'm left wondering, what did the people who were close to him, and in particular, I mean the people taking advantage of him, you know, letting him be their special man, the incredible professor, go on TV for that, whatever. Simon
I'm down with this. We're talking about Cambridge largely.
Schuster publishing his book, hoping to make some money, knowing what they did about how vulnerable he clearly was. And in particular, when attacks on him and criticism of him ramped up recently, what did they actually do?
I reckon they did fuck all. I reckon that it was manageable, it was containable until it wasn't. So they probably didn't do fuck all. And then suddenly it explodes. Well, it could have come out in a nicer and less insane way, like a year ago or whatever, with this Jack Grove person. But it was containable at that point. They thought they could handle it. It just never works. Like, it's the Streisand effect shit, right? They probably didn't do fuck all.
I know there was statements of, you know, standing with him or whatever. What support structure was there for him, though? Knowing what was coming, knowing what was likely to come, knowing how he deals with these things, knowing he is, I think, disabled. What steps were taken? What did anyone do for him? I'd genuinely love to know.
Random people always talking about, like, you know, people that worked with him, people that stood to profit off of him being around.
Because whatever it wasn't enough. When we're talking about not having something like this happen, I think it's just a hard no on the solution being limit how much people can talk about what's in a published book. No. I think the approach to stopping it should be more defensive. And ideally, those around an individual facing something like that would be what saves them. And I can't help but suspect, I can't help but imagine, because this sort of thing was enough for this guy to end it, perhaps the splash damage from that, the hurt those around him might feel, because they get attacked too, of course. Not so personally, typically, but you know, the people who enabled him are spoken of a great deal, with great hatred. If Jason would end it over this, maybe the people around him would resent him enough to not give as much help as they maybe know they should have. You get what I'm saying? And I'm not saying something that could be extrapolated out into me saying, if someone you know kills themselves, it's your fault for not stopping it. No, I think this is quite an exceptional circumstance. This is a guy who, regardless of how embellished or how much made up stuff there is in the story, this is a guy who is being used for his story in multiple ways by multiple institutions, multiple people, and that story includes him being very vulnerable. And as a result of him being used, he caught this heat. I think the people using him have an enhanced level of responsibility. I don't think that's crazy. I don't think that's unreasonable. And yes, many people have made the point that, like, what he was doing for his own gain. But there are other pieces in play. I'm just focusing in on one angle.
There's a UK case.
Of many, I'm not sure has quite the right amount of focus with the level.
He looks like Ben from Peep Show.
Of specificity I'd like to see. So I'm amplifying that a little bit myself. If I was his friend, I'd tell him to do a heel turn. It's so goofy, it's so egregious what he was trying to get away with, that he could further get away with saying he was doing it to expose the left or something like that. That's a joke. I'm not seriously suggesting that advice would have stopped him from ending it. That's just, you know, something, a little comment off the top of the dome. But the response to this shouldn't have been reactive. People should have seen this coming. I don't mean him doing that. I mean...
They did see it coming, and they tried to contain it, but it didn't work.
The scrutiny, the attacks. And when it was decided to allow him to be a golden boy for Cambridge, to have his book deal...
It's like when something bursts, and then you put your hand over it, and it stops, and then just a bigger thing comes out, like somewhere else. That's what I'm seeing. Not his co-workers. Well, I mean... He'll have like supervisors, there'll be heads of departments, all sorts. People who stand to profit from defending him. There was what was her name? Shit. There was a professor that stood by him saying he was like the best in the world at his field. Best in the word. Hillary Kremen. I think someone like this, you might say, was like a higher up to someone like Jason Arday. I'm sure she's getting like lambasted and shit as well. Yeah, she said that he was like the best in the world at his field, and I've seen things from both left and right wing leaning sources suggesting that he probably wasn't all that. But I haven't watched any lectures or anything, and I don't know how much I'd get from any of it. He wrote a book about Britpop and racism or something strange like that. I don't know. Yeah, so if he's a professor, then like senior professors, heads of departments, stuff like that, I would guess. That was a thing. I think I saved it to watch later, actually. Like, I'm interested in how much people are talking about the media as being... Like, this has, like, helped cause Jason Arday's death. That might be true. I'm side-eyeing anyone that's suggesting that there should be, like, more controls over the media, though, you know?
I think the media killed Jason Arday. At least it was a big factor in his death. Now, I appreciate that the time...
Jesus, I hate these people. Again, we're seeing the retard faction of the left. We already watched a video by these people. They're fucking morons. Ain't got nothing to say about. Are we gonna talk about Cambridge?
The title of this video is incredibly matter of fact, and it doesn't hold any punches. I wanted to wait on this story, by the way. Often when something tragic happens, like the death...
BBC clip where Hillary Kremen and Jason hold hands. Is it on YouTube? It's not in this, is it? No, this is where he talks to the guy that... Is this Hillary Kremen?
And I never forgot that.
And now Jason is days away from achieving another ambition.
Hey, so good to see you.
Here's his new boss at Cambridge.
We do have a lot of work to do.
Yeah, I think this is her, yeah.
But
yeah, I think it is, yeah. Sorry, I'm super face blind. Oh, it's literally here. It's literally fucking here. I'm so stupid.
I feel really optimistic, I think.
Part of his research will look at...
Bear in mind, this was like when he first got hired. Like, this is publicity. This is publicity.
New ways to make higher education more accessible for everyone.
What can we do to ensure...
They're even saying it outright, man. They're even fucking saying it outright. They're spelling it out for you.
But this isn't a market appointment in 5 years' time. How can this become the norm?
We've listened to the voices of our black scholars and our black students, and some of it has not been easy to hear, to be honest, but we're able to face up to some of the structural issues that people face.
There will be those that think this is a tokenistic appointment. What are your thoughts on this?
The board of electors on your interview day were absolutely unanimous. We are so lucky to have you. You are the best in the world in terms of the research that's...
Oh my God, it's nuts. It's not the way they're like, this is some autistic guy even asking the question. It's almost like she's talking to a child. This is fucking weird. It almost feels like I'm watching someone get groomed. Do you know what I mean? The chap that said he helped. The chap that helped Jason read and write said he was speechless. I've seen the clip of that, and like he was like, "Oh, you said this one thing," and there wasn't much response.
College tutor Sandro Sandri, who helped teach Jason to read and write at 18.
I'm just so happy for him. You know, I'm speechless, to be honest. But I never doubt a moment they would achieve where he is.
Sandro would spend hours of his free time teaching Jason.
There's one thing you said to me which I never forgot, and it was when I was 22, and I said to you I was thinking about doing a PhD. And you said to me, like, you know, it would be the greatest story in the world if the kid who didn't know how to read and write managed to get a PhD. Like, and you said, like, I think, you know, we can take on the world, or you can take on the world and you can win.
People say about like this guy really showing little response, like how real this is, you know.
And I never forgot that.
And now Jason is days away from achieving another ambition.
So
good to see you.
Still on arday, so yeah, this is the rest of the stream. I mean, certainly by about an hour's time, I need to have stopped, you know.
Here's his new boss at Cambridge.
We do have a lot of
Outglow, scran means food. I said that earlier.
work to do, but I feel really optimistic. I think
part of his research will look at new ways to make higher education more accessible for everyone.
What can we do to ensure that this isn't a market appointment in 5 years' time? How can this become the norm?
We've listened to the voices of our black scholars and our black students, and some of it has not been easy to hear, to be honest, but we're able to face up to some of the structural issues that people face.
She does almost talk like it's like solving this like problem, this like image of like elite like whiteness and stuff. You don't do that just by hiring a guy, especially a guy that ends up being a liability for your image, you know. It's like a gamble that backfired almost.
There will be those that think this is a tokenistic appointment. What are your thoughts on this?
The board of electors on your interview day were absolutely unanimous. We are so lucky to have you. You are the best in...
This doesn't come across as sincere at all. I'm sorry. This kind of grosses me out.
The world in terms of the research that you do.
Even Novara Media was saying this seemed like a wild claim.
An extraordinary journey, but for Jason, this is not an end. It's a beginning.
The reaction has been amazing, and I'm truly grateful to everyone for their kind sentiment and kind words. We've got a lot of work to do.
Celestina Olulode, BBC News, Cambridge.
Yeah, it's like watching a grooming victim to me. It makes me uncomfortable. Like, do these people have anything to say about any of that, you know?
Of Jason Arday, I prefer to wait for all the facts. We don't know what happened. But I'm sorry to say, the entire right wing,
yeah, absolutely,
as usual, have piled straight in. They don't wait for the facts. Therefore, I'm dragged into the debate because a counter-narrative needs to be put out there. If the entire conversation, especially from the right wing, was, let's wait until we know the facts before we judge, I wouldn't be making this video. In fact, I wouldn't even have...
What are we even saying here? Like, how many of the things were about, well, these claims were made, but actually it seems like this. How much of it was like, well, this is being alleged and got pushed down and now it's coming back up again? Like, what are we even saying?
Sent a single tweet. But we are where we are. And since we are being pulled into this debate, I believe that the media had a huge hand in killing this man. We have analysed just how obsessed the media was with Jason Arday right up until his death. We tracked 249 articles about him by the UK media, 44 from the Times alone, 43 from the Telegraph, and the list goes on.
So I have a feeling this is never going to square the circle. This is never going to come back round to where it should. This might be true to an extent. Like, it can't have been easy, this kind of insane amount of scrutiny. At the same time, why is it happening? You know? Like, you can't just say, the media talked about this, and that helped kill him. Therefore, the media's bad. Well, why is the media so interested in this? What does it say about, like, the practices being engaged with, like the hiring practices at Cambridge and stuff?
Nonsense the media was publishing about him was a perfect representation of how morally bankrupt legacy journalism has.
Yeah, Brian, I feel very similar. Like, I started reading about this just a few, like, the night he died, I think it was. Like, it's a really, like, it's a really difficult case. It's a really difficult thing to, like, to kind of come to terms with in some ways, you know? So at the end of the day, like, a guy died. That's, you know, it's, like, fucked up. It's tough, you know?
Has become. This is a crazy amount of coverage. Arday faced wall-to-wall scrutiny and frankly a pile-on. Yet so many of those same journalists are trying to defend themselves, and the media as a whole. Head of policy for Britain Remade, Sam Dimitri, said, there is an attempt underway to slander and diminish legitimate public interest investigative journalism. It must not be allowed to succeed. But we didn't have investigative journalism. No one is claiming that we can't ask questions, but the entire narrative was dominated by wokeness and DEI. Arday was used as a poster boy from the right wing to attack academia because there is a right wing project to undermine education.
So this is part of free speech. Like, undermine education. Well, there's an issue though.
Female journalist Dan Hodges said, I said a similar thing yesterday in a different context. Jason Arday's death is a terrible tragedy, but people using it to attack journalists.
I agree with this. Don't know what the brackets are all about.
For legitimately scrutinising a major public interest issue needs to stop. The Sun's Harry Cole, oh Arday, if it is as claims, the only thing that kept the horrible sorry saga going was the willfully blind defence offered up and the vicious smears on anyone questioning the very obvious. Cambridge and
relentless on X. I mean, anyone who gives a fuck about their own mental health should not be going near X at the best of times, let alone when something like this is happening.
Guilty defenders could have investigated this all months ago, but instead turned the cops on journalists and dug in. They had zero regard for a duty for care in what was obviously a deeply disturbed situation and just focused on fighting their culture war. By the way, no RIP and rest in peace for him, by the way. But people like Harry Cole, they don't care about Arday. And to turn round and pretend to care.
How do you know?
Care about his well-being to protect.
How do I know you care? Just because you said RIP.
Corporate journalism is cynical. I think it's disgusting. Where was the duty of care when hundreds of articles that were written about him? And not just the sheer volume, but it was the tone, often mocking him and making jokes. Paul Embry weighed in, and this is a long one, so I'm going to break it down in different parts. Jason Arday's...
Like, what do we take from this? People that might have made fun of him? Like, so should you not make fun of someone in case they end their own life? I'm never going to get down with that.
Death is tragic, but please spare us the sanctimonious complaints that he was merely an obscure academic who was the victim of a racist witch hunt. The probing and questioning and exposure were entirely legitimate. I don't see how calling out the media in the way they covered Arday is sanctimonious. He did lie and plagiarise, but he also faced a racist witch hunt. Both of these things can be true simultaneously.
How is it racist?
Embry, whether he realises it or not, is playing into the perfect victim.
I don't know. In a sense, I think there's a racial element to how much the media went after this compared to other stuff. But it is kind of unique in some ways. Like, he's courting a lot of attention by releasing a book, for sure. He's saying an awful lot of stuff that is outrageous. It is kind of a unique case in a lot of ways. And unfortunately, it's touching on something that I actually agree. We read that Guardian article to start with. I actually agree. And I think that maybe the fact that only one side wants to have that conversation about DEI, it probably does mean that the media is more likely to pile on this kind of thing, you know? It's like trying to force a conversation that probably should have happened a long time ago, you know? Oh, shit. Jason and his wife on Surprise Surprise. If I can find it, I will. I did try finding it on YouTube. Hang on. Oh, this might be it. I have seen this, actually. I think this was in the Abbott and Preach video that I watched.
It's a bit harsh, is it? Jason? Let me tell you, Jason, I know your name because your partner Debbie here has told us all about you. Okay. Debbie, what did you tell us?
Basically, that Jason's just an amazing guy. He has epilepsy. He learnt how to speak when he was 11, and he couldn't read or write until he was 16. And he found school quite challenging and quite tough, but he always was so grateful to the people that helped him along the way. So he decided to give back, and he has dedicated the past 10 years to fundraising for people who are in need. And so this has been alongside sort of going to college, going to uni, getting a master's, becoming a uni lecturer.
Wow.
And at just the age of 27, he has raised almost £250,000
Wow.
for charities.
Yeah, I think that has been contested.
This is some of the...
The thing is, he's looking around and stuff, but like, I don't know, like when you're autistic, like your body language doesn't always make sense in the way that other people's does, you know. I've lost count of the amount of times that I've like, someone has said, oh, my tone of voice or like my body language or something suggests something, and I'm like, I know what you're talking about. I'm just here, you know.
kind of statistics and the facts and the events that Jason's taken part in. This was the most remarkable thing. Not only the sum of money, but the amount of marathons and the organisations he's been involved with. Tell us some of those, please, Debbie.
So, sort of the main one, which was quite big, it was huge. He ran 30 marathons in 35 days, which is crazy.
I thought I had the host laughing then for a sec. It's an insane claim. It's an insane thing to claim.
What made you do that?
Pure stupidity.
It's not stupidity, it's generosity and a kind heart. That's what it is.
There's people that do amazing things day in, day out, and I'm just fortunate enough that I'm surrounded by people that appreciate it, so I'm very fortunate.
Well, what an amazing attitude to have. However, that's not stopping us wanting to do something nice for you because you've done so much for other people.
Too kind.
You don't even know what it is yet. We know you're going to...
Yeah, the 30 marathons in 35 days. Local news reported that Mr. Arday had raised about £6,000 for charity, yet credulously reported he had raised £100,000 since he was 17. Yeah, so the 250,000 is it's a lot. Admitted to the Times that raising 5.5 million was not true. And then The Guardian, I think that was this here. It might load today, it might not. Yeah, this Guardian article, again, this brought up a lot of very spurious claims. Like the harassment as well that you mentioned about, a lot of that was unsubstantiable somehow. Simon Baron Cohen. I saw him mentioned by Good Law Project saying that, like, you know, again, blaming the media and stuff. Epilepsy. Yeah. Sorry, my jaw is like really hurting. I'm having an issue today. Yeah, he has epilepsy. Couldn't read or write till he was 16. It's changed to 18. Here's the thing, like, when this kind of shit happens, the media's going to scrutinize it. Like, what do you expect? You write a book, courting people's attention with your story, and people see problems with it. Like, that's going to happen, unfortunately. Alternative media might get the blame. Well, I think mostly people are focusing on like the Telegraph and like the Times and shit. But I can't get behind trying to restrict Like how much the media can talk about shit. I don't think it's necessarily wrong to say that the amount of media scrutiny probably contributed to him deciding to end his own life and shit. But it ignores the root cause of the problem, which goes far deeper. Like the media is just there to like jump on it because it's something to be jumped on. It's red meat, you know what I mean? But it's like if the media jumps on red meat, do you blame the media for eating it or do you blame the person that threw it out for them? You know what I'm saying? Student accused of white privilege. Yeah. He gave someone a mark and she inquired about it and he suggested she had white privilege or something. Roehampton Uni. I mean, a lot of that stuff is not easy to substantiate. Yeah, at the age of 27, almost 250,000 for charity. Doesn't seem very likely. Yeah, that is an odd thing to say as well. Yes, I don't know, man. It's what happens. It's what happens. Yeah, I know. What's this fucking idiot say?
Victim narrative, which is that if a victim has a blemished record,
harassment was a lie. Well, it's a fairly common tactic when you're getting scrutiny that you don't like. Complain about harassment. I mean, I don't know if you were watching when I was talking about the Tattle Life stuff a lot. Very, very common thing. I don't like being talked about a certain way, even though it's probably accurate. Well, I'll just say that people are harassing and stalking me and all sorts. From what I remember, Jason Arday was saying that like someone sent him a pig's head and no one could verify that. Someone showed up with a knife or some shit, no one could verify that, like on CCTV or whatever. And like media coverage is not generally harassment. They're not bringing it to your door. They're talking about you, you know? Why do they need that DEI PR? Because they want money. You don't know it was suicide. It is true. I think it's extremely likely, you know?
record, then bad faith criticism somehow doesn't exist. For example, George Floyd, he was murdered by the police. He was a victim of racist policing. Floyd was a criminal who committed terrible acts, yet his past was brought
Wow, that or the policeman knew him personally. I don't know.
Brought up to stop people from attacking racist institutions. The right wing cried, oh, but he was a terrible person. He's no hero. His past does not give the police a free pass to murder him. Arday's behaviour does not give the media a pass to hound him. Now, whatever Jason Arday did...
Did they hound him?
It doesn't mean that all of the bad faith pylons suddenly become legitimate scrutiny because Arday was flawed.
Well, no, but it's free speech. Bad faith... Fucking bad faith engagement is still free speech, ultimately. Free speech does in fact cover being wrong about something.
Arday was plainly guilty of plagiarism. He had also made a series of fantastical claims.
Someone can look at my criticisms of the fucking people that were going on about Firebat and all that shit and say, oh, you just want to not share your lol cow. That's bullshit, but people have the fucking free speech to say that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're allowed to be wrong. That's okay. You know what I mean?
About his life and career. He ended up being appointed as a professor.
Yeah, George Floyd is a stretch, man. George Floyd was fucking physically murdered.
At one of the world's most august seats of learning, where his students, who had worked extremely hard to get there, were paid.
I start saying I I've received threats, I can climb the DEI academic ladder. Well, victim narratives sell. How many people become prominent now because they have a victim narrative? You know, on all sides of the equation. Why is that Connie Shaw popular now? Because the university were mean to her over her gender critical beliefs, which I thought was I thought was wrong. But then they weaponize these narratives. You know, all sorts of people. Like Billboard Steve was able to sell a kind of victim narrative to like conspiracy freaks. They shouldn't have had to have worn a mask. You know what I mean?
Paying large fees for the privilege of being taught by him. Far from being obscure.
It's not a definitive fact he plagiarized. It isn't a definitive fact, but I think the allegations are at least somewhat credible. Like, it hasn't just been said randomly. There's been like actual, like, there's been examples to back it up and stuff.
Arday had happily engaged with the media over many years, often repeating his false claims.
Yeah, Monty Toms used getting arrested. Again, it's a genuine grievance. I don't think he should have been arrested for wearing a stupid sign. Then they use those grievances to push a narrative, a victim narrative. And the point of the victim narrative is to elevate your own status.
He appeared on numerous TV shows and guest-edited Radio 4's flagship Today programme. He even carried the Olympic torch. Why do TV appearances change that fact? Again, there's no problem scrutinising him. And look, he became a more prominent figure for being the youngest black professor, which, no, is something to celebrate. Which is why he had opportunity.
Why is it something to celebrate? It's something to celebrate if he's good. If he's just there for the fact that he is young and black and disabled. That's the kind of DEI shit that shouldn't be happening, man. Why not hire a black man that actually knows what he's doing?
To carry the Olympic torch. Okay, it's fine to be angry that Arday got to where he was from the lies of plagiarism. The point I'm making is that the media went beyond that, far beyond that. Moreover, he had secured a major publishing deal for his autobiography, which was set to be released in Britain and the US just as the scandal broke. By no measure was this man obscure. Why is Embry obsessed with this point about obscurity? I mean, I don't see how any of this excuses the media coverage. When a fellow academic in Plymouth began to question his credentials, Arday, or someone...
What does he mean excuses? It's not for you to excuse or not. People are going to see something they see a worthy criticism in, and they're going to make that criticism. What is there to excuse? Like, this is all Captain Hindsight shit. If he didn't kill himself, would you be saying this? Well, how do you know who's going to kill themselves just because you criticize them? You know?
Close to him, made a complaint to the police. When a journalist from Times Higher Education started investigating, he was also subject to a police inquiry and also received a threatening letter from...
Teach about classism. Yeah, we all just care about identity now. We all just care about IdPol now. We forget what really matters.
Leading libel solicitors, Carter Rupp. Arday and those around him were clearly not averse to hounding others when they felt like it. It's very possible that Arday did not have sufficient support measures in place when he was finally exposed, but that's on others. The investigation and questions amounted to legitimate journalistic inquiry. This was never just about Arday's fatalism. It was also about the increasingly controversial philosophy of DEI, the obsession of political corporates and educational institutions with pushing that philosophy, and how it might have led to someone with Arday's subpar credentials being appointed in the first place. These are all valid questions to ask, and by asking them, journalists are simply doing their jobs. Here we go. DEI. We don't have DEI in this country.
This guy is actually retarded. You are a fucking DEI hire, you spastic. Fucking hell, dude. This is like... Does this fucking jackoff not think that maybe part of the reason there was such a big media shitstorm about this is because the response of so many of these fucking people is just to say that it's not happening? Does he think that might be the case? Does he not see a certain... Like, he's a fucking... These people are meant to be leftists, aren't they? Do we not see a valid criticism in the idea of an institution hiring someone because their story makes them look more, like, inclusive and woke? You know what I mean? Like, would a lot of leftists not be kind of bothered by the idea that you'd use black people to launder your image instead of bringing people in on merit, you know?
Very just exposed himself at the end there, right? The reason why this entire story, I think, is racist is because the narrative is different when it's a white person. So if a white person does something wrong, the essence of whiteness or white people in institutions are not called into question. And why would it? Because that would be ridiculous, right? They're often individualized.
Well, the problem is who's on the same level as him? who's been found to have been lying about all sorts of shit, you know? Thank you so much for the gifted membership. Thank you, Brian.
When a minority, like Arday, is the focus of the story, his race is included in the conversation. This wasn't a discussion about the moral failings of one man.
Because I think his race is, like, it matters here. But there's so much more to it. I think that if you had a white person that turned out to be embellishing all kinds of aspects of his life, you'd probably get a similar thing.
Suddenly, it expanded to DEI, to the idea that people of colour are being unfairly promoted due to the colour of their skin.
No, this particular person was. I think it's important not to tie it to every single fucking person of colour. But we're talking about a specific person where there's reason to think that there was a problem there, you know? I'm honestly thinking this person is too fucking retarded. What was that person's name? There was people on the right saying like weird shit about this as well. Yeah, listen, I hope it's clear why I fucking can't stand these fucking fake leftist fucking losers. Any more than I can stand plenty of the far right types. I think this weirdo was saying some right strange shit about this. Like calling him a narcissist and stuff. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. Why I predicted Jason Arday would kill himself. Like, Jesus.
All of the markers of narcissistic personality. And I think worse than that, and more poignantly than that, to be a not very intelligent man.
This is how seriously he's taken this subject, by the way. What is this hat? Why do people do this?
Man who's a sort of a Walter Mitty and who has been used and taken advantage of by very intelligent, extreme ideologues in a way that will profoundly damage him psychologically and possibly, lead to suicide.
I agree with the taking advantage. I don't know about the extreme ideologues thing. I think it really is just this is a profitable thing, you know. I think it's a bit more mundane than what we're saying here.
And all kinds of horrible things. Hello, and welcome to this edition of the Jolly Heretics. So sadly, it appears that
the DEI stuff is a way of instead of actually changing and actually updating, you just give the appearance. You know what I mean? This guy on the right, I believe he is, yeah.
Jason Arday has committed suicide. I suppose I kind of predicted this. Certainly, I said that he would be undergoing suicidal ideation as a consequence of what had happened to him. And let's look again at why. It seems fairly clear that Jason Arday was a narcissist.
I hate stuff like I hate this let's just start diagnosing people as fucking narcissists. Like, I don't know, man. It might be true, it might not be. I don't know, bro.
He had all of the qualities of being a narcissist in the sense that he had grandiose fantasies of...
They didn't in fact know each other, he and Jason Arday. Let's just put it that way.
Power and success and so forth, in the sense that he was highly entitled, such that he stole other people's work and things like that, in the sense that he was interpersonally manipulative, such as his treatment of a girl at Roehampton University who questioned her mark and he accused her of having white privilege and this sort of thing, interpersonally exploitative. All of the markers of narcissistic personality disorder, the fantasies as well, the lying to get narcissistic supply and feel superb. And what underpins this narcissistic false self is generally a deeply insecure, unhappy person that has all kinds of negative feelings about themselves. And so they deal with it by creating a narcissistic false self in which they tell themselves that they're wonderful and brilliant and amazing and better than everybody else and superior to everybody else and special. And then they go about trying to create a situation where the world tells them that they are all of these things, i.e. to get narcissistic supply, to get their false self ratified, as it were, by the world. And they do this, and often because of this narcissistic false self, which they think they're perfect, they can ooze confidence and ooze charisma and often be incredibly successful in achieving what they want, which is narcissistic supply of the world telling them they're great and their fantasies of power and prestige and so on.
I'm trying to sorry, I drank water wrong. It's like he's simultaneously incredibly intelligent and calculating, but just to the extent of doing some minor plagiarism and getting a few lies past people. It's a bit far-fetched, I guess.
So forth being lived out. they will react very, very strongly. It's called narcissistic rage to anybody that punctures that false self, and that's why you had that reaction.
This is fucking gay. I'm sorry, man. This is like actually fucking gay. What are we doing? Narcissistic rage. Why is this part of the conversation? I don't fucking get it.
Action to this girl at Roehampton University, a student at Roehampton University. It's why you had him ringing the police when a journalist got in touch questioning what he'd done and trying to establish whether or not he had plagiarised his research. It's why that's the reaction. The reaction is anger and fury and try to destroy them. And unfortunately, when you can't destroy them, i.e. when the narcissistic false self is completely punctured, then you have what is called a collapsed narcissist, and he is overwhelmed with all of the shame and all of these negative feelings, and there isn't a strong self where you can say, oh, I'm a good person and this shouldn't happen to me or whatever. That core isn't there. There's nothing there. There's no core of self-assurance. And then the collapse.
It's like pop psychology. What are these guys? What's this guy's qualifications? I want to know what this guy's qualifications are now. Theology, religious studies. Quantitative studies. Guest researcher at a psychology department. Okay, getting a bit more relevant. Evolutionary psychology. I didn't know about this, bro.
Collapsed narcissist will have, therefore, suicidal thoughts. And you can see how under all of the pressure he's been under, and let's not feel that he shouldn't have been under that pressure. In a sense, he should have been, if we assume that this is a normal academic who has, under his own steam, promoted himself. And there's a degree to which that's true. If you look at his memoir, he's fought for these positions and whatever. Then he should be under that pressure, because we have to have standards and we have to tell the truth. And that he's not done that. And so it's quite right that he be questioned. And therefore he has suicide ideation and he kills himself. Now, in terms of understanding what's happened, one of the things that I argued in an earlier video is that he's been kind of parentalized. This is a person who was not intelligent enough, evidently, and did not have the ability.
So now he's not intelligent. We've got all this like calculating kind of shit, and now he's not intelligent.
Be a university lecturer, let alone a very senior position such as Professor of the Sociology of Education at Cambridge, where it will of course be under a great deal of scrutiny. And it is these left-wing people, these left-wing academics, who themselves have relatively elevated neuroticism on average, because neuroticism is associated with being an academic, because you have to have a certain degree of anxiety to sort of work hard and things do well in exams. And secondly, because it's just the nature of the left, that they tend to be elevated in negative feelings and feel bad and identify, and therefore feel that they're kind of like an outsider, and therefore identify.
Okay, man. Listen. When we start getting the broad strokes, the left kind of shit, I'm just like, I'm okay. Just trying to think who else I saw talking about this. What did I save to watch later? I need to stop soon anyway. I'm struggling to talk a bit. I have a bit of something's like swollen in my face a little bit. It's not making life easy.
Hi, welcome back to Trikai Psychology. My name is Chaitanya, and today I'm going to be talking about the Jason Arday situation. If you didn't know, this has been on the news. It's all over my Explore page. This individual was a professor at Cambridge University, recently resigned, and he has hit headlines because...
What was autism, lies? I guess we got over some of that. I think this part might be interesting. Someone link this on Discord. I'll see if it's any good, and then we'll probably stop, because I think I'm just kind of going round and round. I think I'm starting to understand how I feel about this.
He's 3 years old. He is meeting his boss at Cambridge University. And I'm going to talk about this from a psychological perspective. So let's watch the video.
And is days away from achieving another ambition.
Hey, so good to see you.
Here's his new boss at Cambridge.
We do have a lot of work to do.
That body language is very telling to me. Very telling to me. I'm going to play the entire video so you get the context, and then I will talk about it.
I feel really optimistic. I think
Part of his research will look at new ways to make higher education more accessible for everyone.
What can we do to ensure that this isn't a market appointment in 5 years' time? How can this become the norm?
we've listened to the voices of our black scholars and our black students, and some of it has not been easy to hear, to be honest, but we're able to face up to some of the structural issues that people face.
This interview is highlighting the narrative around EDI, and particularly about the lack of black and ethnic minorities in high leadership positions and senior academic positions. So, you know, what they're doing here seems to me like it is an agenda, and I don't mean that in a pejorative way. Everybody has an agenda in life, and that's not necessarily a negative thing. But there's an agenda here to, you know, equalise this difference. So this is what this interview is about. And so Jason Arday is particularly presenting his position here at the University of Cambridge, and his research is involved in this, around equality, essentially.
Tokenistic appointment, what are your thoughts on this?
The board of electors on your interview, they were absolutely unanimous. We are so lucky to have you. You are the best in the world in terms of the research that you do.
And I think she may be eating her words now, and the board of directors are probably, well, I hope they are going to be looking at themselves and looking at what they missed and how did this person get appointed. And also,
my guess is they're not going to do it internally. Someone's going to have to make them. And I hope they do. You know, sort of going on about the media. Yeah, the media exists. It is what it is. It sucks. What about the root cause?
Did they do any fact checks? Did they check his claims and his accolades? Of course, they were not the ones that awarded him his PhD, which Liverpool John Moores will have to answer to. However, this question, you know, is arising here around tokenistic appointments. Should black and ethnic minority staff be recruited based on the colour of their skin over their credentials and qualifications? And, you know, when
they hire one that won't disrupt their system or challenge their system. I mean, that contextualizes the amount in which she's kind of like fawning over him, you know.
I was working at the university, I always ensured that I recruited people based on the merit of their work. And
yeah, he's a professor. He would have been a lecturer, I guess.
And their qualifications, their personal qualities.
Like some research, maybe.
And what they could demonstrate in the interview. However, you know, this push, this EDI element to academic institutions is that, you know, black and ethnic minority individuals must be looked at favourably if they have the qualifications. However, in this case, something has gone amiss. This person has been recruited, but they have not checked. They have not fact-checked his stories, his claims, etc. And I'm going to propose a reason why. Okay. So you remember this clip here. I don't know about you, but it does make me feel uncomfortable, because you've got to think about your relationship with your boss. Would you stand this close to your boss? Would you hold your boss's hands?
It's a good point, to be fair.
In a very intimate, soft...
it looks fucking weird. This looks fucking weird.
Personal, very personal way. And I mean, I would say no. I would say no. So what I think has happened here, and this is my theory, is that this story, or I should say Jason Arday's stories of his historic victimhood and his blackness, okay, that again, like we said, can be and has been seen through the eyes of the critical race theory and equality and diversity, that, you know, if you're black or if you're of an ethnic minority background, you are a victim, you are suppressed. Then if you look at this person through the lens of this person being a victim and they have overcome such victimhood, what happens is you start to loosen your defences. I'm going to introduce this psychological model, the drama triangle by Stephen Cartman. Okay, and this drama triangle is very simple to understand. It's a unconscious dynamic that happens with you and other individuals that you may have relationships with. And what happens here is that we sometimes stay within one of three roles, or we move around this triangle, adopting different roles of victimhood, persecutor, rescuer. Now, this is different to being a genuine victim. Somebody can be a genuine victim of abuse, of a critical incident. But in this drama triangle, we're talking about when people stay in the role of victimhood. So when you stay and remain in a state of victim, what happens is you elicit from other people around you, either persecution or rescuing. And what I suspect is
you're going to look at all the corruption that goes on in UK unis. I think they probably should. I think if there's a problem with like the way Cambridge are hiring people and shit, it probably goes deeper than just them, for sure. Ideally, there should be a wider kind of inquiry into all this.
Happened here is that the University of Cambridge has fallen into the rescuer role with Jason Arday, and Jason Arday has been the victim. He's the victim because he's black and therefore suppressed, and he's the victim because he's neurodiverse and because he's had so many challenges. And of course they're going to see the greatness of him because he's claimed to overcome these challenges in such a major way, and he's of course accomplished a PhD, and so his credentials look legitimate. But the victim story, what it does is it breaks your boundaries down, it breaks your defenses down, and what happens is you want to support that person, right? A rescuer, you'll know that you're in the rescuer position if you are doing more than 50% in the relationship. If you are not treating that person as you normally would, if you are not challenging that person, if you are not asking them to take responsibility. Because one thing that the victim in this unconscious drama dynamic is, the one thing is that the victims do not hold personal accountability and responsibility. And personal accountability and responsibility means that somebody is able to move from victimhood to a place of empowerment, that they can do and be the best in their life, that they can overcome the things that they've gone through. And of course, Jason's story exemplifies that too. It does exemplify someone who's been able to overcome their victimhood. However, still, the narrative that he sits on engenders a sense of wanting to support, wanting to give to, lift up. And I suspect that this is where the University of Cambridge may have found themselves slotting into very neatly in relation to Jason. Again, the narrative around EDI and the critical race theory, I mean, they've not mentioned the critical race theory. However, that does underpin a lot of the EDI principles. Now, that does not, I'm not challenging that narrative to say that, there isn't a problem within high leadership and senior academia. However, we have to ensure that those in the leadership positions are there because of their merit, are there because of their qualifications, are there because of their credentials, are there because they are qualified to be there, not because of their skin colour. And this is what has been brought into light and question here. That, has Jason Arday not been fully fact-checked because he's a black man, because he has many, many stories of victimhood? And have they fallen into the role of a rescuer?
Part 2 of this. Fucking hell, I'm running out of time. There's too many. Let me just see how long it is. 23.
Hi, welcome back to Tree High Psychology. My name is Chaitanya, and this is part 2 on the Jason Arday story. And today I'm going to be talking about an interview that he does where I perceive some manipulation that he does throughout this interview.
Of the wider group, I have a number of questions that I'd like to follow up on following your talk. The first of these questions is: so you're currently the associate professor in the Department of Sociology at Durham, shortly heading towards the University of Glasgow to take up a professorship. Could you tell us about some of the real defining moments of your career?
That's a great question. I would say the most defining moment, or some of the real defining moments, when I got my PhD. So I completed my PhD in 2.5 years, working full time. So I killed myself to do it. But the reason why it was really significant, which I've said publicly, and I might as well say it. Okay, at the time I had a brain tumor, and I had my brain tumor removed 2 weeks before I had my viva. So I didn't remember anything. So I had a straight after. So.
I'm going to pause it here. Now, I'm not a behavioural analyst expert. However,
sound is fucking awful.
I trained in NLP, and some of my training has been with gestures and behaviour analysis. And what I see with Jason Arday when he describes the brain tumour is that he doesn't have any emotion expression of distress. There's no facial expression of distress when he recalls highly, highly emotive and distressing, what would be to ordinary individuals, memory. So when he recalls that...
Yeah, I don't know what to think about stuff like this, because if he was autistic, that might explain some of this. Like, you don't always know what to do with your face or like your hands or whatever.
Time, and because he does look around, that's something else that he does quite a lot in this interview, looking around, which could mean that he's trying to draw upon other things that he might have said or fabricate information when he's speaking. But he is trying to recall something, it seems, and he's got no facial expression of distress, discomfort, even just the discomfort or dis-ease of like telling somebody about something very, very difficult that you went through and highly traumatic. He also does a bit of duping delight, right? So he sort of has this sort of side smile that comes up, which turns into a laugh and a full smile here when he describes how he overcame it. But I would sort of suspect whether that is a bit of duping delight here, again, with the absence of distress in the emotions. Now, that could be chalked up to why he has ASD, and individuals with ASD do not really communicate in the same way that individuals without ASD do. They don't communicate emotions, they don't communicate distress in the same way. True. So it may also be because he has ASD. However, when you couple that with incredible alleged lies, it raises a suspicion in me that he actually might have a bit more of a manipulative personality. Again, this is my analysis, my interpretation, totally my opinion, and I'm not diagnosing him because you can't diagnose by watching videos of somebody. However, this is just an observation that I'm making.
See, that's the same version of what that other fucking guy was saying. There's a possibility based on this, that, and the other. Like, that's the same version of the other guy.
So I'll continue to play and pause on with my commentary.
Passing that was really, really significant because I never know how far I got across the line or not. But the most important thing is I got across the line. So that was a really, really significant thing because literally speaking, I just become a dad for the second time, and my job.
So here, I'm going to pause it here because here's the start of Jason.
Focus on every slight movement. Yeah, I don't know. I think where it turned out that there was a lot of lies and stuff, I think it's fair enough to kind of point out. But it does always fall into this kind of, well, it's something that might have been the case. You know? Yeah, I mean, why bother with juries and stuff? Yeah. Yeah, it's something that I think some of it's worth considering, I guess. And we've got all the hindsight of, well, some of this shit he was saying was like complete bullshit.
Arday going on, changing the topic from brain tumour, and somehow 2 weeks after that being removed, he did a Viva. That is medically questionable. I'm pretty sure there's sort of required rest and recuperation time after a surgery like that. So it's very highly unbelievable. But what Jason does here is he doesn't give much time, or any time actually, for the interviewer to digest that, to ask anything more about that. That's important. And this is why I think he's manipulating here. And a way that he's manipulating here is he's jumping onto a different topic, right? He's moving along, right? The train has gone, there's no stopping, no questions. Okay.
I was dependent upon me getting my PhD, and I haven't got it, I would have been made redundant, so that was really important. And then I guess there are several things, but I guess probably the biggest thing was when I got my job at Durham.
So I'm going to pause it there. So he said I was going to be made redundant if I didn't get my PhD, and I had just become a dad for a second time. Those two things are very highly stressful life events, very highly. And then we are meant to believe that he had a brain tumour that he supposedly had recovered from. This again is not only highly unbelievable, however, it is
Yeah, I get some of what he's saying. I think it's well established that quite a lot of stuff he was saying was quite possibly off the chain. Someone else, I'll look at one more thing because I need to stop in a sec.
Oh, the Jason Arday apologists.
I know someone sent this on Discord. We'll just have a quick look. I'm not going to get through all of it. If we're blaming the media and not thinking deeper, then I'm likely not to agree. He was a pathological lie. Yeah, I mean, it feels like that was kind of. It almost feels like a given at this point, you know. And it does seem a bit off the real point. We can say that there probably were issues with the way that he spoke about his shit and the way that he conducted himself or whatever. But it's like, it does feel like a rather small piece of the puzzle when you think about it. There's an awful lot of people like that around. You know, anyway, I'll see what this is. Yeah, I know, let's see.
Out in force. Well, let me tell you exactly what you can do with your third-hand outrage. You can take it and shove it right up your arse. If you want to take offence at the fact that people are calling him out for the liar and the fraud that he was, then you fill your boots.
Like, this person seems fucking nuts. At the same time, if you're going through some kind of like media fucking shitstorm, you ain't on TikTok. Not if you give a shit about your own sanity. You ain't listening to freakos on TikTok.
But just remember, people, offence is taken, not given. You don't get to come on people's posts and demand that they take their posts down about him because now he happens to have passed away.
Brush your teeth. Now, the way this has gone down is really sad. When I saw this story, my instinct was, well, not even instinct, I was just like, damn, this guy's a liar. You know, he's a liar's liar. Right? He lies for the liar. He might be a whole demon. But that was kind of it. Saw it, scrolled. It didn't feel that deep to me. Maybe that's just me. These people lie all the time. They get done for plagiarism all the time. Now, again...
Yeah, are we missing the point? Are we not scrutinizing the right people?
He's lying about his life. He's lying about doing all this kind of stuff. I was like, wow, crazy. But again, I just wasn't overtly invested. It didn't feel big to me. It felt like it was being shoved down my throat. Or did he? Now again, it could just be me. And I'll take that. I'm seeing YouTubers, big YouTubers cover MC. I'm just like, wow, people are this interested in this random guy? That's strange. Have the Epstein files dropped yet? I feel like there were bigger things to be talking about. But again, that's just me. Now, all the media coverage, unfortunately, led to this guy. Well, I'm not going to speculate. But he was found unalived, dead, in his apartment. And, you know, we can put 1 + 1 together. Whenever I see someone get outed for something, or maybe they've said something that the public doesn't like, and people are calling them out for it, but then they're going like over and above, you know, it's like, I always relate it back to my childhood, right? I'd forget to wash the dishes. Mum would get angry. Rightfully so, I forgot. But then she would take it to a different level. It's like, this is irrational now. This doesn't make any sense. Okay, I forgot to wash the dishes. Okay, what? It's been 30 minutes, it's been an hour, you're still going on. I've washed the dishes now, it's done. It's finished. But you're still going on. That's what it felt like in the media. And I've seen other examples of this. I spoke about it yesterday.
Owen Jones posted a video about this with the caption, "He was lynched." That sounds about right for Owen Jones, because he's a fucking moron.
Yesterday, Clarissa Shields. I don't know what she said, what she's done.
To call that a lynching is like nuts.
The level of hate she gets from women online, it's completely irrational. It doesn't make any sense. And in these scenarios, there's always something like underlining. And that's how I felt about this situation. But again, now that he's passed, tons of videos, tons of reaction of people essentially saying the media went too far.
And now he's dead. He's dead. He's just been found dead. This hit me.
Hey, that's no problem. The media's doing what the media always do. Yeah, exactly. You can say it didn't help. You can say that it probably contributed. Yeah, it probably did. But like, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? We either live in a free society where media outlets see something and they talk about it because that's what they can do. And anyone online can talk about what the fuck they want in turn. Or we start regulating like speech and stuff. That doesn't work. And it doesn't speak to the root issues.
Like a truck when I saw this news pop up on my phone. He's dead now. It hit me for a number of reasons. One, there was an element of guilt because I haven't spoken about this. I've shared other people's stuff, but haven't directly spoken about it because I didn't know the facts. Because by definition, the first inquiry that Cambridge did cleared him of plagiarism, and the second one's still ongoing. So don't know the facts, and I like to know the facts before I speak. But the one thing that I knew was true was the disproportionate level of backlash that he received, that Jason Arday received in the press over the accusation.
You know what the weird thing about this as well? Who was this guy? It's not like he was famous before he died. If he was genuinely famous, and we found out that he just lied about everything, it's like, okay, this is a story. Just a random guy who lied about his life.
That's pretty nuts. He's not a random guy. He's not a celebrity. He wasn't a celebrity, but he wasn't a random guy.
Allegedly. That's so weird. Like, that's so weird. Where are we getting the empty files? They're literally famous people in there. Dead silence. Random guy lies about his life. Big story. I'm supposed to care. Wow. Jason Arday. Rest in peace. But come on, man.
Of plagiarism as a professor at Cambridge. So I knew that that was wrong. Similarly to like how the Meghan Markle stuff was wrong. You know, like how the Daily Mail and the Express would publish the exact same stories about Princess Kate, having avocados as like a pregnancy treat. They praise it when Princess Kate did it, but when Kate Middleton did it, and then when Meghan Markle did it, it'd be like, oh, the avocados are linked to drought and murder. It's just that disproportionate level of hate that black prominent people get compared.
If you guys aren't from the UK, you won't know about the Meghan Markle stuff. If you Google, there are like channels dedicated to her royal family. Massive. It's just Meghan Markle slander, man. Meghan Markle slander, she breathed wrong. Slander. I've never seen anything like that. I didn't even know this niche existed. But it's massive, and it's royal family slander, but really it's just William and Meghan. You know what I'm saying? She got too much black in her for their liking, boy. And everybody knew this was gonna happen, right? You don't marry a black woman in a royal family, that's not what you do. But the hate that she gets online, it makes no sense. It's so...
I'll be honest, I don't give a fuck about royal family shit. I don't know what the truth is on that one.
Irrational to their white counterparts. And ironically, I'm going to plagiarize here. And use Jupiter Ball, that's how you know him, my friend Helio. He made a video, which I actually accepted the collab on barely half an hour ago, where he named all of the white professors, a bunch of them, and academics who still are gainfully employed in academia, who've all been found to have committed plagiarism, and yet you don't know their names.
William O'Reilly, Anna Laura Wainwright, David Latchman, Ross Holmes, Fiona Liao, Nicola Morrison, Neil Wynne.
So while I don't know the nature of how he died, the likelihood that his death is unrelated to the fact of his recent resignation is very, very low. And if it is in any way linked, racism killed Jason Arday. And that's why.
That's crazy. That's fucking crazy, dude. Like, fucking hell, man. I don't even know what to fucking say. She sounds insufferable. Yeah, I mean, listen, the fucking royal family. Like, who fucking cares, bro? I don't even know why they're still there. Why the fuck do we still have one? Degree isn't worth the paper it's written. Yeah. I don't know. Just watching TikToks. How's he sum up? We'll just do that and then I'll probably stop.
Incessantly talking about this story, because I don't know if you've heard, but
We're still focusing on the media. We're still landing halfway in the middle and stopping there. You know? Should go after the whole university system. Yeah.
Or many other stories that they could have been focusing on, but they chose to focus.
There'll be other unis doing the same shit. There'll be people benefiting from all kinds of things that don't benefit society or the people that try and get a degree.
You, Mary.
Thank you for the $4.06. It just says dash, so I'm sorry if I didn't say your name. Thank you so much.
This is a sad situation. I'm just going to summarize it real quick. If he lied, which hasn't been proven, based on all the accounts, then he deserved to be called out for it. It was over the top. We've seen this pattern before in the media, in the British media. People are bringing up Meghan Markle for a reason. I would advise you guys to do a little bit of dig.
We're still talking about Meghan Markle. I'm sorry, man. Listen, respect, do your thing, whatever. We're so off base. We're so off base right here. Anyway, whoa, look at me. Fucking hell. It's been hot, okay? It's been hot. Thank you for watching. We're gonna stop there. I don't know, maybe I'll talk more about this. It's kind of dark and depressing, but it is interesting. I'm starting to get a handle on how I think about this, I think. Yeah, I don't know. I agree. Ideally, this should kind of make waves. Ideally, this should make waves. This should reflect on the university system and reflect on, performative diversity versus actual diversity that's actually good for the people you're purporting to help. If you're hiring people for that purpose and they're like fucking liars and there's a lot of potential issues with their work so far, like you should be able to find that. It does sound like they jumped on the story. Here's a young black guy who had all these like developmental issues. It's something you can sell, isn't it? Something that can make you more attractive to a wider group of people, because like Oxford and Cambridge is like you associate that with toffs, you know what I mean? How much don't know? I don't know. £100 maybe. I don't know how I'd do it is the only thing. I'd have to set my phone up and it'd be like ratchet as fuck. But I don't know. Start shelling out and I'll tell you when is enough. CIA commercial. Yeah, it's hard not to be. It's hard not to look at that kind of thing and be cynical. And if this sort of, oh, I don't know, man. Like, you'd think people that are far left enough would be very critical of what looks like kind of very capitalistic kind of practice, where if you're going to hire a black person, it's because it makes you look good. But it seems like anyone that's purporting to be like the further left kind of media, they're not seeing that. And that's bizarre to me, you know? I don't understand that at all. It kind of surely should like kind of behoove the further left types to be critical of that, as they would be with any other facet of capitalism that ultimately is just in the interests of the institution, you know? They're neoliberals. Yeah, they're neoliberals pretending not to be. So I guess maybe it makes sense that they're sticking up for a university that's pretending to be inclusive and woke, but isn't. Maybe it's all part of the same fucking machine. I don't know. I don't know. What do like? I'm genuinely. I wonder. Where the fuck do like actual leftists in the UK go? You know, what the fuck do they watch? It seems like there's like nothing for you. I mean, I'm not even really that leftist. Like, I understand some of the concepts. I agree with some of it. I'm not even that much of a leftist. I'm usually more of a lib, to be honest. Like, who the fuck do you turn to? You know, you've got people like Zach Polanski. They're like, they're signing these like petitions, trying to hold the media to account. They're also missing the forest for the trees. So who the fuck are they voting for, you know? Who do you vote for if you're an actual leftist and not just like a fake one? That got swept up in all the id poll shit and all that shit, you know, like the identity shit. And you've like kind of forgotten almost any of the actual like, anti-capitalist stuff. I don't know. I struggle to vocalize what I'm thinking here, I guess. I think I just need to keep thinking about it. I might stream further on this. I might try and write some of my thoughts down, maybe even make something a bit more kind of thoughtful and thought out about this. I don't know. I'll see what I come up with, I guess. But yeah, I don't know. I don't get it. I felt like there's like this very fake and very performative aspect of the supposed UK left that frequently like pushes stuff against its own supposed principles and ideals. Like maybe it's been around a lot of the TRA shit for a long time. It's made me suspicious of it, but it's not necessarily. It's like it's a specific version of like the left. Like a specific version of what purports to be the left that I find myself really having an issue with. And there's a lot of stuff you just don't really hear that makes a lot more sense. But it just seems like it barely exists. And it's been taken over by this like identity shit that often is against its own like shit, you know what I mean? Yeah, I don't know if I'd agree that universities have like a meaningful and like real leftist bias. I don't know if I'd agree with that. Again, it's almost more like a woke or like progressive bias. I guess that's the thing, like something like the Green Party is not really a left party, it's a progressive party. It's about progressivism. And I try as best I can to separate like progressive and left from my mindset. Because I think they're two different things. And progressivism is basically, I mean, that's what DEI is, isn't it? It's progressivism being kind of commodified and like sucked into like capitalism. And these people didn't fucking notice and they just support all the shit. That's clearly not for anyone's like benefit. I don't know. Am I making any sense? I'm starting to really lose my mind and my face hurts quite badly because I've been streaming for almost 6 hours and you know, it's like, it's really hurting up here, which is not helping me talk, but I think I've done okay today. And I'm glad I streamed. I have had fun today. I appreciate everyone watching. I like stuff that makes me think, even if it's like dark and depressing and shit. So yeah, I don't know. I'll keep thinking. I'll keep working shit out, I guess. That's all you can do, really. Especially when you have as much free time that you wish you didn't have as what I do. Ain't got nothing better to do than just think about stuff. See if you put out some ideas that resonate with someone. I don't know. Anyway, I love you all. I'm going to stop now. I really do need to put food on. So yeah, I love you all. Have a good day. Thank you so much for watching. It's been really fun. I don't know when I'm back, but probably in a couple of days or so. I guess. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see.